AIPAC under Clinton. When we present the facts like this, the insincerity of Israel's position during and after the Oslo Accords seems obvious. For AIPAC, however, the process of the Oslo Accords and their aftermath constituted an existential threat to Israel, and they fully subscribed to Likud's view that any withdrawal from the occupied territories was tantamount to national suicide. In the eyes of AIPAC, Clinton's participation in this process made him potentially a pro-Palestinian president who had to be tamed and reoriented back to traditional American support for Israel. As we've seen, the way AIPAC decided who Israel's enemies were often had very little to do with the actual policies, which were frequently to Israel's advantage. They decided simply based on how obedient an administration was to the lobby. America's endorsement of the Oslo Accords was not a milestone on the road to peace for AIPAC, but a testimony to its own failure to influence America's policy. Accordingly, Clinton's first year in office, hailed in the Middle East as the arrival of a new opportunity for peace, was regarded by AIPAC and other bodies comprising the pro-Israel lobby in the USA as ominous. AIPAC adopted Likud's hostile attitude towards the 1992 Rabin government and towards its attempt to reach peace with Syria and the PLO. Bill Clinton was aware of AIPAC's apprehensions. To win over the lobby, Clinton appointed someone very dear to the lobby, Martin Indyk, as his chief Middle East advisor. As mentioned, he served the lobby for 8 years before being invited by Clinton to join his team as a special advisor on the Middle East in the National Security Council. He would later become the American ambassador to Israel. During his 8 years in AIPAC, he was the executive director of the lobby's most important institution, the Washington Institute for Near East Policy. With such a CV, Indyk was a true advocate of Israel in the White House team, and Clinton hoped this would placate the lobby. Ironically, the term in the White House transformed Indyk's approach, and he became more dovish in his views. Today, he serves on the board of the liberal New Israel Fund Executive Board, a funding body that supports the Palestinians. In Israel and civil rights organizations in Israel, it is constantly targeted as an anti-Israel organization by AIPAC. The lobby was particularly anxious about the Secretary of State, Warren Christopher, especially in conjunction with the new professionals in the State Department, who favored liberal Zionism rather than AIPAC's brand of right-wing politics. Christopher's main sin was previously serving in the Carter administration. He was held responsible for Carter's brief flirtation with a progressive policy on Palestine. Indyk's appointment would not help to mend AIPAC's rift with the administration. What did help to smooth some of the tensions was the adventurous Clintonian policy towards Iran in the mid-1990s, which suited both Israel's and the lobby's agenda. The USA regarded the regime in Tehran as being behind some of the more daring actions taken against American targets around the world. When Iran was the topic, meetings between the president and AIPAC were quite pleasant. In May 1995, Clinton appeared before the World Jewish Congress and announced his intention to impose sanctions on Iran. But AIPAC needed more to show it was still a force to reckon with in Washington. And it got this when Bill Clinton was the first serving president to address AIPAC. But the conference soon discovered Clinton expected them to return the favor. Clinton devoted the first part of his speech to Yitzhak Rabin, talking prophetically about the high personal price the Israeli prime minister would pay for trying to make peace. He ended his speech by returning to its main theme: support for Rabin. Stand with this brave man in his attempts to make peace, and let's don't stop until the job is done. AIPAC by then was almost entirely an extension of Likud, so this went down like a lead balloon. But Clinton wanted another quid pro quo on top of that. He expected support for his more conciliatory relationship with Russia. While the televangelists were still referring to Russia as the representative of the Antichrist on Earth, Clinton praised Russia for the swift disarmament of its nuclear arsenal. He curried some favor with his listeners by adopting an aggressive tone towards Iran and describing some of cutting-edge military equipment and technology the USA supplied to Israel. Keith Weissman, a leading analyst in AIPAC in those days, recalled that AIPAC's main goal was to prevent American aid to the newly established Palestinian Authority, and the method deployed was, according to another AIPAC official, demonization of the Palestinians as terrorists. But AIPAC did make an attempt to appease the president. For the first time, some Arab journalists were invited to its conference. At least some of its leaders contemplated the future of a meaningful Pax Americana under Clinton and were willing to temper their criticism of the peace process to allow for that. But events removed all need for moderation. Only a few months after AIPAC convened, Yitzhak Rabin was assassinated by a right-wing extremist. Netanyahu won the following election, and with that, Likud was back in charge. At the end of the day, AIPAC's 37th annual conference was just words. AIPAC granted Clinton its support for the Oslo Accords, and in return received promises from Clinton that he would sanction Iran, consider moving the American embassy to Jerusalem, and provide large-scale military aid to Israel. Clinton's second term in office was a different story. On one hand, these were the golden years of the Christian Zionist lobby and the onset of its honeymoon with Netanyahu's Likud party, which was about to dominate Israeli politics in the next century. AIPAC soon took the role of second fiddle not only to that of the Christian Zionist lobby, but also to that of the neocon movement. In the 1990s, the neocons became a force with which the lobby wanted to work more closely. Their various think tanks developed close links with the Likud party, in power between 1996 and 1999. Already then, their independent view was that Israel should repudiate the Oslo Accords and that the USA should go to war against Iraq. One such advocacy group was the Institute for Advanced Strategic and Political Studies, with offices in both Washington and Jerusalem. A typical publication of this body was entitled A Clean Break, a new strategy for securing the realm, which advocated that Israel repudiate the Oslo Accords and seek permanent annexation of the West Bank and the Gaza Strip. Even more provocatively, it urged Israel to support Jordan in advocating restoration of the Hashemite monarchy in Iraq and the elimination of the regime of Saddam Hussein, an important Israeli strategic objective in its own right. 200. The report was in fact commissioned by Benjamin Netanyahu, and the team of well-known neocons was led by Richard Pearl. The Clean Break paper appealed to Likud's general strategic vision. A preemptive war against Iraq would legitimize the principle of using force to solve diplomatic and political problems, which Israel has done on several occasions, most notably in the wars of 1956, 1967, and 1982. 2 days after receiving a copy of the Clean Break paper, Netanyahu delivered an address to a joint session of Congress, embracing several of its propositions. The Wall Street Journal published excerpts from the paper the same day and editorially endorsed it on 11 July 1997. For its part, on 26 January 1998, the Project for the New American Century PAAC, another neocon outfit, dispatched a letter to President Bill Clinton urging that he launch a war against Iraq. The signatories included the creme de la creme of American neoconservatism: William Kristol, Dick Cheney, Louis Libby, Donald Rumsfeld, Paul Wolfowitz, Elliot Abrams, and Zalmay Khalilzad. Unhappy that Clinton did not heed their advice, the same group repeated their proposals in letters to the Speaker of the House, Newt Gingrich, and the Senate Majority Leader Trent Lott on May 29, 1998. The result of efforts by PAAC and others was the passage of the Iraq Liberation Act of October 1998, which announced the switch in U.S. policy on Iraq from disarmament to regime change. This legislation was adopted weeks before Clinton ordered the UNSCOM inspectors out of Iraq and launched Operation Desert Fox, 4 days of intensive bombing. By 1998, AIPAC was closely associated with the neocon perspective on American policy in the Middle East, as was the Likud party. AIPAC's shift to the right, in America and in Israel, deepened its internal divisions, which translated into a decline in funding from the American Jewish community. Towards the end of both Netanyahu's first term in office and that of Clinton, the American administration began to be impatient with the Israeli prime minister. The White House Foreign Affairs spokesperson noted that the ball is not in the Palestinian court, the ball is in the court of the Israelis to try to work with the Palestinians and work with us to come to a second yes. We have a yes from the Palestinians, and we are looking to get ourselves in a position where the Israelis can say yes as well. U.S. pressure bore fruit, and a reluctant Netanyahu joined Yasser Arafat and a very ill King Hussein of Jordan to sign some agreements. The most important of these was the 1998 Y River Memorandum, an agreement on redeployments of Israeli forces and closer cooperation between the Palestinian Authority and the Israeli Security Services against attacks by Hamas and Palestinian Islamic Jihad, a group founded in 1981 and heavily influenced by the Iranian Revolution. These efforts were largely in vain. Netanyahu's outlook meant that for all intents and purposes, the Oslo Accords were dead. It was to be expected that Netanyahu's insincere commitment to honoring Israeli commitments under Oslo would lead to some rebuke from the Clinton administration. But this amounted to nothing more than some minor expressions of dismay. What mattered was that Clinton continued to supply brand new military equipment to Israel and intensified the collaboration in joint military exercises. AIPAC had virtually nothing to do, and yet it continued to criticize the State Department, which was bizarre since its policies were pro-Israel compared to those of previous years. Since the days of the Nixon administration, when Joseph Sisko became Assistant Secretary to the Bureau of Near Eastern Affairs, the NEA succeeded the old Near East division. The State Department had transformed from a power base of Arabists into a department closely linked to liberal Zionists, both in the USA and in Israel. The process was continued by Henry Kissinger, who staffed the relevant section of the State Department with liberal Zionist Jews and sympathetic non-Jews. It culminated with the appointment of Dennis Ross and Martin Indyk, both former employees of AIPAC, by Clinton. As the scholar Leon Hodder put it, Indyk and Ross virtually guaranteed that the American approach to Israel would never run against the consensus in the American Jewish community. Indyk and Ross were not Likudniks, unlike those who replaced them in AIPAC, and hence AIPAC had cause to be disappointed with them. Pro-Israel and enemy of AIPAC are not mutually exclusive terms. However, the right wing in Israel, once in power, indicated in a war of words that these officials were hostile to Israel. Neither side took this verbal sparring to heart, as American policy continued to favor Israel in every meaningful way possible. As it approached the 21st century, the lobby faced old and new challenges. The most important of these was the seismic change in American public opinion, including within the Jewish community, towards Israel's policies in historical Palestine. As Kennan told his disciples back in 1957, challenges only made AIPAC more aggressive and determined in a century. When it lost the moral high ground but still had a lot of money, political influence, and powerful Christian Zionist allies, AIPAC did become more aggressive, but the challenge facing it became more formidable. Israel couldn't shield its reputation and the image of its lobbies abroad from the consequences of its brutal actions, a daily tale of demolitions, political arrests, closures Seger in Hebrew of villages and towns, abuse of civil and human rights, and the killing of Palestinians, including women and children. Up until the cataclysm of 9/11, Israel's moral standing was on the decline. But when planes flew into the World Trade Center, everything changed. America reacted with a surge in anti-Arab sentiment and aggressive and disastrous military interventions in the Middle East. The window of opportunity for reconsidering the U.S.'s relationship with Israel was now closed. It would take a long time to reopen. Lobbying for Israel in 21st century America. Hope and despair, the Bush Jr. era, 2001 to 2009. As we've seen, the Clinton administration steered discussion of Israel and Palestine into dangerous waters, for AIPAC at least, if not for Israel itself. Its official recognition of Palestinian interests, even if it amounted to empty words, was not to AIPAC's taste. Even if its former staff were in charge, their liberalism now clashed with AIPAC's alignment with the right. But things were now set to change. The very beginning of the 21st century breathed new life into the work of the lobby, beginning with the Second Intifada in 2000, which effectively killed off the Oslo Accords for good. Even though the Intifada was triggered by the failure of the Camp David summit, Clinton did not apportion any blame to Israeli intransigence, choosing to blame Arafat instead. But he himself was on his way out. The 2000 presidential elections would be a landmark in AIPAC's history. For the first time, both presidential candidates addressed its annual convention. Al Gore needed AIPAC's financial and political support, and hence the outgoing Democratic administration headed up by Clinton was reluctant to put any pressure on Netanyahu or his successor Ehud Barak to change their position. This yet again illustrates how the lobbying infrastructure in the USA, as well as in Britain, became so embedded into political life that active exertion wasn't necessary. Gore and Clinton did not need to be reminded by AIPAC or any other unit in the elaborate lobbying infrastructure that their policy towards Israel could influence their success in the domestic elections. Al Gore's and George Bush Jr.'s messages to the delegates seemed indistinguishable. Both speeches reiterated the commitment to a strong Israel. Both condemned the trial of 13 Jews in Iran who were tried as spies for Israel. They both backed a peace process, and accordingly, they both were greeted with the same loud applause. They differed on one issue. Bush promised to move the embassy to Jerusalem, although he got it wrong and promised only to move the ambassador. This could have been interesting, and Gore did not mention the issue at all. As the U.S. had chosen to respect the 1949 UN resolution regarding the international status of Jerusalem, the American embassy was based in Tel Aviv. Although Congress had backed moving the embassy to Jerusalem, the Clinton administration declared such a move counterproductive. A more nuanced variation in the two speeches involved Bush's reference to Clinton's peace efforts hitherto. Bush indirectly scolded Clinton's identification with the so-called peace camp in Israel when he promised not to interfere in Israeli domestic politics. Bush, however, was still associated with his father's harsher attitude towards Israel, and thus may have felt in 2000 that he was less favored than Gore among that audience. If that convention made observers believe that AIPAC was finally going along with the Clinton philosophy of supporting the peace camp in Israel without changing Israel, as actual policies, it all changed in the wake of a series of events at the end of 2000 and into 2001. In October 2000, the Second Intifada burst out, triggered by an uninvited visit by Ariel Sharon, then the leader of the opposition, to Haram al-Sharif, the holy site of the Al-Aqsa Mosque. It was caused by frustration about the new map of disaster and oppression the Oslo Accords created on the ground. This dissected the West Bank into a large number of Palestinian enclaves connected by roads monitored by Israeli checkpoints, where Palestinians were abused daily and coerced into serving as collaborators, and allowed Israel to encircle the Gaza Strip with barbed wire, turning it into a dense open prison. Peace was no longer on the agenda. This was followed by the 9/11 attack on the Twin Towers of the World Trade Center in New York and the Pentagon in Washington. This period turned out to be more comfortable for AIPAC and the pro-Israel lobby at large. They now had a new president in the White House, George W. Bush Jr. It seems that he was able to disassociate himself from his father among the American Jews who voted Republican. His message was appealing. My support for Israel is not conditional on the outcome of the peace process, or in other words, he supported the Israeli rejection of the Palestinian demands. A few months into his term in office, the AIPAC mouthpiece The Near East Report noted that the Bush administration backed Israel's stance that political negotiations cannot resume amid the continuing violence, which was launched by the Palestinians. After 9/11, the Hawks were back in charge of AIPAC, and they were quick to reassert their authority. The lobby began commodifying a narrative that linked terrorism with Islam and Palestine. Unconditional support for Israel was now a pillar of the new war on terror. The question was, how would the new Republican administration deal with the situation in Palestine, and what would be its basic attitude towards Israel? Forsaking Palestine yet again. Bush's main desire was to distance himself from the Israel-Palestine issue as far as he could, but the circumstances did not always allow it. His reservations about taking any kind of strong stand are indicated by his refusal to renew the position of a special envoy to the Middle East. The last one was Dennis Ross. But developments on the ground ruled out such an aloof approach. Daniel Zofby's title for his book, describing the endless haphazard changes in Bush's policy every time he had to respond to a new challenge in the real world, was apt. Indecision points. AIPAC was not the only body closely watching the new president. Other actors on the scene revealed themselves when the president decided to appoint Daniel C. Kurtzer as an ambassador to Israel. The Christian Zionists, together with Morton Klein, president of the Zionist Organization of America, objected to the appointment. A hawkish group called Americans for a Safe Israel, founded in 1970, called upon the president to find a Bible-believing Christian instead of Kurtzer, who was an Orthodox Jew. In their eyes, this appointment probably implied too much distance from their idiosyncratic reading of the Bible as a book that adjures Israel to annex the West Bank and Gaza Strip. As their website states, IFSI was founded in 1970 as an American counterpart to the Land of Israel movement, asserting Israel's historic, religious, and legal rights to the land reclaimed in the 1967 war. They had their own candidate, Edward E. McAteer, founder of another Christian Zionist outfit, Religious Roundtable, and close friend of the televangelist Jerry Falwell, who told the press he was interested in the job. As for Klein, he described Kurtzer as someone who praised Arafat and the PLO as moderates and hence unsuitable for the job. However, this campaign failed since AIPAC did not join it, and thus Kurtzer's appointment was approved. After 9/11, Bush found himself facing an Arab world that demanded a reward for collaborating with the American war on terror. Another challenge was the intensification of violence on the ground in 2002, when a suicide bomber entered a hotel in Netanya during a Passover Seder, killing 30 civilians and injuring 140. This led to Operation Defensive Shield, in which Israel practically reoccupied the whole of the West Bank and the Gaza Strip, using tanks and aircraft in the process, culminating in the massacre of many in the Jenin refugee camp in April 2002. These developments prompted the Bush administration to take a deeper interest in de-escalating the conflict in this area at least. In the background was a clear Saudi initiative in 2002, supported by the Arab League, offering recognition of Israel in return for a genuine two-state solution. The Bush administration sent several envoys, who here and there obtained short ceasefires, meetings between the sides, and plans for more diplomacy in the future, but in reality changed little. AIPAC was called into action when President Bush sharply urged Israel to withdraw immediately from the newly occupied spaces run by the Palestinian Authority. Do it without delay, he exhorted the Israeli Prime Minister Ariel Sharon. The response was a huge demonstration organized by the lobby in Washington on May 5, 2002, demanding that the president stop. Pressuring Israel, a message also passed on by leading neoconservatives and Christian Zionists, two important constituencies of the president's electoral power. Bush changed the tone of his next public references to the situation in Palestine. The lobby also recruited the majority leader of the House, Tom DeLay, to organize a similar appeal from Republican members. The overall message was clear: give Israel a free hand to quell the Second Intifada. By June 2002, Bush and Sharon were on the same wavelength. The president implored the Palestinians to elect a new leadership, a call well received by AIPAC and Israel. But unexpectedly, Arafat and the neighboring Arab countries snatched this opportunity, which was followed by an American commitment to a roadmap that would lead to a Palestinian state. Arafat appointed a prime minister to run the affairs of the Palestinian Authority, Mahmoud Abbas. The Arab world backed these moves and responded positively to the idea that a step-by-step roadmap would lead eventually to the establishment of an independent Palestinian state in the West Bank and the Gaza Strip. But at the same time, the harsh Israeli oppression continued, as did the Palestinian guerrilla attacks against civilians inside Israel and there was no move towards such a roadmap. In September 2003, Mahmoud Abbas resigned, and America was engaged in a new imperialist adventure, the Anglo-American invasion of Iraq. The Christian and Jewish cheerleaders for the Iraq War, John Mearsheimer and Stephen Walt, allege that AIPAC's involvement in building consensus in the U.S. administration for the invasion of Iraq in 2003 was both central and indisputable. This is true, but there was another group, nascent in the Reagan, Bush Sr. and Clinton administrations, pushing for war with Iraq, the neoconservatives. Eventually, Israeli politicians, AIPAC and the neoconservatives, worked in tandem and formed a powerful pressure group in favor of invading Iraq. Let us begin with the Israeli impact. At first, as Mearsheimer and Walt point out, Israel under Ariel Sharon was skeptical about such an invasion and preferred to see American action against Iran, but he was persuaded that Iraq was only the first step, and Israel lent its support to those in the administration who advocated such an action. As early as August 2002, Sharon told the Knesset's Foreign Affairs and Defense Committee that Iraq was the greatest danger facing Israel. In the same month, he warned the Bush administration that postponing the attack would allow Saddam to accelerate his weapons program. From that moment onward, Israel's top propagandist, Benjamin Netanyahu, was enlisted in the campaign to persuade people in America of the validity of the invasion. The urgent need to topple Saddam is paramount, he told the American Senate in 2002, adding that such a campaign deserves the unconditional support of all sane governments. Later, he wrote op-eds for the New York Times and the Wall Street Journal, entitled The Case for Toppling Saddam, and stated, "Nothing less than dismantling his regime will do." And another recruit was Shimon Peres, Israel's foreign minister, who told CNN, "Saddam Hussein is as dangerous as bin Laden, and therefore the USA cannot sit and wait." Last but not least, Ehud Barak, the former Israeli prime minister, suggested in an op-ed in the Washington Post that the Bush administration should first of all focus on Iraq and the removal of Saddam Hussein. AIPAC amplified these efforts by the Israeli state and boasted about their role. Howard Kaur, the CEO of AIPAC, told the New York Sun in January 2003 that one of AIPAC's greatest successes was in lobbying Congress to approve the initiation of a war. And indirectly, the publisher of U.S. News and World Report, Mortimer Zuckerman, chair at the time of the Conference of Presidents of Major American Jewish Organizations, used his magazine to call for a war. Jewish leaders of official outfits such as the American Jewish Committee and reform bodies were all putting pressure on the administration to invade. The sentiment was summarized succinctly by Gary Rosenblatt, editor of the Jewish Week. Washington's imminent war on Saddam Hussein is an opportunity to rid the world of a dangerous tyrant who presents a particularly horrific threat to Israel. He went on to say, "The Torah instructs that when your enemy seeks to kill you, kill him first." 17. AIPAC began lobbying for the war from the end of December 2001 until the use of force was approved by Congress in 2002 and the war commenced. It published a briefing book for its membership and congressional offices, presenting information and analyses. It contained the following statement: "As long as Saddam Hussein is in power, any containment of Iraq will only be temporary until the next crisis or act of aggression." Its newsletter, the Near East Report, had in its editor's comments on October 7, 2002, a totally unfounded analysis of Saddam Hussein's involvement in the 9/11 attacks. At times it was hinted by AIPAC that Yasser Arafat was part of the conspiracy. Years later, the 9/11 Commission report stated clearly, "To date, we have seen no evidence that these or the earlier contacts ever developed into a collaborative operational relationship. Nor have we seen evidence indicating that Iraq cooperated with al-Qaeda in developing or carrying out any attacks against the United States." There were other strong indicators of how AIPAC influenced American policy on Iraq. On the eve of the war, after the USA failed to get UN approval, Rep. James Moran, Democrat, Virginia, told a meeting of his constituents that, if it were not for the strong support of the Jewish community for this war with Iraq, we would not be doing this. Leaders of the organized Jewish community of Greater Washington, along with several of Moran's fellow congressional Democrats, seized upon these remarks and forced the representative to issue a rather pathetic retraction. Though this incident had no practical policy implications, the brief media furore that followed Moran's comment exposed the ambiguity in the pro-Israel lobby when it came to assessing its own role in pushing America towards a war in Iraq. They could not deny that it was in Israel's interest, which they represented in the USA, to persuade the USA to go to war. On the other hand, the moment the war became less popular, they didn't want to look like they had anything to do with it. The best way forward was to accuse congressmen such as Moran of anti-Semitism and hope it would distract everyone from looking too closely at the issue. Moran's swift apology demonstrated how much Congress representatives felt the need to toe the line, allowing the lobby to manage its own image in the eyes of the public. AIPAC's impact on the decision to go to war should also be viewed in light of its connections with American neoconservatism. Even before the invasion, a group of neoconservatives, strongly linked to Israel's Likud party, became influential in shaping George W. Bush's Middle East policy. We should remember that AIPAC did not represent American Jews as such, but only a small portion of them, and secondly, among the people who influenced Bush's policy in the Middle East and pushed for the war, there was a large number of non-Jews, most prominently Dick Cheney and Defense Secretary Donald Rumsfeld. The link between the most hawkish elements of the pro-Israel lobby and the second Bush administration was based on a convergence of interests and ideology. The neocons did not need any prompting from AIPAC. They had been pushing for a war since the early 1990s. They pursued the invasion more zealously after 2001 and tried to substantiate their advocacy for war on a professional basis through research in many think tanks and institutions. Like amoebas, these outfits transmuted or reappeared as new bodies. After the 9/11 attacks, the same personalities could be found on the Defense Policy Board, which emerged as an advocacy group calling upon the White House to remove Saddam Hussein by force. They carried out their own erroneous research that linked Saddam Hussein with al-Qaeda. They even claimed there had been a meeting between Iraqi intelligence and the hijackers in Prague prior to 9/11. The Czech intelligence services have adamantly denied that such a meeting ever took place. This all led to the infamous open letter written by the board to President Bush on September 20, 2001 that stated, "Even if evidence does not link Iraq directly to the September 11th attack, any strategy aiming at the eradication of terrorism and its sponsors must include a determined effort to remove Saddam Hussein from power in Iraq. Failure to undertake such an effort will constitute an early and perhaps decisive surrender in the war on international terrorism." The neocon movement was far more ambitious than AIPAC, and its expectations of the American administration and visions of the future were not confined to Israel. They were dreaming of changing the entire Middle East region, remaking it in their image. Their ideal scenario was a region transformed by force and coerced into being subordinate to the West, or at least domesticated by the West. Within this imagined political cartography, one can find a greater Israel stretching over the whole of historical Palestine. The neocons rejected the Oslo Accords, as well as the idea of a Palestinian state. The links now among opposing Palestinian statehood, supporting apartheid Greater Israel, and endorsing an aggressive policy in the region as a whole up to and including the invasion of Iraq, ought to have prompted more serious criticism from within the American establishment. So, why did no dissident tendency emerge? The graduates of the Washington Institute for Near East Policy, Dick Cheney, Donald Rumsfeld, his deputy Paul Wolfowitz, and Richard Pearl, got Colin Powell on side and pushed for a military attack on Iraq. At the same time, another, more consensual assault on al-Qaeda was contemplated in Afghanistan. Each one of these figures would participate in the annual AIPAC conference, and each time they spoke, they reaffirmed unconditional support for Israel's policy vis-à-vis Palestine and the Palestinians. Since these prime movers of the neocon lobby for war and Israel's annexationist policies were partly employed in outfits associated with AIPAC, we can see how a coalition of sorts became a powerful voice, eventually persuading the White House to occupy Iraq in 2003. This was a pseudo-academic coalition that advised the Bush administration on the basis of research to forego any meaningful attempt to facilitate a peace process and adopt an aggressive policy in the Arab world. In tandem with AIPAC, this group presented the invasion of Iraq first and foremost as an action to defend Israel against weapons of mass destruction allegedly developed by Saddam Hussein, rather than retribution for 9/11. 24. The lack of evidence for such weapons did not trouble their consciences too much. Dick Cheney, who was part of the entourage supporting the war in Iraq, was also a moving spirit behind a group that supported similar action against Iran. This was a body he created called Freedom's Watch, which worked in conjunction with the Jewish Republic Coalition, formerly known as the National Jewish Coalition that was founded already in 1985. Its other close partner was the American Enterprise Institute for Public Policy Research, a veteran neocon institution. Freedom's Watch, according to the New York Times, tried to convene a private pressure group that would urge the administration to wage war against Iran. Years later, when the British Parliament demanded explanation from its former Prime Minister, Tony Blair, for his ill-fated decision to join the war, he told an inquiry commission about a meeting he had with Bush in Crawford, Texas, in April 2002, where Israeli officials were present and the Israeli connection to a prospective action against Iraq was discussed. He recalled that the Israel issue was big at the time. It took only a year for the world to realize that the invasion of Iraq wasn't all it was cracked up to be, and that bragging about the lobby's role was inadvisable, to say the least. But the work of the lobby, in its neocon, Christian Zionist, and Jewish stripes, set a precedent for how administrations related to the lobby for the next decade. Despite the seemingly universal consensus about the invasion that AIPAC sought to portray, The reality is that the American Jewish community at large did not support the war. Sadly, as Jewish community bodies had been co-opted to such an extent by the Israeli state, they no longer had a vehicle to express their opposition. The Israeli government, neocons and Christian Zionists, all of whom AIPAC closely collaborated with, helped make the invasion of Iraq possible and must be held responsible for the catastrophes that followed: civil war, state collapse, the rise of the Islamic State, and the ongoing refugee crisis. AIPAC and Israel encouraged the American propensity for bellicose Middle Eastern policies. But as soon as the war erupted, AIPAC had to navigate carefully between its enthusiasm and the growing opposition to the war once the first coffins of American soldiers arrived from both Iraq and Afghanistan. This difficulty of this navigation was clearly displayed at AIPAC's 2003 convention. War on Iraq is good for Israel. There were two interlinked issues that troubled the organizers of the 2003 annual conference of AIPAC. Firstly, the administration's support for the roadmap that would lead to the establishment of an independent Palestinian state in the West Bank and the Gaza Strip, and secondly, the question of how to downplay AIPAC's enthusiasm for the war at a time when it could well become as unpopular as the Vietnam War in the 1960s. AIPAC's leadership suspected that their guest of honor, President George Bush Jr., would repeat his support for a roadmap as an attempt to appease the pro-American camp in the Arab world. Just before its 2003 convention, AIPAC, even more than the Israeli government, reacted nervously to Bush's attempt to build an international coalition in Iraq by promising a roadmap after a Palestinian prime minister with real authority had taken office. This was a convenient ploy by Israel's government to make progress conditional on something that was always subjective and hence always up for debate, in this case demanding a prime minister with real authority in a territory he could have no real authority over. American policymakers followed suit and obfuscated any promise of a vision for justice for Palestinians, to the point that the gestures were meaningless. This was illustrated by a string of contradictory statements that voided each other. Thus, in March 2003, the State Department spokesman, Richard Boucher, said that the roadmap was non-negotiable, while other State Department and National Security Council officials explained immediately after this that everything was open for further discussion. But AIPAC's worries were dispelled when they realized that the adventure in Iraq delayed any clear American policy on the roadmap. On the eve of the convention, AIPAC leaders informed the media that they had been heartened by the White House's reluctance to embrace the roadmap during the Iraq crisis and its willingness to delay its implementation at Israel's request. But AIPAC wasn't happy to rest on its laurels. It couldn't risk someone genuinely committed to the peace process whispering in the president's ear. It took the precautionary step of calling repeatedly for congressional legislation that would codify the condition that Bush stipulated in his June 24, 2002 speech, in which he called for an interim Palestinian state, but only after a complete cessation of violence against Israel and the replacement of the Palestinian Authority leadership as legally binding. AIPAC convinced lawmakers in the House, but not in the Senate, to offer such legislation and place it inside bills related to funding offered to the Palestinian Authority and other Palestinian organizations. The theory was that legislation that held Bush to the parameters of his June speech could offset the influence of the roadmap. In the words of AIPAC's president, Amy Friedkin, "We will be lobbying for support for the roadmap that implements the president's June 24th vision." 30. This was a redundant exertion on AIPAC's part. It was simply an assertion of their own power. American aid did flow into the West Bank and the Gaza Strip, and this was a part of American policy that AIPAC was unable to stop, however. Suggestions about moving Israel onto the roadmap leading to a two-state solution were only hollow words, and everyone knew it. In any case, the Iraq War put any talk of a roadmap out of sight and out of mind. "I don't think there will be that much talk about the roadmap," said Morris Amate, former executive director of AIPAC, to the Jewish press on the eve of the 2003 conference. "Unless the war is over by then, everything will be focused on the war." The war did not end with the deposition of Saddam Hussein. Iraq still feels the repercussions now. The invasion also meant that the 2003 conference was a muted affair. There was a widespread belief that Israel via AIPAC had played a crucial role in the decision to invade Iraq without a mandate from the UN, and AIPAC didn't want to make that connection any stronger. "I believe that we don't have to choose between being pro-Israel and being a patriotic American," Amy Friedkin told the Jewish press. But nonetheless, the U.S. held back from stating Israel's role openly, and it shied away from proclaiming its work in protecting Israel from attacks in Baghdad. The Jewish Telegraph summarized the dilemma in the following way. In a perfect world, AIPAC would highlight the role Israel has played in U.S. efforts against Iraq and the job the United States has done to protect Israel from possible attacks from Baghdad. In the real world, however, the United States has tried to downplay Israel's role, even keeping it off the list of countries in its coalition of the willing, to prevent a potential backlash from the Arab world. In reality, Israel was part of the coalition of the willing, the 49 nation states that the administration identified as supporting the Anglo-American assault on Iraq. When AIPAC met for its 2003 convention, it was reluctant to declare an official position on the situation in Iraq to avoid intensifying the aspersions already being cast. But AIPAC's website was happy to boast about Israeli weapons utilized by coalition forces against Iraq, referring to the Israeli Hunter and Pioneer drones and Pappé air-to-surface missiles used in Iraq. Although the war was controversial in American civil society, sparking some of the biggest protests the country had ever seen, the pro-Israel lobby practically unanimously supported the invasion. Abraham Foxman, national director of the Anti-Defamation League, said, "There was no need for Jews to get ahead of the curve on Iraq by speaking out before. The White House decided whether to go to war," and added, "But now that the United States has invaded Iraq, it is appropriate for the Jewish world to support it." Amy Friedkin echoed the consensus of the lobby, conscious of the advantages of Middle East issues now making the daily headlines. "We are very aware that we are at war," Friedkin told the Washington Post, and while we are celebrating the relationship of the United States and Israel, we need to support American troops and support the efforts for democracy to be built in the Middle East. Accordingly, AIPAC's 2003 conference was the one place Colin Powell, now notorious for presenting the falsified report about Iraq's weapons of mass destruction, could find a warm reception. Powell was personally addressed by Silvan Shalom, Israel's foreign minister at the time, who attended the conference. Shalom praised Powell for the attack on Iraq. In his speech, Shalom imbued America's invasion with significance that even Powell might have struggled to agree with. Even as we speak, Allied forces are engaged in combat in Iraq. While Operation Iraqi Freedom is advancing, it is not a simple undertaking and involves high risks. The tyranny of Iraqi rulers today has its roots in ancient Babylon of biblical times. The prophet Jeremiah referred to the dangers posed by Babylon, Iraq of today, to the region, and to God's punishment for the cruel despots of the land of two rivers. Some would say Jeremiah prophesied current events. He said, and I quote, "I will raise against Babylon an assembly of great nations from the north country, for she has sinned against God." Tonight, I would like to offer our prayers for the safety of the heroic men and women of the coalition forces. Your courage and bravery are for a great and historic cause. Success in Iraq will pave the way for new hope in the Middle East, for new hope for Israel, for new hope for the rest of the world. Freedom, democracy, and human rights should no longer be foreign terms for the people of the region. Believe me, nothing will make us happier than knowing that Israel is no longer the sole democracy in the Middle East. Although Israeli guests could be unabashed in their support for the war, AIPAC's leadership had to walk a tightrope, given that anything from a third to a half of the U.S. public had reservations about the war. The war inhibits your desire to want to trumpet the relationship at a time when the United States and Israel are downplaying it, said Doug Bloomfield, former legislative director for AIPAC. But conference attendees can highlight common values and common issues, he added, in an attempt to justify the huge enthusiasm on the floor for the invasion. The invasion wasn't AIPAC's only image problem in 2003. Its bipartisanship was seen by many as a facade for its complete commitment to the Republicans. Any dissent from the floor from Republican consensus was swiftly shut down by lobby officials. When Leon S. Forth, the former national advisor to Al Gore, expressed his misgivings about the utility of imposing democracy by force on a foreign country, he was scolded by the moderator AIPAC's Steve Rosen, who declared, "God willing, we're going to have a great victory in Iraq," and was cheered loudly by the attendees. Conscious of these tensions, Israel also advised AIPAC to tone down their embrace of the war in public debate in the U.S. "We do not need to shout," advised Eyal Arad, who used to be Ariel Sharon's campaign's advisor, realizing that the Bush administration did not wish to expose Israel's role in the discussions and preparations for the assault. But in Israel itself, there was no need for moderation. American taxpayers might have seen the war as a dubious use of their dollars, but AIPAC saw it as a time to raid the federal piggy bank. It was decided to use the 2003 conference to encourage Congress to approve the White House's proposal for $1 billion of military aid and $9 billion in loan guarantees for Israel. The argument was that it was a small percentage of the overall anticipated $100 billion expenditure for the Afghanistan and Iraq campaigns. By that time, such congressional support was obtained by a well-oiled advocacy machine whose actions were aptly depicted in Morlushi's documentary, Kings of Capitol Hill. In the film, you can see on Capitol Hill side rooms rented informally by AIPAC, in which members of both houses were introduced to potential donors for future electoral campaigns, donors who represented groups and firms that had nothing to do with Israel, while at the same time the guests were briefed by AIPAC on the positions they should hold vis-a-vis American policy towards Israel and the Middle East. Extra aid to Israel could have gone down badly in the midst of war, tax cuts and a deficit, but the pro-Israel lobby knew the wheels of the perpetual motion machine they had spent decades building were still turning, and it would ensure that there would be bipartisan support from congressional leaders on military aid to Israel, even at that difficult moment in American fiscal history. It did not always get what it was asking for. When it sought $4 billion in military aid, it had to be content with only a quarter of that amount. AIPAC President Amy Friedkin told the Jewish press that AIPAC would lobby for whatever package the Bush administration and Israel would agree to. After the conference, and throughout 2004 up to the November elections, AIPAC still had one reservation. The Bush administration was still making public endorsements of the two-state solution and declaring its adherence to the basic guidelines adopted by other members of the quartet to which America belonged: Russia, the UN, and the EU. The Middle East Quartet, as it is known, was established in 2001 in the wake of the Second Intifada and as part of the international effort to secure a ceasefire. A year later in Madrid, it was officially declared as an initiative to bring about the two-state solution to the Israeli-Palestinian conflict, and it located its headquarters in East Jerusalem. AIPAC's objection to this solution was voiced in the wake of an unusual lament by Bush about the undue force used by Israel against the Palestinians. AIPAC, together with the Conference of Presidents of major American Jewish organizations, and supported by Christian Zionist organizations, made sure Bush was brought back to toe the line expected of him. These organizations initiated a number of mass demonstrations and invited Benjamin Netanyahu as a key speaker at them to demand that Palestinian actions against the ongoing occupation would be seen as pure terrorism. A similar message was sent from Sharon to Bush. In the words of Tom Friedman from the New York Times, while Sharon had Arafat under house arrest in Ramallah, he's had George Bush under house arrest in the Oval Office. Bush was quick to adopt AIPAC's preferred descriptors for Palestinian resistance once again. But by the 2004 elections, they didn't need to worry, as neither candidate troubled themselves with the fate of the Palestinians. Both candidates, George Bush and John Kerry, depicted the Palestinian liberation struggle and its guerrilla warfare as terrorist activity, equating it with al-Qaeda in Afghanistan and with Saddam Hussein in Iraq. This was a very shaky argument. As evidence, both candidates resurrected the 1985 killing of Leon Klinghoffer by Palestinians who had hijacked a cruise ship he was on, and the more recent beheading of the American journalist Daniel Pearl in Afghanistan in 2002. The fact that Daniel Pearl was murdered by Pakistani fundamentalists, not Palestinian guerrillas, seemed not to register. Bush had another noticeable blind spot, namely, over 3,000 Palestinian deaths at the hands of the Israeli army since the turn of the millennium. George Bush returned to AIPAC for the first time as a sitting president for their 2004 annual convention. His 48-minute speech was interrupted by 24 standing ovations. It was mostly about his alleged success in Iraq and how much Israel benefited from American aggression there. Bush's words need no interpretation. AIPAC is doing important work. I hope you know it. In Washington and beyond, AIPAC is calling attention to the great security of challenges of our time. You're educating Congress and the American people on the growing dangers of proliferation. Moreover, flush from celebrating victory in Iraq, Bush compared Jerusalem to Baghdad as two cities that needed to be liberated from terrorism and from the enemies of freedom. And for that, he received a standing ovation. His remarks were even more welcome when he once more reiterated the possible connection between Palestinian terrorism and the new war on terror. When Bush declared, "For the sake of peace and security, we ended the regime of Saddam Hussein," the applause reached a crescendo and it rose to an even higher volume when he finally found a way to connect Saddam to terrorism against Israel by informing the audience that the Iraqi regime-sponsored terror, it paid rewards of up to $25,000 to the families of Palestinian suicide bombers. But the audience noticeably cooled when the president reiterated the U.S.'s commitment to establishing a democratic and viable Palestinian state, although to reassure them, he quickly added the qualifier that for that to happen, the Palestinians needed to renounce terrorism first and get rid of their corrupt leadership. From 2002 until the end of Bush's term in office, American political and public engagement with Israel and Palestine moved along three different tracks. The first was official negotiations with the Israeli government. For most of the time, the dealings were with Ariel Sharon as prime minister, until he suffered a severe stroke in 2006 and was replaced by Ehud Olmert. All in all, Israeli policy in particular from the moment Sharon decided to disengage from the Gaza Strip in 2004, namely pulling all the Jewish settlers out of there and leaving the Palestinians to take over, was quite well coordinated with American-Israeli actions at a governmental level. AIPAC was ambivalent towards Sharon's policies, and in particular the disengagement from Gaza. Most of its members sided with the opposition to the disengagement, but the organization hesitated to oppose an Israeli government and an American administration that fully supported its policies. What mattered more to AIPAC was its own role in the new political setup in Israel, and its main efforts were less aimed at changing Israeli policies or persuading Bush not to support them, and much more focused on maintaining its vital role in shaping the American-Israeli relationship. This is why it did not attack the government of Israel at its annual conference in 2005. At the conference, AIPAC found an effective way to show its continued vitality and usefulness. It stated its role as ensuring that Congress would find a way of compensating Israel for the concession it made in Gaza, thus continuing to build on the foundations that AIPAC and its predecessor, AZEC, had established since the midterm elections in 1944. The second track was AIPAC's attempt to control the narrative on Palestine in American civil society and to arrest the avalanche of solidarity with the Palestinians, which accelerated when activists depicted Israel as a pariah state and demanded that the administration act accordingly. For the first time, large sections of the African American and Native American communities were recruited to the global solidarity network with Palestine. The third track was the lobby's appeal to Christian Zionist and neoconservative groups to increase their influence on American foreign policy. This Judeo-Christian Zionist lobby was fighting with all its might the shift toward supporting the Palestinians that had intensified among Democrats and progressive sections of the American Jewish community. AIPAC joins the Roadmap to Nowhere, 2004 to 2005. In March 2004, the Israeli Prime Minister had just announced the Gaza disengagement plan, meaning the Jewish settlers departed and anyone could step in to fill the power vacuum. What Israel didn't plan on was Hamas winning the elections for the Legislative Assembly created by the Oslo Accords in both the West Bank and the Gaza Strip in 2006. It could justifiably claim to be the new authority in the Gaza Strip. It was powerful enough to repel a Palestine Authority attempt, backed by Israel and the USA, to topple it. These elections hence heralded a bloody and disturbing chapter in an internal Palestinian conflict that separated the West Bank from the Gaza Strip, while the latter became a military battlefield between Israel and Hamas, aided by organizations such as Islamic Jihad. This development wasn't as much of a blow to Sharon's strategy as we might expect. Disengagement meant he was free to punish the Strip without worrying about incurring collateral damage to Jewish settlers. Nor was he deterred by a developing clash within Israeli Jewish society, bringing the state to the brink of civil war in the eyes of many, due to widespread and violent demonstrations by the right in Israel against disengagement. Sharon claimed that disengagement, entirely implemented on his initiative and not from any impetus from Palestinians, was a national trauma that could never be repeated again. In other words, Israel would never disengage from the West Bank. He was not the first to resort to such gaslighting, presenting himself as a man of peace willing to concede territory, while in essence, he tightened Israel's grip on Gaza from the outside and excluded totally the West Bank from any future negotiations. Menachem Begin had sacrificed the Israeli settlements in the Sinai Peninsula for the sake of the Greater Israel, and now Sharon had sacrificed the Gaza Strip for the consensual version of the Greater Israel, incorporating the West Bank. On April 14, 2004, President Bush wrote a long letter to Prime Minister Ariel Sharon, praising his decision to disengage from the Gaza Strip. He also approved of the construction of the separation barrier within the West Bank and between the West Bank and Israel, one which was categorically condemned worldwide and partly declared illegal by the International Court of Justice. Bush wrote as if there were a promise that this wall would be temporary, pending a peace agreement. All boded well towards the beginning of 2005, although AIPAC still did not regard Sharon as the ideal leader for Israel and waited impatiently for Likud to return to power. The close ties between AIPAC and Likud could have made it a powerful voice in America against disengagement from Gaza, but as noted, the lobby cared about its power much more than about developments on the ground. And as long as Sharon and Bush recognized its power, they were welcome at AIPAC's biggest ever annual convention in 2005. Although his popularity with the lobby had waned, the Israeli Prime Minister remained AIPAC's guest of honor at its key event. It was a mutually beneficial setup. AIPAC got the prestige of Sharon's presence, and Sharon obtained AIPAC's official approval of the disengagement plan, despite its unpopularity among other members of the pro-Israel lobby. Disapproval of the plan mainly came from Morton Klein, the president of the Zionist Organization of America, once a force to reckon with, but with greatly diminished power in the 21st century. For the first time in its history, AIPAC was congratulated by organizations traditionally opposed to it within the American Jewish community, such as Americans for Peace Now, the sister organization of Peace Now in Israel. It was clear that when Sharon was about to talk to the 2005 conference, he would face some opposition from the floor, but not from AIPAC's leadership. AIPAC's best year yet, 2005. The Walter E. Washington Convention Center in Mount Vernon Square in Washington, D.C., was only 2 years old when AIPAC met there for its 2005 annual conference. The center is a 210,000 square meter complex and is run by Events DC, the entertainment authority for the District of Columbia. The firm Thompson, Ventulet, Steinbach & Associates commissioned the center from the architects Devruax and Purnell. They specialized in superblocks, gigantic edifices that were a spectacle in themselves, and this was one of their largest ever projects. On May 23, 2005, you would have found it difficult to reach the convention center. Police cars blocked every intersection leading to it. Entry was limited to those escorted by motorcade or a designated bus. The 5,000 fortunate attendees enjoyed endless quantities of food and the company of the top politicians in the country. 26,000 kosher meals, 32,640 hors d'oeuvres, 2,500 pounds of salmon, 1,200 pounds of turkey, 900 pounds of chicken, 700 pounds of beef, and 125 gallons of hummus were there to feed everyone for the 3 days of meetings, as AIPAC boasted in its press releases. It also crowed that AIPAC was at that time one of the 4 top lobby groups in America with a membership of over 100,000. The distinguished guest list was also heralded as a huge success. The Israeli guests of honor were headed by Ariel Sharon. He told the conference that his disengagement plan would strengthen Israel's security and expressed his confidence in the U.S. president's roadmap. Some attendees loudly heckled his speech. They were forcibly ejected from the conference hall by security personnel. A source who refused to be named told the Jewish Journal, "The real story is that they AIPAC were forced to make a statement supporting it, the disengagement, as part of the price of getting Sharon to speak to them at the conference." The journalist attracted his readers' attention to the fact that the mood in the hall was skeptical. This was evident every time a speaker mentioned it, the disengagement, but they had no choice. 2. Another journalist covering the event concurred with this description and reported that anyone praising Sharon from the rostrum got limited applause. Many delegates wore orange buttons, an Israeli symbol indicating support for the Gaza settlers. When Secretary of State Condoleezza Rice lauded Sharon's policy of withdrawal, she received faint applause. As for the other American politicians, readers can get a sense of how they were received from the following quotation from the Jewish Journal. During AIPAC's famous roll call, congressional guests were greeted with ovations ranging from the tepid to the tumultuous Send Lincoln Chaff R. Re, widely seen as cool towards Israel, produced barely a ripple. Send Max Lieberman, Decon, almost brought the house down. The conference was attended by a larger number of members of Congress than any other event, except for joint sessions of Congress and the State of the Union address. Had it been an election year, the sitting president would quite probably have headed the group of VIPs. For the first time in AIPAC's history, only the U.S. national anthem was played at the conference, while Hatikva, Israel's national anthem, was dropped. That led attendees at the 2005 conference to speculate that the decision to drop Israel's national anthem was an attempt by the group to show its loyalty to the U.S. government, given the growing doubt about this among some sections of American society. Senate Majority Leader Bill Frist, Republican; Tennessee Senate Minority Leader Harry Reid, Democrat; Nevada Speaker Dennis Hastert, Republican. Illinois and House Minority Leader Nancy Pelosi, Democrat; California, took to the podium to pledge their continued support for Israel. Condoleezza Rice was the first speaker in the morning, and she was followed by congressional leaders, debating American foreign policy. Those taking part in the debate, Rep. Jane Harman, Democrat; California, and the administration's informal foreign policy advisor, Richard Pearl, engaged in a neck-and-neck battle to persuade their audience that they were more pro-Israel than their interlocutors. For instance, Harman tried to curry favor with her audience, most of whom were Republicans, by reminding them that she had an aide who once worked for AIPAC, and schmoozed the audience by commending them for being very sophisticated. To top it all, she joined the crowd in celebrating Yasser Arafat's death as a blessing. But after half an hour of this, Harman could not keep up. Pearl provoked cheers from the crowd when he favored a military raid on Iran, saying that, "If Iran is on the verge of a nuclear weapon, I think we will have no choice but to take decisive action." When Harman said the best short-term option for dealing with Iran was the UN Security Council, the crowd reacted with boos. Words were accompanied by histrionics. AIPAC's multimedia show, Iran's Path to the Bomb, was displayed in the convention center's basement. The exhibit, worthy of a theme park, began with a narrator condemning the International Atomic Energy Agency for being unwilling to conclude that Iran is developing nuclear weapons. It had similar reservations about Iraq and the Security Council because it has yet to take up the issue. In a succession of rooms, visitors saw flashing lights and heard rumbling sounds. Next to them were contraptions that were meant to be yellow cake uranium pieces, alongside a presentation of a plutonium reprocessing plant. As one observer put it, there were as many nuclear warheads around as there were gallons of hummus. And yet this penchant for spectacle could not hide the fact that this was an ambiguous moment in the history of the lobby. A year before, AIPAC had dismissed its policy director and another employee in reaction to the FBI probing the possibility that they had passed classified U.S. information to Israel. Larry Franklin, a former senior analyst on the Pentagon's Iran desk, could have received a prison sentence of nearly 13 years for passing top-secret information to Steve Rosen and Keith Weissman, who worked for AIPAC at the time. These two AIPAC officials were charged under the Espionage Act. In 2009, however, U.S. Justice Department prosecutors overruled the FBI's advice to take the pair to trial and instead dropped the case. This was more than just a momentary embarrassment. Although AIPAC had successfully navigated its way out of the dangerous waters of the Pollard affair, it once more had to convince the American public that it was not simply an arm of Israeli diplomacy. The annual conference avoided mentioning these rather inconvenient matters. Most of the delegates probably did not feel any sense of panic. Again, as Dana Milbank observed, none of these issues kept the powerful from lining up to woo AIPAC. In the conference, in fact, other bodies appeared to show solidarity with AIPAC. Abraham Foxman of the Anti-Defamation League said that they were there because there is a cloud over AIPAC, and so it is important for leaders of the American Jewish community to be here and show support. 62, another delegate dismissed altogether the FBI probe into the affairs of AIPAC and told journalists the delegates were only focused on Iran. On the face of it, it looked like a moment when AIPAC had reached a pinnacle of success. Since 1949, the U.S. had passed to Israel more than $100 billion in grants and $10 billion in special loans. According to the estimates suggested by Mearsheimer and Walt, by 2005 total American aid to Israel was $154 billion and was worth more when accounting for the favorable conditions attached to loans. Other bodies that were not part of the administration annually transferred $1 billion to Israel. As Nasir Aruri notes, this is larger than the amount of money transferred by the U.S. to North Africa, South America, and the Caribbean put together. Their joint population amounts to over 1 billion people. Israel's population barely reached 9 million in 2007. Over the last 40 years, roughly $8.5 billion had been given to Israel for military purchases. Despite this, AIPAC continued to target politicians whom it deemed potentially anti-Israel. In 2002, the pro-Israel lobby successfully targeted African-American representatives Earl Hilliard, Democrat, Alabama, and Cynthia McKinney, Democrat, Georgia, leading to their defeat in the Democratic primaries. Hilliard was the Alabama congressional Democratic runoff candidate in 2002. He ran successfully in the previous 5 campaigns. His criticisms of Israel, it should be noted, were very tame, but enough to bring the wrath of AIPAC upon him. He refused to condemn the Palestinian freedom fighters as terrorists and had visited Libya in 1979. Although he was supported by the African American caucus on the Hill, AIPAC was stronger than that caucus. Consequently, his opponent, Arthur Davis, won the election. Davis received $300,000 from AIPAC, in stark contrast to the modest $1,000 Hilliard received from Arab American organizations. In the next 3 years leading up to the election of President Obama, the good times just kept rolling for the lobby. The unholy trinity of Christian Zionism, neoconservatism, and American Jewish lobbying still had immense impact on legislation, elections, and policies concerning Israel and Palestine. The Second Lebanon War in the summer of 2006, and the first of many brutal Israeli assaults to come on the Gaza Strip, triggered a new phenomenon in 2007, a liberal Zionist counter-lobby, J Street, a precursor of the more fundamental challenges that would face the lobby, and in particular AIPAC, in the Obama years and even during Donald Trump's bizarre term in office. More problematic for AIPAC was the rise of the pro-Palestinian network of solidarity, emerging around campuses, trade unions, and small communities, reacting to the extraordinary cruelty of Israel's retaliation following the Second Intifada. AIPAC was swift to try to nip these initiatives in the bud. Every local initiative for active solidarity with Palestinians was confronted with a storm of outrage by the Jewish community, in actuality, the lobby. One early case of AIPAC's deep involvement in a very localized affair was the lobby's intervention in Somerville, in the greater Boston area. It was an early prototype for AIPAC's later modus operandi. The Somerville Divestment Project, 2003 to 2004. The city of Somerville, in the metropolitan Boston area, is located north of Cambridge in Middlesex County, now numbering over 80,000 inhabitants, famous for its culture of arts and live music, and its vibrant student population. Until 2003, it had no link whatsoever to the Israel-Palestine question. But in the space of one summer, it became a crucial battleground where Palestine solidarity clashed with Israel's claim to moral legitimacy. A young high school teacher, Ron Francis, founded the Somerville Divestment Project at the College Avenue Methodist Church. The project group approached the aldermen, the city councilors, to try and persuade them to declare support for divestment from Israel, more specifically the Somerville Retirement Board, which managed the pensions of the city employees, was asked to sell its Israeli bonds and any stocks in American companies doing military business with Israel. 8 of the 11 aldermen were persuaded by the moral argument and were about to vote in favor of such a resolution. The pro-Israel lobby sprang into action. A flood of letters to the Somerville Journal convinced the mayor, Joe Curtatone, to threaten to veto the resolution. The Israeli Consulate General in Boston, as well as other lobbying organizations, began to organize locally and nationally to prepare for a public debate on November 8, 2004. Each participant had 2 minutes to talk. The pro-divestment speakers group had many Jewish members, constituting 40%. While Ifta Shavit, an ex-Israeli, supported the project wholeheartedly in an article he wrote, the lobby invited ex-military Israelis studying or working nearby to tell the board how unsafe they felt because of the project. In this David and Goliath battle, it would be David who came out the loser. The council rejected the proposal, with only one of the aldermen, Denise Provost, remaining faithful to their initial support. Nonetheless, this event in a small American city is worth revisiting. Whether the board of the city endorsed the project or not, it would not have changed anything on the ground in Palestine. And yet the pro-Israel lobby mustered all its might to defeat a symbolic gesture by civil society. This small group of Americans only wanted to signal their moral contempt for the actions of the Israeli state. Denise Provost felt it was the implications of her courageous stance in 2004 throughout her political career that brought her to the Massachusetts House of Representatives, representing the 27th Middlesex District between 2006 and 2020. In her campaign for this post, her rivals constantly reminded the electorate of her anti-Israel stance, and rich businessmen associated with the lobby funded them in the elections. She lost some votes because of this, but managed nonetheless to represent the working-class Middlesex 27th District. Her stance required fortitude, as, like so many before and after her, she was warned that the moral positions she subscribed to were tantamount to political suicide, which was probably true for a number of politicians at the local, state, and federal levels. Initiatives such as the one in Somerville began to blossom in many other parts of the United States, organized by Americans of Palestinian origin, African Americans, Native Americans, and other minority groups, showing solidarity with the oppressed Palestinians and working in tandem with growing pro-Palestinian activism among American Jewish society. They would become an even more serious challenge to AIPAC after 2004, in particular, as we shall see, after the second Israeli invasion of Lebanon in 2006. It was not easy for AIPAC, as the images emerging from the Second Lebanon War became emblematic of the devastation Israel could wreak, further eroding Israel's moral legitimacy in American civil society. As Walter Hickson tells us, the need to defend Israel's image against the clear evidence of its brutality brought AIPAC even closer to Christian Zionist bodies such as Christians United for Israel, led by an owner of a Texan megachurch by the name of Reverend John Hagee, who became a personal friend of Netanyahu and was amply rewarded by being invited by him to attend, with President Trump, the opening of the American embassy in Jerusalem in 2018. 67. The need to airbrush the horrific features of occupation and siege also brought AIPAC closer to the right wing of the Republican Party. By the end of the Bush years, bipartisanship was widely seen as a pretense on AIPAC's part. It seemed firmly aligned with Republicans. And this brings us to the third track AIPAC was moving on, alongside action vis-a-vis the president and civil society, cementing its connections with 21st century Christian Zionists and the American extreme right. Christian Zionism for the 21st century and the war on Islam. For the hardcore of Christian Zionists, Operation Shock and Awe, the Anglo-American assault on Iraq in April 2003, looked like a scene out of their own doomsday scenarios. This was the wrath of the Hebrew God that was joyously received by Christian Zionists, as well as Messianic Jews in Israel, who uncovered a theological basis for the dubious links between Islam, terror, and Palestine. The old bestseller Scofield's Bible was revived and offered a contemporary fundamentalist reading of Old and New Testaments, interpreted to command support for Israel as a literal article of faith. After 9/11, this theology had adopted a clear anti-Islamic line. In his important work on the subject, Stephen Sizer has revealed how Christian Zionists constructed a historical narrative that described the Muslim attitude to Christianity throughout the ages as a kind of genocidal campaign directed against both Jews and Christians, what were once hailed as moments of Islamic triumph. The Islamic Renaissance of the Middle Ages, the Convivencia in Al-Andalus, the golden era of the Ottomans, the emergence of Arab independence, and the end of European colonialism were recast as the satanic, anti-Christian acts of heathens. In this new historical view, the U.S. became St. George, Israel his shield and spear, and Islam their dragon. This new presentation of the old idea of Israel being on the side of Christ and its enemies as the modern Antichrists was delivered in the 21st century through a multimedia franchise run by Christian Zionists called the Left Behind Project. It started as 16 bestseller novels written by Tim LaHaye and Jerry B. Jenkins, resurrecting the ideas of the dispensationalists, as if nothing had changed in the intervening century and the apocalyptic prophecies still held as true as ever. The Antichrist this time was global communities, which represented hatred towards the forces of Christ. From its first film, Left Behind, the movie, screened in 2000, to the latest version in 2014 with Nicolas Cage, through to a PC game, the franchise has made far-fetched dispensationalist prophecies easily digestible for the American public. The introduction to the PC game Left Behind says it all, reflecting the power of informal lobbying. It enjoins players to support Israel and the equally sacrosanct imperative to identify the Muslims, the Palestinians, and the liberals of the world as antichrists who intend to destroy Israel unless America defends it. The following extended quotation is from the fan-made Wikipedia description of the PC game, which defines Israel for the players who need to help the Jewish state if they want to save the world. It refers to both the film and the game and explains that Israel is the land God has given to the descendants of Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob by a perpetual covenant. Jews are considered part of Israel. The enemies of Israel, particularly Muslim countries, refer to Israel as Palestine due to the desire of their national leaders wanting to drive its inhabitants into the sea since it became a nation in 1948. Up until this day, the land has remained in constant dispute between the Israelis and the Palestinians. Under a futuristic interpretation of the Book of Revelation in the Bible, God has not yet fulfilled some of the Old Testament prophecies related to Israel. The plot of the Left Behind series is based on this interpretation and depicts how the authors believe God may fulfill these prophecies in the future. In the next game in the series, Rapture, it is God that defends Israel from the Russians, a rescue operation predicted in the prophecy of Ezekiel, chapter 28. In the next installment, Tribulation Force, on another front, Israel reaches a 7-year agreement to exchange knowledge with Nicolae Carpathia and the global community, a liberal feminist satanic coalition led, of course, by a woman. Israel provides the global community with its knowledge of fertilizers. And in return, but not in good faith, the global community's feminist leader deviously lures Israel into believing that it can rely on the global community to defend it. It is clear that this is a terrible mistake by Israel because the global community is pro-Russian and pro-Palestinian. And, above all, it is a bunch of antichrists masked as progressive people. And betrayal does come when Nicolae desecrates the temple in Jerusalem. But not to worry, Jesus comes back and defeats the horrible Nicolae, despite the fact that she heads up a massive army, yes, in the Battle of Armageddon. And it goes on and on for another battle with Satan's army. The real final chapter in this trajectory is not to be found in the books, the PC games, or the film, although it should be part of them, the conversion of the Jews to Christianity, or their barbecuing in hell. As we can see, the basic notions of Christian Zionism have not changed in the 21st century. It continues to interpret the prophetic texts as foretelling the establishment of the State of Israel. A Lifeway poll conducted in the United States in 2017 found that 80% of evangelical Christians believe that the creation of Israel in 1948 was the fulfillment of a biblical prophecy that would bring about Christ's return, and more than 50% of them said that they supported Israel because it is important for the fulfillment of biblical prophecy. Christian Zionists were also instrumentalized through a more familiar method of persuasion, used in the past by both secular and religious lobbies, trips to Israel. These trips were no longer just pilgrimages to the holy places of Christianity. Instead, they involved collective prayers in the very heart of the Holy Land, apparently giving them a better chance of being heard by God, beseeching him to defend Israel against its enemies, ranging from Russia to progressive humanism. Islam had gradually replaced Russia as the arch-enemy. Christian Zionists in America now saw their main task as defending Israel from its regional enemies. One of the common ways of showing such a commitment was through these prayer pilgrimages. The most notable of these was a project involving tours to Israel under the banner Day of Prayer for the Peace of Jerusalem. The origins of this initiative lay in the 1990s, when Dan Mazar, the publisher and editor of a Christian Zionist mouthpiece called Jerusalem Christian Review, organized the World Prayer for Peace in Jerusalem. This event was broadcast on all the major U.S. TV networks, including CNN, and among the faithful participants were former President Ronald Reagan and the Australian Prime Minister Bob Hawke, alongside Billy Graham, Pat Robertson, Jerry Falwell, and other Christian fundamentalist household names. The concept was taken up by two Pentecostal evangelical leaders, Jack W. Hayford and Robert Stearns. They formed an organization called Eagle's Wings, the purpose of which was to combat various dangers to the Judeo-Christian world, such as secular humanism and radical Islam. And again, the best way to combat these dangers was by showing unconditional support for Israel. In 2006, the two advocates claimed that 150,000 churches around the world collaborated in staging these days of prayer. All these activities were supported by the Israeli Ministry of Tourism and the Israel Allies Foundation, IAF. The IAF is an umbrella organization of all caucuses within parliaments around the world, committed to maintaining Israel as a Jewish state and making Jerusalem the united and eternal capital of Israel. All the caucuses are modeled on the one in the Israeli Knesset called the Christian Allies Caucus. From the Israeli Knesset, the IAF coordinates the work of politicians around the world who are tasked with galvanizing support for Israel in their respective parliaments, which include both houses on Capitol Hill, although their U.S. branch was somewhat redundant, given the plethora of pro-Israel outfits on the Hill. The Christian Allies Caucus website outlines several red lines it has vowed never to cross, such as never doubting Israel's sovereignty over the whole of Jerusalem. It has branches in the Philippines, South Korea, Brazil, South Africa, Japan, Australia, Finland, Italy, Canada, Costa Rica, and Malawi. Altogether, by 2021, it had 50 affiliated groups. The perks include tours of Israel. The prime mover behind the initiative on the Israeli side was Avigdor Lieberman, the leader of the hard-right Russian immigrant party, Yisrael Beitenu. Accordingly, the IAF drifted to the right, co-opted by settlers in the occupied West Bank, and by politicians who supported the transfer of Palestinians from the West Bank to Jordan. Its main funder was Irving Moskowitz, who made his money from a diverse portfolio including hospital and casino construction. He passed away in 2016, but his family continued to aid the settlers' projects in the occupied West Bank, and in particular, efforts to de-Arabize Greater Jerusalem. Under the influence of scholars such as Samuel Huntington, the Knesset sought to situate support for Israel as part of a clash of civilizations narrative in which the Caucasus contribute to the defense of the Judeo-Christian heritage, legacy, or civilization. This was especially bizarre in light of a millennium of Christian persecution of Jews, from expulsions to pogroms to outright genocide. This now became the hegemonic discourse. Jews and Christians in the lobby for Israel were now committed to protecting Judeo-Christian values. These values really amounted to nothing more or less than unconditional support for Israel. As one of its leading figures, Uri Bank, told the Knesset, evangelical Christians are powerful in their countries and they love Israel, but they haven't been taught how to leverage that in our favor. That is what we're doing. His colleague Benny Elon added, the Christian world is Israel's most strategic ally both existentially and spiritually. Existentially, they stand up against radical Islam and their desire to destroy the state of Israel. Spiritually, Christians are our partners in the clash of cultures between our values and those of radical Islam. With the growing power of the conservative wing of the Republicans, along with what became known as the Tea Party group, the discourse on Israel was now increasingly determined by Christian fundamentalism. A candidate for the Republicans' 2016 presidential nomination, Ted Cruz, a senator from Texas and the son of an evangelical minister, made various references to heroic chapters in Jewish history, such as the rebellion against the Greeks at the end of the biblical period. Muslims, in his eyes, were the Greeks against whom Israel now had to defend itself. After one of his speeches in New York in front of a Zionist group, one of the organizers noted with satisfaction, he's aligned with the Jewish people. He's aligned with the Jewish calendar. He understands Jewish history. He understands that Jews, even though they have small numbers, persevere and are victorious because God is on Israel's side. He understands that. This Christian fundamentalist discourse is also popular among Latin American neoconservatives. For both Christian fundamentalists and neoconservatives, Israel is crucial for the defense of America, either because this is God's will, or because Israel is the bulwark against the new enemies of 21st century America, Iran, Russia, and Islamic terrorism. Combined, religion and neoconservatism make an incredibly dangerous mixture. Incidentally, Cruz's loyalty to Israel did not pay off, and he was thoroughly beaten by another ultra-pro-Zionist, Donald Trump, in the elections for the Republican candidacy in 2016. But before we reach the Trump era, when both Christian Zionists and neocons had a field day, they and AIPAC had to face a new political star that appeared on the horizon in the Democratic Party, and AIPAC immediately wanted to get its claws into him. AIPAC, after all, has no political allegiances beyond unconditional support for Israel. History never really repeats itself, but let's think of a relatively unknown Democratic nominee who first happily receives help from AIPAC to win the presidency. However, after the election, he bitterly disappoints them, even if he has done nothing that changes the balance of power in Palestine. Two names come to mind. The first is Jimmy Carter. The second is Barack Obama. Another enemy in the White House, the Obama years. The day after Senator Barack Obama gained the Democratic nomination for president, he took to the stage at AIPAC's conference to dispel any doubts they might have had and reassure the group's supporters that he was a true friend of Israel. He added, I want to say that I know some provocative emails have been circulating throughout Jewish communities across the country. A few of you may have gotten them. They're filled with tall tales and dire warnings about a certain candidate for president. And all I want to say is, let me know if you see this guy named Barack Obama, because he sounds pretty frightening. Obama reminisced at length in his speech about his childhood and recalled how the elders in his family, such as his grandfather and great-uncle, served during the Second World War, pointing out that since then he had been aware of and concerned about the horrors suffered by the Jews during the Holocaust. He also pledged to move the American embassy from Tel Aviv to Jerusalem Jerusalem will remain the capital of Israel and it must remain undivided, he told the AIPAC conference. But as often happens with presidents, his actions, including those regarding Jerusalem, didn't quite live up to his promises on the campaign trail. However, events on the ground made it very difficult for AIPAC to accept Obama as a friend, although this may also have been connected to his African-American background and his vociferous opposition to the war in Iraq. The consistent orientation taken by Israel ever since Netanyahu came to power on the basis of a coalition of Israel's extreme right exacerbated the oppression faced by the Palestinians, who by this point had been subject to a colonial project for over 100 years. A new landmark in this policy of brutalization was Operation Cast Lead. On December 27, 2008, a 3-week Israeli assault on Gaza began, which left more than 1,400 Palestinians dead and the Strip ruined, with many Palestinians losing their homes, wounded and traumatized. Israeli forces killed 4 of their own soldiers and lost another 6, along with 3 civilians. This was televised carnage, and the humanitarian crisis that followed was even more high-profile. The Israeli siege continued, and made it very difficult to rebuild, treat the injured, and re-establish any kind of normality. A UN Commission of Inquiry, officially known as the UN Fact-Finding Mission on the Gaza conflict, was dispatched to the area under the chairmanship of Judge Richard Goldstone, a South African Jew. While condemning Hamas for committing war crimes, it accused Israel of targeting Palestinian civilians intentionally. Since Israel came out of this report very badly, Goldstone was boycotted by his community in South Africa. He was not allowed to attend his grandson's bar mitzvah ceremony at the local synagogue. This may explain why, in an op-ed in the Washington Post, he refrained from accusing Israel of intentionally killing civilians. But the other members of his commission responded with an article in The Guardian, restating that this was their major finding. Somewhat surprisingly, Obama was quite tame in his reaction to Cast Lead, never blaming Israel directly, so this was not an immediate cause for friction with AIPAC. It was his next step, a historic speech he gave on June 4, 2009 in Cairo, and which won him the Nobel Peace Prize, that provoked AIPAC. He was the first president to refer to the 1948 catastrophe and rebuked Israel for its intolerable mistreatment of the Palestinians. He promised he would support the Palestinians in their desire to establish their own state. That same year, Benjamin Netanyahu won the elections in Israel and began a second term in office. Since his last term, he had established strong connections with Christian Zionists and the Republican right, and like AIPAC, he made no pretense at bipartisanship. This did not bode well for the relationship between the two men. From the moment Benjamin Netanyahu was elected in 2009, their relations soured over the Israeli prime minister's blatant lack of commitment to finding a solution to the Israeli-Palestinian conflict. Both the Israeli government and AIPAC correctly assumed that Obama would talk the Clintonian talk when it came to Palestine, but had no intention of walking the walk. After all, the personnel in the State Department were practically the same as in Clinton's time. So Obama would allow Israel's actions in Palestine, including expansion of the settlements, Judaization of large parts of the West Bank, and the harsh siege of the Gaza Strip. His tolerance would extend to defending Israel in the UN and providing it with international immunity. The talk was indeed there. His statements throughout 2009 called upon Israel to freeze the settlements in the West Bank. AIPAC reacted by organizing a petition signed by 76 senators and 329 representatives rejecting the call. But the president was forceful enough to extract from Netanyahu a freeze on new housing projects, which he did not intend to fulfill, an infraction which went unpunished by any action by the Obama administration. But Vice President Joe Biden was genuinely irritated that the violation of this commitment was announced while he was on an official visit to Israel at the end of 2010. Obama's Secretary of State Hillary Clinton's role was to sweeten the pill every time a harsh condemnation by the president was issued, and the same happened after Biden's visit. AIPAC might have attempted to reciprocate in kind, but it was outflanked by its strongest ally in American politics, the Christian Zionists, who did not hesitate to weaponize racism in the struggle against Obama's entirely meaningless commitment to a two-state solution. This African-American president was a far cry from their biased image of an American leader. Alongside the Christian Zionists, Glenn Beck, a conservative political commentator who became notorious for his claim that Obama had a deep-seated hatred for white people or the white culture, joined in the battle against a two-state solution. His message in 2010 sounded like something from the Christian Zionist AIPAC heyday. They are going to attack the center of our faith, our common faith, and that is Jerusalem. And it won't be with bullets or bombs. It will be with a two-state solution that cuts off Jerusalem, the old city, to the rest of the world. It is time to return inside the walls that surround Jerusalem and stand with people of all faiths all around the world. Beck organized mass demonstrations to convey this message, both in the USA and in Jerusalem. But most importantly of all, his diatribe had endless repeated reruns on Fox News. As described in the first volume of Obama's memoirs, A Promised Land, he was essentially bullied by Netanyahu and his supporters during his term in office. To his detriment, he failed to stand up to this pressure effectively. Netanyahu, meanwhile, made little effort to hide his animosity toward Obama throughout his presidency, going so far as to publicly feed his presidential challenger Mitt Romney in the 2012 U.S. elections. As for AIPAC's role, its impact can clearly be seen in Obama's memoirs. This book is a valuable source that provides the president's detailed descriptions of his experience as the target of a well-orchestrated campaign. He opens up about the influence of the pro-Israel lobby on U.S. lawmakers. His memoir pointedly describes the difficulties that he and, by his own admission, any U.S. lawmaker faced in pushing through policies opposed by the Israeli government and its allied domestic lobby groups. Obama paints a stark picture of a U.S. political system that, in a limited but serious way, has been compromised by foreign influence. The main message from Obama's memoirs is familiar. Any criticism of Israel by U.S. lawmakers, even when Israel had gone against U.S. policy, was subject to the lobby's wrath. Those who criticized Israeli actions too loudly risked being labeled anti-Israel or even anti-Semitic. They could have to contend with a well-funded opponent when elections rolled round. It did not help that 70% of American Jews gave Obama their vote. He had no chance with AIPAC, as they had decided a priori that Obama did not feel his outward support for the Jewish state in his guts. By the time I took office, Obama wrote, in a section reflecting on the troubled U.S. history of mediating the Israel-Palestine conflict, most congressional Republicans had abandoned any pretense of caring about what happened to the Palestinians. Religious commitments had led many white evangelical Republican voters to blindly support the Israeli government in everything. Obama went on to say that meanwhile, due to electoral and ideological considerations inside the Democratic Party, even stalwart progressives were loath to look less pro-Israel than Republicans. Now, Obama might have been thinking about the ordeal his nominee for Secretary of State for Defense, Chuck Hagel, underwent when his nomination was discussed in Congress. During his hearing before Congress, he was grilled by pro-Israel Congress members about an interview he had given to Aaron David Miller in 2006 when he said, "The Jewish lobby intimidates a lot of people on Capitol Hill. Using the word Jewish instead of Israel opened the door to accusations of anti-Semitism." He went through what Stephen Walt described as the circus of a mea culpa and had to prove his loyalty to Israel in order to salvage his nomination. At the heart of the problem, as Obama described it, stood a nexus of pro-Israel lobbying groups and activists in D.C. that exerted pressure on his presidency. At every turn, despite the fact that he considered himself fiercely protective of Israel and had provided it with strong economic, political, and military support, Obama didn't seem to think that he was the only one facing this predicament. As he wrote, members of both parties worried about crossing the American Israel Public Affairs Committee, a powerful bipartisan lobbying organization dedicated to ensuring unwavering U.S. support for Israel. "I delivered on my promise to enhance U.S.-Israel cooperation across the board," Obama pointed out, lamenting the apparent lack of gratitude in response to this support. Nevertheless, the noise orchestrated by Netanyahu had the intended effect of gobbling up our time, putting us on the defensive, and reminding me that normal policy differences with an Israeli prime minister, even one who presided over a fragile coalition government, exacted a political cost that didn't exist when I dealt with the United Kingdom, Germany, France, Japan, Canada, or any of our other closest allies. As Israel's own political drift to the far right continued, Obama went on to write, AIPAC also maintained a forceful insistence that there should be no daylight between the U.S. and Israeli governments, even when Israel took actions that were contrary to U.S. policy. This created a serious dilemma for any U.S. politician trying to maintain a commitment to liberal principles, let alone those leaning towards the left in any meaningful way. The consequences of crossing AIPAC and other pro-Israel organizations could be dire for any U.S. politician. Obama described one case in detail which illustrates the kind of pressure he was exposed to, when in 2011 he repeated his call on Israel to freeze settlements. White House phones started ringing off the hook. After Obama asked Israeli leaders to freeze settlement activity, he added that he was the target of a whisper campaign that characterized him as hostile to Israel. His own Jewish supporters were forced to fight back against this whisper campaign, alleging Obama's private hostility toward Israel, which was supposedly proven by his friendships with a few Palestinian academics and periodic expressions of sympathy for those living under Israeli occupation. These recollections are worth comparing with Obama's speech delivered to the annual AIPAC conference in 2011. Obama did all he could to stress his commitment to a strong and secure Israel as an American national interest, and continued to describe Israel in terms that were familiar and pleasant for AIPAC's conference attendees. Israel lives in a very tough neighborhood, which I saw firsthand, referring to a visit to Sderot, the Israeli development town hit by Qassam rockets launched from the Gaza Strip. He further boasted of his contribution to the security collaboration in developing the Iron Dome, the anti-rocket defense system, and described it as the best solution for the tough neighborhood. It's why we're making our most advanced technologies available to our Israeli allies. He received a large round of applause when he defined the course of future sanctions on Iran. Little did he know this would be the main bone of contention with AIPAC in his second term in office. He went further by fully adopting the Israeli position on Palestinian unity. Any agreement between Hamas and Fatah, he declared, is dangerous, and he repeated the compulsory mantra for any pro-Israel politician: Hamas is a terrorist organization. In those days, there was an additional demand: the unconditional release of the captured Israeli soldier Gilad Shalit, with no mention of the thousands of Palestinian political prisoners held by Israel. There was an indirect clash with Benjamin Netanyahu's position on the Palestine question. Obama referred in his speech to the two-state solution, adding, to applause, a pledge for a land swap and a demilitarized state at an undetermined point in the future. In Obama's second term, Operation Protective Edge in 2014 brought a new challenge to his relationship with Israel. From 8 July to August 26, 2014, Israel launched its largest operation so far against Hamas in the Gaza Strip, which, as with the operations that preceded it, turned the Strip into a disaster zone and compounded the already unbearable living conditions caused by years of Israeli siege. The death toll was higher than ever before. 2,300 Palestinians, 66 Israeli soldiers, and 6 civilians died during the operation. Events like this intensified the pro-Palestinian impulse in American society and alternative media, and sometimes fed through to mainstream media in a muted way. But AIPAC initiated frequent legislation and congressional declarations from August 2014 until the end of the year, aimed at justifying the Israeli assault as a war of self-defense. These warm words were accompanied by action. Even before the Israeli assault ended, on August 4, 2014, Congress passed legislation with an overwhelming majority providing Israel with an additional $225 million on top of its annual aid. It should be stressed that this was a bipartisan initiative. So powerful was this campaign that Obama's new Secretary of State, John Kerry, had to repeatedly scold both sides in Congress and demand that they show restraint. He expressed sorrow for the situation, while his delegation in the UN cast veto after veto on any attempt to condemn Israel in the Security Council. But there were red lines for the president, as with all presidents, and they were drawn when a deal with Iran on its nuclear capacity was seriously put on the table. While Palestinians may have hoped that the key conflict between Barack Obama and AIPAC and the pro-Israel lobby at large would be the Palestine issue, they were disappointed by the end of his 2 terms in office. Obama did clash with the lobby, but Iran was the issue, not Palestine. AIPAC mobilized over an attempt to conclude a final agreement in which Iran was willing to freeze, or at least slow down, its nuclear development in return for removal of the sanctions regime that had hitherto been led by the USA. On a hot summer day in July 2015, Palais Coburg in Vienna played host to an array of international statesmen. Already over a century old, the palace was redolent of old-world opulence, though now fitted with every modern amenity. It was designed in 1839 by the architect Karl Schleps in neoclassical style, and required high levels of constant maintenance over the years to protect it from the soot that urban modernization brought with it to many parts of the city. It took 5 years to build and was finished in 1845. It is located on the site of the city's Brown Bastion, dating back to 1555, which was demolished shortly after Palais Coburg was built. It was soon dubbed Spargelberg, the Asparagus Castle, by locals in the Austrian capital on account of its thin freestanding columns. The last Sachsen-Coburg-Koheri to own the building was Sarah Aurelia Halasch, the widow of Philip Josias von Sachsen-Coburg-Koheri, who lived there until her death in 1994, although she had sold it to a realtor in 1978. Following renovations in the 2000s, it became a luxury hotel. The hotel's white facade was polished, and its interior sparkled as it waited to receive a large number of world dignitaries, dropped off by a succession of black saloon cars. The VIP guest list was headed by the American Secretary of State, John Kerry. It was not easy for journalists to see who was arriving, as a green glass screen covered the elegant front entrance to the hotel. But they could still appreciate the beauty of the 2 stories, with the asparagus-like columns separating stylish windows. On the roof stood 6 statues, holding the old palace's marble emblem. The guests occupied all 33 suites that the hotel offered. The Austrian government went out of its way to make life as comfortable as possible for the negotiation teams. The government footed the guests' bills and offered Austria's trademark wafer biscuits and chocolate Mozartkugeln free of charge. Between meetings, the guests were treated to buffet breakfasts, lavish brunches, lunches, and dinners every day. As an industrious Guardian reporter noted, the Iranians, the Americans, and the British seemed to think that their own cuisine was superior, completely inexplicable in the case of the latter group, and each brought their own food. The Iranians green raisins and pistachios, the Americans 10 pounds of strawberry-flavored Twizzlers, 20 pounds of cheese strings, and 30 pounds of mixed nuts and raisins. The British team shuttled between Vienna and London, returning with Marks and Spencer biscuits. Only the French seemed to enjoy the local food, and even raided the famous wine cellar in the hotel. But it was not that comfortable. The 18 days of negotiations were held amid an unprecedented heat wave and, like most continental hotels, the Coburg had yet to adapt to the reality of global warming, so its air conditioning system was relatively weak. So this was a real effort on behalf of diplomats and politicians, most of whom were over 60, with all the challenges that come with age. But their efforts bore fruit, and after toiling literally day and night, they put the final touches to what became known as the Iran nuclear deal, after agreeing on its principles earlier, on April 2, 2015, in Lausanne, Switzerland. There, the USA joined the EU, Russia, and China in declaring and signing a deal with Iran that was meant to orient its nuclear capabilities towards peaceful goals. President Barack Obama said this was a historic understanding and called it a very good deal. This ended a 2-year effort by the Obama administration, which had begun in March 2013, when the U.S. commenced a series of secret talks with Iran in Oman. The election of Hassan Rouhani, considered a moderate by the West, as president of Iran, accelerated the process and the rapprochement between the two countries. When Rouhani spoke on the phone with Obama in September that year, this was the first ever contact between American and Iranian heads of state, a historic moment. An interim agreement had already been signed in Geneva in November 2013, called the Joint Comprehensive Plan of Action, and this paved the way for the Vienna Agreement. For President Obama, the hard work was only beginning. He knew that he would have to use a presidential veto to overcome the Republican majority in Congress, who also had several allies in the Democratic Party when it came to the Iran nuclear deal. He had the support of 150 Democratic House members, which was the number he needed to sustain the veto. The main campaign against the deal was run by AIPAC, with some other constituent parts of the formal and informal pro-Israel lobby. AIPAC created a new group, Citizens for a Nuclear-Free Iran. The group was furnished with $20 million. Its prime movers were anonymous, and when the New York Times approached 2 people in the new group to inquire about its financial resources, those involved stated they were not authorized to disclose more detailed information about it. AIPAC spent large sums of money in the effort to thwart the deal. $40 million were invested in this campaign. Most of the budget was spent on TV ads in the states where undecided lawmakers resided. But in many cases, the lobbyists flew to these states to exert direct pressure on the legislators living there. Sanguinely but wrongly, The Nation magazine believed that this act nearly destroyed AIPAC. It did harm the lobby, but in a less disastrous way than predicted by The Nation. This campaign was demanded and orchestrated by the Israeli Prime Minister, Benjamin Netanyahu, who, like a good general, came to the battlefield himself. Armed with insinuations of anti-Semitism and Islamophobia, doomsday scenarios and puerile graphic representations of the Iranian danger sketched on a drawing board, he came to a joint meeting of the 2 houses of Congress without an official invitation in March 2015, an appearance brokered by Israel's ambassador to the United States, along with House Speaker John Boehner, Republican, Ohio. This uninvited appearance was seen by the president and the Democratic Party as an insulting breach of diplomatic norms. Many Democrats boycotted Netanyahu's speech, as they rightly pointed out that this was part of a bid to win yet another Israeli national election. However, this show of protest by about 50 Democrats did not prevent his attendance. He gave a speech in front of a joint session of Congress. The grand rehearsal for this speech took place in front of the AIPAC 2015 annual conference in Washington. He also made a webcast, asking the American Jewish community to do all it could to thwart the Iran nuclear deal. Most pundits at the time believed that this combative speech to Congress in March went down so badly that the deal was sure to be approved. In the aftermath of this visit, AIPAC began intensive lobbying against the Iran deal. It was directed solely at the Republican Party, as any effort directed towards the Democratic Party proved to be a total failure. The lobby persuaded only 2 Senate Democrats and a handful in the House to join its campaign, while Obama secured more than the 30. 4 Senate votes needed to ensure that opponents wouldn't be able to collect the veto-proof 2/3 majority to block the deal. Obama fought back ferociously. He did not mince his words when he found out that AIPAC had invested almost $40 million in the campaign against the Iran nuclear deal. He likened those opposing his deal to those who created the drumbeat of war in the run-up to the invasion of Iraq in 2003. He told AIPAC officials he would hit back hard against particular ads published by AIPAC that frustrated him. AIPAC had used several organizations to spread its ad campaign, which it called the Blitz campaign. One such group was Secure America Now, which published an ad showing an interview with a woman whose husband was killed by an IED in Iraq, allegedly produced in Iran. The woman says, "And now President Obama would do a deal that lets Iran get a nuclear weapon." Obama enlisted the help of 29 of America's most eminent scientists and nuclear policy experts, including 5 Nobel Prize winners and many other luminaries, to strongly endorse the Iran nuclear deal on the pages of the New York Times. Richard Garwin, Siegfried Hecker, the former head of the Los Alamos National Laboratory, Freeman Dyson, Sidney Drell, and many other household names, theoretical physicists and arms control experts professed their support. AIPAC was strong enough to intimidate a few of those who wanted to ally themselves with the president. Congress's Jewish lawmakers came under some of the most intense pressure from anti-deal activists. Rep. Steve Cohen, Democrat Tennessee, who announced his support for the deal in August, described weathering a barrage of attacks from passionately opposed constituents and others on social media, who questioned his religion, his intelligence, and called him a capo, a term used to describe prisoners of Nazi concentration camps who were assigned to supervise forced labor as they pressurized him to oppose the deal. Cohen and others were quite confident that AIPAC's language was escalating due to encouragement by Ron Dermer, the Israeli ambassador in Washington. What they learned from him was what every liberal Zionist, Jewish or not, would eventually grasp in 21st century America and Britain: support has to be total. As Cohen put it, "This is it, take it or leave it, and if you're on the other side of it, you're wrong." 104, however, Cohen thought AIPAC's crude methods of pressurizing him and his colleagues backfired, and mainly blamed Dermer for worsening AIPAC's position by association. A similar conclusion was reached by Chris Coons, a Democratic representative from Delaware, who was targeted by the very aggressive AIPAC campaign against particular politicians who hesitated. In his case, too, the bellicosity did not bear any fruit. As Coons told the Washington Post, "Senators who have been comparably torn on this with whom I've spoken, where the ads in their states are much more aggressive than the ones here, it has backfired. Instead of making them feel compelled to vote against the deal, it has made them feel resentful." Whether or not he was helped by Netanyahu's belligerence, Obama could celebrate a rare victory against the most powerful lobby in Washington. Obama secured enough backing in the Senate to protect the pact from efforts to dismantle it. Everyone was quick to declare the end of AIPAC's influence on Capitol Hill. Had the White House indeed won a lasting victory in securing the future of the Iran deal? Had AIPAC lost its claim to ironclad influence over lawmakers on issues pertaining to Israel? In hindsight, we know the answer to both these questions is no. But in 2015, people saw it differently. Robert Wexler, a congressman from Florida and later the director of the Center for Middle East Peace, thought that AIPAC had become irrelevant and out of touch with the new realities in America, as had Netanyahu. Prime Minister Netanyahu knows the America that elected Ronald Reagan president. He's completely unfamiliar with the America that elected Barack Obama president. And they are, in fact, very different Americas. The director of J Street, Jeremy Ben-Ami, thought the same about AIPAC. It used to be that AIPAC could deliver votes in a situation like this by emphasizing the political cost of going against them. That no longer works as well as it used to, with Democrats in particular, who recognize that the majority of their supporters in the Jewish community support this deal. The days of AIPAC being able to present itself as the sole voice of American Jews on these issues are over. Indeed, the showdown over the Iranian deal was a milestone in the history of AIPAC. It was the first time that AIPAC had to contend with a competing lobby of any significance, J Street, which sided with Obama's policies both on Palestine and on Iran. More and more alternative voices began to add to the clamor for justice in the public sphere. These voices had always been there, but before they could not be heard over the noise of the pro-Israel lobby. Counter-lobbies. J Street was founded in the latter half of 2007. Its message was simple. Being pro-Israel meant being pro-peace. It was promoted as an antithesis to the new discourse that Benjamin Netanyahu was propagating in Israel and that AIPAC had adopted, which equated liberal Zionism with anti-Israel stances and even anti-Semitism. It resembled what AIPAC could have been, had it not entrenched itself on the hard right of the political spectrum. Its stated goal was to push the U.S. into the role of an exclusive peace broker for a two-state solution, in a form accepted by liberal Zionist parties in Israel. Their efforts misfired somewhat when they opposed the recognition of Palestine as an independent state in the UN in 2011.108. It is therefore very difficult to detect any clear policy of theirs on the Palestinian issue. On the one hand, J Street has devoted a special section on its website to proudly listing all the times it has condemned the Palestinian Authority. On the other hand, in January 2011, it recommended to President Obama not to veto a Security Council resolution condemning Israel's settlement policy. By 2012, J Street became more positively involved in supporting the idea of a Palestinian state, a position that manifested itself in their effort to block two Republican members of the House who were trying to pass legislation against American support for the Palestinian Authority and help to foil this initiative, which also cost the two Republicans their seats in the next election. Given the background of its main funders and fundraisers, such as Alan Solomont, the principal fundraiser for the Democrats, it seems J Street's main purpose was to fill the vacuum in American Jewish politics produced by the overt hostility of AIPAC towards the Democratic Party. Even if liberal Zionism seemed to be in decline in Israel, J Street asserted that it was still a relevant political tendency in the U.S. J Street's mode of action imitated AIPAC's methods, namely associating funding and support for political candidates, with the hope of winning their loyalty to the lobby's policies. By 2016, J Street had invested several $1 million in such activities that, according to its own report, related to 124 candidates. Like AIPAC, J Street had its educational fund and its own student union. One striking difference from AIPAC was its willingness, indeed its desire, to receive donations from non-Jewish sources, including the Lebanese-American businessman Nasir Beydoun. J Street funding equals roughly a tenth of AIPAC funding. It is difficult to gain a clear picture of either lobby's budget. According to American law, organizations are promised confidentiality on the question of funding. The last publicized budget of AIPAC was in 2013, when it was stated to be $66 million. And today, the estimate is $300 million. In the case of J Street, a public discussion about its funding was less about the amount and more about the source. The tabloid Washington Times claimed that George Soros donated around 15% of the lobby's budget. It is illegal to receive financial support from foreign interests in America. As long as Benjamin Netanyahu was in power, it was not clear who J Street represented, as the Israeli government refused to work with it. Naftali Bennett's shaky coalition government of 2021 included parties that had close ties with J Street, a political constellation that gave more credence to the idea of a liberal Zionist lobby. However, this was only a brief interlude before Netanyahu returned to power. It remains to be seen if liberal Zionism will exert any influence at all in either Israel or the U.S. J Street was not alone in acting as a counterweight to AIPAC. During Obama's presidency, Arab American and Palestinian American organizations began to put forward their own narrative, which found more and more listeners. So far, they have not been able to shape policy in the same way that the pro-Israel lobby has. But at certain times, they have been able to make significant interventions, and so they merit examination, starting from their origins in smaller groups under the administration of Bush Sr. After a relatively long silence, the Arabists made their voices heard again in support of Palestine during George Bush Sr.'s term. Unfortunately, they held only junior positions and played no role in the decision-making process that shaped American policy in the Middle East in the period between the Oslo Accords and Netanyahu's second term in office. In 2003, the veterans among the Arabists dispatched an impressive petition that accused George Bush Jr. of severely damaging the American national interest by occupying Iraq and uncritically backing Israeli policies. However, the impact of this was blunted. American policy had proceeded along pro-Israel lines for too long for it to change course so rapidly. By the time of the Bush Jr. presidency, they could not have woken America up. Nonetheless, this dissenting foreign policy perspective was further strengthened by the establishment of the American Educational Trust, AET, known for its publication, The Washington Report on Middle East Affairs. The AET was founded in 1982 by retired U.S. Foreign Service officers as a counter-lobby to AIPAC in order to influence U.S. policy not only towards Israel, but towards the Middle East as a whole. Like the Arabists before them, their message was based on profound knowledge of the area and its history and culture. Among them were former ambassadors, officials from various government agencies, and members of Congress, although just a handful of the latter. The AET was also very effective in unearthing more clandestine activity by AIPAC, but the pro-Israel lobby was more apprehensive of J Street. AIPAC tried to counter the new lobby by founding a specific action group to challenge the new kid on the block. William Kristol gathered a group of right-wing Republicans in 2010, declaring it was inspired by J Street, mainly as the model of a relatively small advocacy group that makes big waves. The big wave Kristol wanted to create was equating any and every criticism of Israel with anti-Semitism. This ploy would be perfected on the other side of the Atlantic, as we shall see. But this strategy never needed to be realized in full in the U.S., as by 2015, Israel demanded that every member of the lobby focus their attention on Obama's Iran policy. Once again, the pro-Israel lobby had to enlist the Christian Zionists, who regarded Obama as the new Antichrist and were happy to oblige. However, the AET and J Street were part of a broader coalition that integrated into the Palestine solidarity movement in civil society, and on university campuses in particular. After the repeated Israeli assaults on the Gaza Strip in 2006, 2008 to 2009, 2012, and 2014, resulting in the deaths of thousands of Palestinians, this movement gathered momentum. At the heart of this movement were young Americans from Muslim, Arab, and Palestinian backgrounds, working in tandem with progressive Jews, African Americans, Native Americans, and other groups of committed students through a network of Palestine solidarity groups. These are incrementally changing the political landscape of American campuses to this day. And yet, with all these counter-advocacies and Obama's brave performance in his showdown with Netanyahu on the Iran deal, we have to remember that this victory required a presidential veto. Dependence on the presidency would be a risky strategy for AIPAC's opponents. When Trump entered the White House, AIPAC took pride of place in American policy once more, and the clock was set back on further negotiations with Iran. Like the AWACS deal under Reagan, the Iran nuclear deal was a bitter reminder of AIPAC's limitations, but they were confident in their ability to bounce back. Nevertheless, clear harm was done. This affair further damaged AIPAC's relationship with the Democratic Party. Whenever there is a Democratic president, like Joe Biden, at time of writing, there is potential for AIPAC's influence to lose its edge, although we are still waiting for that to happen. On the other hand, if AIPAC had not been so self-centered, it would have noticed that the really important thing for the pro-Israel lobby was that Israel benefited from huge aid deals during the Obama presidency, including a mammoth $38 billion package during its final year. This is why AIPAC's utter intransigence about Iran was bizarre. Under Obama, Israel received more generous military aid than it had at any point since 1948. And yet, when the showdown on Iran unfolded, his largesse to Israel was forgotten entirely. The lobby, with all its 65 years of experience behind it, was willing to be consumed by the ambition of one man who saw the battle over the Iran deal as his ticket to staying in his comfortable abode on Balfour Street, the official residence of the Israeli Prime Minister. Was there an alternative? Yes, but it required a Herculean amount of political will. We got a hint of what Obama's presidency could have looked like in the administration's parting gesture when the USA abstained during a vote on a December 2016 UN Security Council resolution condemning Israel's continued settlement-building activities in the occupied West Bank and East Jerusalem. Previous administrations would have voted against such a condemnation as a matter of course. It was Obama's last action on Palestine, and he could only find the will to do it when his presidential career was over. The new president, elected in one of the most controversial contests in U.S. history, was ready to turn a new page in the government's relationship with AIPAC. And AIPAC was only too happy to overlook his unfortunate statements about Jews. A troubled relationship for AIPAC but not for Israel under Trump. The final ad in Donald Trump's successful campaign to win the presidential elections in 2016 showed images of Jews, such as the billionaire George Soros and the federal chair Janet Yellen, as representing global power that corrupts governments. This dovetailed with an outrageous comment by the candidate in the wake of a neo-Nazi rally in Charlottesville, asserting that of those involved were very fine people. There were some who felt that these reckless remarks may have given some encouragement to those associated with the Pittsburgh synagogue shooting, which killed 11 people. On the face of it, Trump's conduct did not bother AIPAC, to the point that they invited him to their conference in 2016. However, unlike the Israeli government, which, under Netanyahu, had many outspoken anti-Semitic allies such as Viktor Orban, the Prime Minister of Hungary AIPAC could not easily ignore anti-Semitic allies. Trump's anti-Semitic rhetoric and action caused several individuals and organizations affiliated with AIPAC to ask the lobby not to invite him. These groups included the Workers' Circle, If Not Now, and an ad hoc group, Jews Against Trump, that distributed a petition stating that, as Jews and as Americans, we condemn hate speech in all its forms. 119, the Workers' Circle's petition stated, "We are horrified by your invitation to Donald Trump to speak at the upcoming policy conference, and we call on you to withdraw immediately." 100, If Not Now is a group of young Jews opposed to AIPAC's views. Its website describes the group as a movement of American Jews calling to end U.S. support for Israel's apartheid system and demand equality, justice, and a thriving future for all Palestinians and Israelis. Unsurprisingly, they use the harshest words against the president. If there is anyone who should stand up to a neo-fascist who threatens and intimidates minorities, it's the American Jewish community. American Jews have long fought for freedom and dignity for all people because of our history of persecution by strong men who blamed us for societies. A day before Trump spoke, the Union for Reform Judaism, representing the largest Jewish denomination in North America, stated, "The Reform Movement and our leaders will engage with Mr. Trump at the AIPAC Policy Conference in a way that affirms our nation's democracy and our most cherished Jewish values. We will find an appropriate and powerful way to make our voices heard." Petitions were followed by a mass demonstration outside the convention hall under the banner "Come Together Against Hate," whose organizers declared their intention to walk out on Trump's speech. "We are committed to saying that Donald Trump does not speak for us or represent us, and his values are not AIPAC's values. They are not the values of the Jewish community." But this criticism did not lead to a disinvitation. Neither did Trump's populist diatribes against rivals in the Republican Party such as Ted Cruz and John Kasich and the Democratic frontrunner Hillary Clinton. Indeed, anti-Trump critics were voices in the wilderness. The rank and file of AIPAC and most of its leaders warmly welcomed Trump, who stated, "I am a newcomer to politics, but not to backing the Jewish state." Every sentence he uttered about what he had done for Israel was received with loud applause. Most of his speech was devoted to how he would deal with Iran. He accused Iran of funding terrorism, not only in the Gaza Strip, but also in the West Bank. The rest was a tirade about the way Hillary Clinton and Barack Obama had treated Israel very, very badly. Believe it or not, he needed to read this particular sophisticated line from the teleprompter and did not utter it off the cuff. But he could not resist veering off script to describe Hillary Clinton, formerly Obama's Secretary of State, as a total disaster. To the apparent embarrassment of some of the senior officials of AIPAC, Trump received a roar of approval when he called Barack Obama maybe the worst thing to happen to Israel. The next section of the speech was a total fabrication of a scenario in which the UN would impose a solution on Israel, and only Trump would be able to stop it. He characterized the Obama years as the days of treating Israel like a second-class citizen. He accused the Palestinian Authority of fomenting a culture of hatred towards Jews and claimed that already half of the population of Palestine has been taken over by the Palestinian ISIS and Hamas, points taken from Netanyahu's speeches. More ironically, he claimed that Israel does not name public squares after terrorists. "As an Israeli, I can name many, many squares named after Zionist terrorists in Irgun and Stern, but of course they are heroes of the Jewish state." He closed by reverting to personal invectives against Clinton and Obama and got the AIPAC crowd to give him a standing ovation. Judging by the body language of AIPAC leaders during that diatribe, it seems it made them squirm in their chairs somewhat. It is possible that those who opposed his invitation did not make their voices heard because of a pre-warning they received from AIPAC in the form of an email sent to conference attendees stating that any vocal disruption of Trump's speech would result in a permanent ban from AIPAC events. The email reads in part, "You are welcome to disagree with the speaker, but you are expected to do so silently and respectfully, in a way that reflects the higher order values of AIPAC and of yourself as an activist. If you choose to disrupt the program, understand that you will be removed. Your conference credentials will be taken, and it will be the last AIPAC event you attend." As a president, Trump was divisive and promised to implement policies that contradicted the value system that most Jews in America regarded as sacrosanct. His promises to round up immigrants and build a wall on the Mexican border caused unease among many who attended the 2016 convention. Officially, AIPAC denounced Trump's blunt criticism of Obama at the conference. The day after Trump's show, AIPAC's president, Lillian Pincus, broke away from the planned agenda to distance the organization from Trump's remarks. "Last evening, something occurred which has the potential to drive us apart, to divide us," Pincus said, and added, "We say unequivocally that we do not countenance ad hominem attacks, and we take great offense against those that are levied against the President of the United States of America from our stage. Let us take this moment to pledge to each other that in this divisive and tension-filled political season, those who wish to divide our movement from the left or from the right will not succeed in doing so." She concluded by remarking that Trump's outburst undermined the group's efforts to broaden the base of the pro-Israel movement, and stated that, "We are disappointed that so many people applauded a sentiment that we neither agree with nor condone." She seemed to forget that AIPAC itself had invited Trump onto the stage. If you were an AIPAC leader, you could always do both condone and condemn in the same sentence. In reality, AIPAC was overwhelmingly satisfied with Trump and his proposed policies, including the pledge to move the U.S. Embassy to Jerusalem, a promise he fulfilled during his first year of presidency, and his objection to the Iran deal. Indeed, it should have been easier for AIPAC and the pro-Israel lobby in general when Donald Trump was elected. He and those around him should have epitomized the unholy trinity of neocons, pro-Israel Jews, and Christian Zionists. But it was more complicated than that. His political messaging, from before he became the Republican nominee through to his unsuccessful 2020 campaign, had unavoidable anti-Semitic undertones. In 2018, during the midterm elections, Soros once more starred in Trump's anti-Semitic rhetoric when he accused the billionaire of secretly funding immigration to the USA. But AIPAC ignored this. After all, this was the president who moved the American embassy from Tel Aviv to Jerusalem, took the U.S. out of the Iran nuclear deal, and recognized Israel's sovereignty over the occupied Syrian Golan Heights. We know now that the Trump administration not only killed the Iran deal by withdrawing from it, It also provided immunity for a more aggressive Israeli policy towards Iran, which gave the green light for operations such as the assassination of the Iranian nuclear scientist Mohsen Fakhrizadeh, which was probably carried out by Israel with possible U.S. support. This was a sledgehammer blow against the Iran nuclear deal. Shortly after, President Donald Trump withdrew from the deal, which was signed by Iran on the one side, and the U.S. and 4 other permanent members of the United Nations Security Council, and Germany on the other, as part of a broader campaign to undo Obama's achievements in office. In 2018, a video was leaked of Netanyahu boasting about coaxing Trump into pulling the U.S. out of the nuclear agreement. "We convinced the U.S. president to exit the deal, and I had to stand up against the whole world and come out against this agreement," Netanyahu said in the video, aired on Israel television. This is what really mattered for Netanyahu, and hence AIPAC had to continue to swallow Trump's anti-Semitism quietly. AIPAC refused to condemn Trump's advisor Steve Bannon, despite the allegations of anti-Semitism surrounding him. One person who made allegations about Bannon was his ex-wife, who recalled that when they were considering which school to send their daughters to, he rejected any school that had Jews in it, and he said that he doesn't like Jews and that he doesn't like the way they raise their kids to be whiny brats, and that he didn't want his girls going to school with Jews. Bannon denied he ever made these remarks. What he could not deny was his statement in a document that warned of an Islamic jihad against America, which he presented to Trump, and in which he described the American Jewish community as among the unwitting enablers of jihad. At the end of the day, Trump was an asset in the eyes of the pro-Israel lobby. They did not need to worry about what he did in office. They could turn their attention to an issue that had become increasingly pressing: the shift in American public opinion towards sympathy for the Palestinians, a process that began in 2001 and has accelerated ever since. The end of Trump's term. While Netanyahu could only be pleased with Trump's policies, the president did not forget the rebuke he had received from AIPAC's leadership for his violation of the code of conduct in attacking President Obama. He therefore snubbed AIPAC for the rest of his presidency and did not appear again in person at its annual conferences. For $600, you could attend the 2017 annual AIPAC conference. But for that money, you could only listen to Vice President Michael Pence, repeating the president's promises to move the American embassy to Jerusalem. You could also hear Senator Kamala Harris, later Biden's vice president, singing the praises of the Israel government in AIPAC. She and other Democrats were courted by the leadership, if not by the rank and file. "It was good to see Democrats," said Lillian Pincus, the president of AIPAC. But you could also encounter, at the entrance to the conference hall, a small group of members of If Not Now carrying a banner that read, "Jews won't be free until Palestinians are. Reject #AIPAC. Reject occupation." 133. This particular annual conference attempted to showcase its support among the Black community, including Ethiopian Jews, to negate the impression created by Black Lives Matter that younger Black activists were largely supportive of Palestine. To counter this, a special event for African Americans was organized by the Israel Project. This was held in the unique setting of the restaurant Rosa Mexicano, located in the capital's Penn Quarter, in the restored 1924 Hecht Company building, an architectural marvel with 14-foot wraparound windows. It was the first branch of Rosa Mexicano, a renowned Mexican chain, to open outside New York City in December 2003. The project invited anyone who was part of a Black community for a special dinner. After the meeting, the project widely publicized this alleged all-Black support for Israel. Despite these efforts, African Americans, including Black Lives Matter activists and Native Americans, became important members of the informal Rainbow Coalition, showing solidarity with the Palestinian struggle for liberation. The alliance between Black liberation in the States and the Palestine Solidarity Movement has strong historical roots. The Black Panthers met with the PLO in Algiers and republished PLO speeches. The 2018 annual AIPAC conference celebrated the move of the embassy, but again Trump was not present, and this time Mike Pence's star was eclipsed by Nikki Haley, the American ambassador to the UN. But the keynote speaker was Benjamin Netanyahu, who appeared in person as he needed AIPAC for his domestic campaigns. He was losing popularity in Israel. In his 30-minute speech, he compared Trump to the Babylonian King Cyrus, who allowed the Jews to return and build the Second Temple. Leading Democrats did not lag behind in invoking the Old Testament as a way of showing unconditional support for Israel. The prominent Democratic politician and Senate Minority Leader Chuck Schumer blamed the deadlock in Israel and Palestine squarely on the fact that the Palestinians had the temerity to not believe in the Torah. Of course, we say it's our land, the Torah says it, but they don't believe in the Torah. So that's the reason there is not peace. No Christian Zionist or neocon could have put it better. Here too, and this time in growing numbers, protesters demanded that the conference be shut down. Around 500 demonstrators chanted, "Hey, hey, ho, ho, AIPAC has got to go," a new iteration of a chant that dates back to the 1950s. The 2019 annual conference was a different affair, marred not just by protesters outside the building but by some of the Democratic candidates vying for the presidential nomination, choosing not to appear at the conference, as had long become conventional. But as for Trump's sour relationship with AIPAC, it was all forgotten when Trump was reinvited to the 2019 conference, in a showcase of the 2020 candidates. Although he did not appear in person, he was undoubtedly the favorite candidate. But some cracks in this relationship had become clear, despite the very strong alliance between the White House and AIPAC during his presidency. AIPAC was still trying to preserve some vague semblance of bipartisanship. For instance, it opposed a move by Israel and Trump to bar the Democratic representatives Ilhan Omar and Rashida Tlaib from entering Israel. Omar and Tlaib, the first two Muslim women elected to Congress, have frequently criticized Israel's treatment of Palestinians and expressed support for the boycott, divestment, and sanctions BDS movement. They have frequently been joined by Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez in a brave trio condemning Israeli policies. That support was cited by the Israeli government as the basis for blocking them from entering the country. The BDS movement is a Palestinian nonviolent resistance movement promoting all these three modes of actions against Israel to pressure it to respect the basic civil rights of the Palestinians that are rooted in international law: the right of the refugees to return, the right of people not to live under occupation or siege in the West Bank and the Gaza Strip, and the right of the Palestinians in Israel to live in full equality. It was inspired by the anti-apartheid movement that galvanized support for the African National Congress's liberation struggle. Since its inception in 2005, it has been very successful in reinvigorating the dormant solidarity movement and persuading unions and churches around the world to rethink their financial connections to Israel. One of its more successful campaigns was an academic boycott, which led to dozens of student unions, universities, and professional academic associations giving up official contact with Israeli academia. It was able to persuade leading global cultural figures in music, literature, poetry, and theater to follow suit. These included, among others, Arundhati Roy Ian Banks, Judith Butler, Naomi Klein, Ken Loach, Angela Davis, Roger Waters, Elvis Costello, Gil Scott-Heron, Lauryn Hill, Faithless, M.K. King, U2, Bjork, Zakir Hussain, Jean-Luc Godard, and Snoop Dogg. It is noteworthy that the BDS movement is supported by 150 NGOs and outfits within Palestinian civil society. AIPAC tweeted in response to the decision of Israel to disallow Omar and Tlaib's visit: "We disagree with Reps Omar and Tlaib's support for the anti-Israel and anti-peace BDS movement, along with Rep Tlaib's calls for a one-state solution. We also believe every member of Congress should be able to visit and experience our democratic ally Israel firsthand." And the head of the American Jewish Committee, David Harris, put out a statement siding with AIPAC, saying that Israel did not choose wisely in this decision. Harris wrote, "While we are under no illusions about the implacably hostile views of Reps Omar and Tlaib on Israel-related issues, we nonetheless believe that the costs in the U.S. of barring the entry of two members of Congress may prove even higher than the alternative." Among the detractors was the New York Democratic representative Eliot Engel, who also called the move a mistake, saying in a statement that this decision would only strengthen the anti-Israel movements and arguments, and that it depicted Israel as if it was closing itself off to criticism and dialogue. Engel said he told Israeli Ambassador Ron Dermer his views on the move. Even Senator Marco Rubio thought it was a mistake, as did another friend of AIPAC, Ted Deutsch, the Democratic representative from Florida, who said he was disappointed with Israel's decision and questioned Trump's encouragement of the move in a tweet. Although this particular Trumpian move led to protests from unexpected politicians and organizations, it did not indicate a fundamental change of attitude in Congress regarding the Palestine question. Omar and Tlaib are still constantly attacked by AIPAC with all the traditional smears and strong allegations that the lobby has deployed in the past against critics of Israel. Even when their right to travel to Israel was defended by AIPAC, each rebuke of Israel's decision was immediately qualified by a condemnation of the two representatives. However, what was really important in this affair was not AIPAC's defense of American democracy, but the potential shift in the young Democrats' perceptions of Israel. No amount of money invested by AIPAC would change the views of Ilhan Omar or Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez about Israel. As Natan Sachs, at the time the director of the Center for Middle East Policy at the Brookings Institution in Washington, observed, "The Democratic Party now has a younger generation that views the Israel-Palestine conflict through the lens of human and civil rights rather than a question of security and terrorism." The shift was visible at AIPAC's annual conference in 2019. As mentioned, most of the Democrats seeking the party's nomination in 2020 did not participate in it. This act was supported by 74% of the party members, according to one poll, while a March 2019 Gallup poll found that only 26% of American Jews approved of Trump's presidency. Elizabeth Warren, Kamala Harris, Bernie Sanders, Beto O'Rourke, Pete Buttigieg, and Julian Castro all stayed away. Bernie Sanders summarized for all of them the reason, they would not support an organization that provided a platform for leaders who express bigotry and oppose basic Palestinian rights. These decisions not to attend were made after prominent liberal group MoveOn.org called on all Democratic candidates vying for the party's presidential nomination to boycott the conference. Iram Ali, campaign director for MoveOn.org, wrote in a statement, "It's no secret that AIPAC has worked to hinder diplomatic efforts like the Iran deal, is undermining Palestinian self-determination, and inviting figures actively involved in human rights violations to its stage." The very familiar last-minute routine on the opening day of an AIPAC annual convention was carried out, as usual, on March 24, 2019. The technicians added the finishing touches and readied the Washington Convention Center for the AIPAC meeting that would conclude on 26 March. The LED panels were lit up for a final check, showing two interlinked stars of David, one red, one blue, and at the point at which they intersected, they shone together as a sparkling purple light, signaling bipartisanship, a rare commodity in America by 2019. The 2019 convention was one of the first ones when AIPAC openly and officially identified with the extreme right-wing settler movement in Israel. How far AIPAC, and for that matter Israel, had moved to the right could be seen from the invitation given to Oded Ravivi, a leader of an illegal Jewish settlement council in the occupied West Bank, to the conference. A very grateful Ravivi told the Jerusalem Post, "AIPAC has finally realized that they cannot ignore 500,000 people living in Judea and Samaria, who are becoming more and more attractive to the audience of AIPAC." Ahead of the event, there was anxiety among conference organizers that turnout would be low and would expose AIPAC's decreasing popularity. Those fears were not borne out. The halls were packed, and AIPAC boasted of preparing 25,000 hot dogs for those attending. During the conference, President Trump signed a proclamation recognizing the Golan Heights as part of the State of Israel, AIPAC's crowning achievement in 2019. In Israel, however, political chaos prevented widespread joy about AIPAC's achievement or Trump's presence. Twice, in April and September, Israel went to the polls with no clear result, and Netanyahu ruled for most of the year as an interim prime minister. By December, it was clear that in 2020 there would be another election campaign. It seems once more the lobby, and in particular AIPAC, had their own concerns and were not involved in the dramatic debate about the future of the state they had been advocating for since its inception. Once more, Trump did not appear at the 2020 annual conference and sent his Vice President Pence, but issued strong condemnation of the Democratic candidates who refused to attend, calling them anti-Jewish. The 2020 conference was a charged affair. Netanyahu appeared alongside his rival, who began to challenge him seriously. Benny Gantz of the Blue and White Party, whose Hebrew name literally means the state camp, although in the media it is referred to as the National Unity Party. To make sure that guests would not be interrupted at this event, in addition to the recorded requests at the outset of plenary sessions, two top board members took to the stage and pleaded for comedy. One was Amy Friedkin of San Francisco, a past president of AIPAC who was close to House Speaker Nancy Pelosi. The other, Alan Franco of New Orleans, was a major funder of the Republican campaigns. "The best way to persuade us is with facts, not fire," Friedkin stated, and Franco urged activists to refrain from cheering those who attacked political rivals. There was little reason to worry about such interruptions when Pence appeared on the podium, once more in the name of the absentee president. To repeated standing ovations, he listed Trump's Israel-related moves: moving the U.S. Embassy to Jerusalem, cutting funding for Palestinians, both to the Palestinian Authority and the UNRWA, the UN agency supporting Palestinian refugees, and leaving the Iran nuclear deal, and drew even. Louder applause when he attacked Bernie Sanders, misquoting the senator, but that did not matter to anyone. Pence culminated his speech with a call to re-elect Trump. The most pro-Israel president in history must not be replaced by one who would be the most anti-Israel president in the history of this nation. That's why you need 4 more years of President Trump in the White House. This rhetoric made the twin red and blue stars of David lighting up the conference hall into a token gesture. But in 2020, AIPAC could still boast some Democratic support. Chuck Schumer and Mike Bloomberg attended the 2020 conference in person, while Joe Biden made an appearance via video link. The Democrats were only too happy to win the hearts of the AIPAC conference attendees. The participating Democrats proved that bipartisanship within AIPAC could only be claimed against the backdrop of unwavering support for Israel and obedience to AIPAC's official line. Senator Cory Booker, a New Jersey Democrat who dropped out of the presidential race in 2018, got what was, until that point, the longest round of applause for a barnstorming speech upholding U.S.-Israel ties. "I see it as my duty to protect the bipartisan nature of this relationship of Israel with the United States, as long as the people of Israel have to live under the threat of indiscriminate violence. We must always, as a matter of human values, stand for Israel's security and defense." AIPAC made a nominal effort to represent the more progressive views of the American Jewish community, such as those of J Street, Attendees could go to an AIPAC-sponsored off-site session for peace builders, backing the two-state solution, which was well attended and included appearances by AIPAC CEO Howard Kaur and President Betsy Burns-Korn, but was closed to the press. From Korn's opening speech, it was clear that this was peace a la Trump, whom Korn warmly thanked for releasing a peace proposal that was developed in consultation with the leaders of Israel's two major political parties, a known formula for building a Palestinian Bantustan in the West Bank's area, comprising 16% of the West Bank. A fringe session called Promoting Palestinian Prosperity included 4 panelists who were American or Israeli. When someone from the floor asked why there were no Palestinians on the panel, one of the panelists, Brad Gordon, a top retired official of the lobby, agreed that it would have been a good idea to invite one. And there you are, as they say. The unmistakable American-accented baritone of Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu boomed on the last day of the convention as he addressed a crowd of up to 18,000 participants. He was then in the final throes of his bid for re-election. He did not make it to the convention in person, so the crowd watched him through a patchy satellite feed on gigantic blue screens. Although Netanyahu had met with President Donald Trump in Washington that week, he cut short his trip after yet another round of Israeli assaults on the Gaza Strip unfolded. It was difficult to hear what Netanyahu was saying at times, but the audience didn't care. The staunch supporters of Israel who filled the room gave him standing ovations. The only other speaker who won nearly as much applause that Tuesday morning was David Friedman, the U.S. ambassador to Israel. He brought greetings from Trump, Israel's greatest ally ever to reside in the White House, as he put it. But his lauding of Trump paled in comparison to Netanyahu's praise for the president during his meeting with him at the White House the day before. Again, Netanyahu compared Trump to King Cyrus and to Harry Truman, the U.S. president who first recognized the state of Israel. At the end of the day, the 2020 conference was a cheerleading display for Netanyahu and Trump. Netanyahu needed this conference much more than Trump did. All the usual audio-visual histrionics turned the conference into a rally championing his premiership in the coming Israeli elections. For all that AIPAC feted Trump, it was not enough to push him over the line in the 2020 elections, where he lost to Joe Biden. Of course, Biden had been the one Democratic candidate who did not boycott the 2019 conference and also appeared at the 2020 convention via video link, promising to fight anti-Semitism and champion a secure Israel. AIPAC had no reason to fear the newcomer at the White House. Early Bidenism, much of the same. The pro-Trump riot on Capitol Hill on January 6, 2021 presented a conundrum for AIPAC. The man they had previously celebrated as a true friend of Israel had now become politically toxic. AIPAC broke with its convention of not commenting on domestic conflicts in the U.S. and tweeted, "We share the anger of our fellow Americans over the attack at the Capitol and condemn the assault on our democratic values and process. This violence and President Trump's incitement of it is outrageous and must end." The Anti-Defamation League followed suit with its own tweet. "The violence at the U.S. Capitol is the result of disinformation from our highest office. Extremists are among the rioters in D.C., supporting President Trump's reckless rhetoric on America's democratic institutions." Other member groups of the pro-Israel lobby decided not to go too far in blaming the former president directly, keeping their powder dry in the eventuality that he made a comeback. The American Jewish Committee demanded that Trump call for an immediate end to the riots and respect the certification process currently underway, conveniently overlooking the fact that Trump instigated the riot with his inflammatory speech. A similar stance was adopted by the Conference of Presidents of major American Jewish organizations, who were also careful not to name Trump at all. "We are disgusted by the violence at the U.S. Capitol and urge the rioters to disperse immediately. Law and order must be restored, and the peaceful transition of administrations must continue." Once the embers of the January insurrection had turned to ash, AIPAC swiftly embraced Trump again, along with all those who questioned the results of the 2020 elections. It remains an open question as to what extent AIPAC still enjoys the support of the Jewish community, or even if it needs it at all. It's quite possible that AIPAC could become the domain of affluent Jews alone, but still be a formidable lobbying force. Aaron David Miller, former advisor to 6 secretaries of state and Middle East program director at the Wilson Center, predicted that under Biden, AIPAC, while persisting as a powerful voice, unlike in the past, would not be able to veto U.S. Middle East policy. Neither AIPAC nor the Israeli government was able to prevent the return of the Americans to the negotiating table with Iran. But reviving the Iran deal didn't require much courage on Biden's part. It was a reaffirmation of a tacit understanding between AIPAC and the White House, which had existed since Gerald Ford's time, that AIPAC could and should influence policy on the Palestine issue, but it could not wield decisive power over America's policy towards the Middle East region. AIPAC's histrionics over the U.S.'s relations with other Arab states were the deviation from the norm, not America's willingness to negotiate with Iran. The battle in the U.S. today is staged between progressive Americans, including Jews, and the administration's policies, be they Democrat or Republican, towards apartheid inside Israel, the occupation of the West Bank, the ethnic cleansing in Jerusalem, South Hebron, the Jordan Valley and the Nakab, as well as the siege on Gaza. Under Biden's tenure, the administration continues to supply Israel with total international immunity. This concludes the historical survey of AIPAC's and the wider lobby's relationship with the executive and legislative powers in the USA. Notwithstanding the fluctuations in the relationship between the lobby and various administrations, its basic aims since its inception have been fully achieved. However critical any particular administration was towards Israel, it did not undermine the huge financial and military aid to Israel, nor did it stop the continuous automatic American support for Israel in the international arena in general and in the UN in particular. Moreover, at the time of writing, AIPAC, within the wider lobby, still dominates the Capitol and can make or break any legislation that concerns Israel. In fact, as Grant Smith has illustrated in his incisive book, The Israeli Lobby Enters State Government, Rise of the Virginia Israel Advisory Board, the lobby's presence in the past and in the present stretches way beyond the federal power bases into the states themselves. He shows how a local lobby in Virginia was able to procure concrete financial support for Israel through influencing the state's government. He revealed the activities of a pro-Israel agency within the local government in Virginia, using businesses such as tobacco and gambling, and an intricate network meant to avoid tax issues and legal restrictions on advocacy in order to influence American policy towards Israel. Exclusive contracts with Israel in the state of Virginia, in Smith's view, come at the expense of the local economy, and local taxpayers pay the price. These agencies and state government also provide a powerful base for influencing the foreign policy of the USA through their own lobbies on Capitol Hill. Moving successfully through the financial, economic, and political corridors of power did not necessarily mean that public opinion at large, and sections of civil society in particular, were also swaying in AIPAC's direction. Ever since the beginning of this century, winning over society, as distinct from its political elites and even the mainstream media, was far more challenging for AIPAC, since money and political influence counted less here. In fact, since 2001, AIPAC has found itself at war with many sections of American civil society. This was a battle already being waged during the time of the Bush Jr., Obama, Trump, and Biden administrations. The battle cry, so to speak, came from Israel, which recruited not only AIPAC, but also a host of American Jewish organizations into a campaign meant to silence criticism against Israel in civil society and suppress any attempt to go beyond verbal condemnation into proactive operations such as boycott and divestment. So, allow me to go back to the moment the campaign was born and follow its progression to the present day. The war against American civil society. From 2001, Israeli policymakers noted a systemic change in attitudes towards Israel on both sides of the Atlantic. The traditional tools of advocacy and lobbying that were very effective in dealing with political elites and mainstream media or academia seemed less effective here. The project of changing people's hearts and minds about Israel was assessed as an issue pertaining directly to Israel's national security, too important to be left in the hands of the pro-Israel lobby in the U.S. This would be directed from Israel. The strategy was twofold. The first strategy was to rebrand Israel as the only progressive democracy in the 21st century Middle East. The second was to respond to more assertive criticism of Israel in civil society with the traditional methods of intimidation, smearing, and character assassination. Any strong words of criticism would be decried as delegitimization of the Jewish state. Of course, the second prong of the strategy made it harder for keen-eyed observers to believe in the narrative of the first one. But Israeli policymakers embraced this rebranding exercise in spectacular fashion. A poster of an almost naked Miss Israel, the famous superwoman Gal Gadot, and a poster of 4 fit young men, equally underdressed, were the face of Israel in 2007 in a campaign named Brand Israel, commissioned by the Prime Minister's Office, the Foreign and Tourist Ministries, and the Jewish Agency. This former Miss Israel was meant to convince young heterosexual American men of the rebranding of the Jewish state as a haven for young people, while the attractive men represented the Israeli LGBT community, advertising Tel Aviv as the gay capital of Israel. One wonders how Theodor Herzl or even David Ben-Gurion and Menachem Begin would have regarded this representation of Zionism as a soft pornographic dream. But everything in the struggle to dispel the negative image of Israel was deemed appropriate in what the policymakers saw as an existential matter. The local team working for the Israelis explained that such posters allowed us to gear our message to the younger generation, especially males, and towards a demographic that did not see Israel as relevant or identify particularly with Israel. But in fact, the campaign targeted all walks of life with images and texts tailored to each group and its inclinations and preferences. Israel's image abroad was now commodified as a consumer product. It began in the summer of 2005 when the Israeli Foreign Ministry, the Prime Minister's Office, and the Finance Ministry concluded 3 years of consultation with American marketing executives and launched Brand Israel, a campaign to rebrand the country's image to appear relevant and modern instead of militaristic and religious. Huge sums of money were allocated for marketing the new image abroad in order to combat what the political and academic elite in Israel considered a global campaign to delegitimize the Jewish state. This was to be a gigantic effort, and the team appointed to see it through was accordingly dubbed BIG, the Brand Israel Group. Freshly created front organizations were asked to disseminate this new version of Israel as a dream come true, emphasizing beauty, fun, and technological achievements. One such outfit was the David Project in America, which became very active in speaking for the campaign. One of its many actions was to try and counter the constant characterization of Israel as one of the most hated states in the world, together with Iran and North Korea. The David Project found that Israel was not among the first 25 states where people liked to belong. The project's purpose was to convince everyone that Israel was one of the happiest places on earth due to its technological achievements and supposedly high standards of living. It was felt by the Brand Israel team that the country's history was also an asset that would help to sell Israel in the 21st century. In terms of heritage benchmarks, Israel is home to fundamental religious and historical landmarks, including the Western Wall, Church of the Holy Sepulchre, Al-Aqsa Mosque, and the Baha'i Temple in Haifa. Israelis boast a high quality of life, and the country's democratic values focus on inclusion and political representation of all its citizens, including women and religious and racial minorities. The David Project came up with its own explanation for the discrepancy between what the state had to offer and its negative global image. We know misperceptions of Israel are rampant in the media. Ordinary citizens across the globe see Israel cast as yet another violent nation in a region steeped in unrest and war. Conversations taking place in print, on television, and in the blogosphere often regard the Arab-Israeli conflict as both all-consuming and myopic. The diversity and excitement of Israeli society is often subsumed by 20-second soundbites focusing on only one aspect of the Israeli story. And it identified the following challenges for the Brand Israel team. How do we change perceptions? How do we introduce nuance into global conversations surrounding Israel? How do we discuss the highlights and achievements of Israeli society, while also recognizing its weaknesses and shortcomings? What needs to happen to remove Israel from the bright spotlight of a violent conflict? 6. The answer to these challenges was provided on the official website of the Israeli Foreign Ministry. The recommendation was to abandon aiming to win the argument with facts, information, or moral points of view. These were dispensed with for the sake of a new idea that captivated the imagination of the Foreign Ministry, the need to brand Israel and market it like a product. Gideon Meyer of Israel's Foreign Ministry told Haaretz that he would rather have a style section item on Israel than a front-page story. What this meant in practice was that any PR campaign for Israel had to try and avoid any association with the conflict or the Palestinian issue. This was the spirit of the guidelines given to yet another front organization that was founded to cater particularly to the younger Jewish generation in the USA. It was called ISRAEL21C and had been founded in 2001 with the mission of redefining the conversation about Israel in the USA by showing how Israeli efforts have contributed incalculably to the advancement of healthcare, the environment, technology, culture, and global democratic values worldwide. We can assume that the idea was to move the conversation away from the elephant in the room, the Israeli occupation. Like Fawlty Tower's most famous episode where the hotel owner is trying not to mention the Second World War, whenever he has German guests, the message to activists was that mentioning the war, that is the Palestinians, was not a good idea. This was articulated more explicitly by a PR expert recruited by Brand Israel, who explained to the Jewish Week that it would be quite futile to argue about the Palestine issue. Proving that Israel is right and the Palestinians are wrong may be emotionally satisfying for advocates, but not necessarily effective in changing people's way of thinking about Israel. And he added, "You have a narrow bandwidth where Israel can only win some of the argument. We are trying to broaden the bandwidth to include Israel's accomplishments." Soon after, the work of the various organizations and individuals was put under one roof. This was an operative decision taken by the Foreign Ministry's first ever Brand Israel conference, convened in Tel Aviv, which marked the official adoption of the campaign. Foreign Minister Tzipi Livni appointed Ido Aharoni to head Israel's first brand management office and awarded him a $4 million budget. In addition to the already established $3 million annual expenditure on Hasbara and $11 million for the Israeli Tourism Ministry in North America. Smaller budgets, but by no means insignificant, were distributed for work in Europe. The impact of American public opinion is indicated by Israeli politicians' focus on the U.S. They sense that delegitimization had been particularly successful there. One would have thought, given how much money had been poured into it, that the U.S. would serve as a safe bastion of pro-Israel bias for many decades to come. But the U.S. was not the sole target. Academics would try and convince Israeli politicians that the plague of delegitimization was rampant in the United Kingdom as well, as we shall see later. Aharoni recruited top people from the world of marketing and advertising. These included the Saatchi brothers, reported to be doing the job for free, and PR experts such as David Saranga, who told PR Week that the two groups Israel was targeting were liberals and people aged 16 to 30, hence Miss Israel and the men in swimwear on the posters. In 2005, Aharoni's office hired TNS, a market research firm, to test new brand concepts for Israel in 13 different countries. They also funded a pilot program called Israel, Innovation for Life. At the center of the team were people who run the Brand Asset Valuator BAV, the world's largest brand database, working alongside top publicists and marketing people. BAV specializes in exposing the target community's emotional attachments to brands. Fern Oppenheim, an advertising and marketing consultant and member of the Brand Israel Group, said the BAV data would serve a long-term coordinated strategy that included ongoing research and evaluation. "We want to be a resource everyone can benefit from," she said, the way a corporate management team would manage a brand. The experts told the diplomats that Israel had failed to be liked in the past because Americans know a lot about Israel, just not the right things. They think of Israel as a grim, war-torn country, not one booming with high-tech and busy outdoor cafes. Hence, in 2005, the mission was to sell Israel as a quasi-American society. This task was handed to Young and Rubicam, leading market experts in the U.S. One of their managers, David Sable, explained that they were about to assist in refashioning Israel as the reincarnation of a new USA, because Americans don't see Israel as being like the U.S. 14 Israel as a brand was already strong in America, he conceded, but the trouble was that it is better known than liked and constrained by lack of relevance. Sable elaborated. Americans find Israel to be totally irrelevant to their lives, and they are tuning out, particularly 18 to 34-year-old males, the most significant target. Brand Israel intended to change this by selecting aspects of Israeli society to highlight that would bring Americans directly to them. They started off by offering free trips for architectural writers and then for food and wine writers. The goal of these efforts was to convey an image of Israel as a productive, vibrant, and cutting-edge culture. By 2010, the Charm Offensive was preparing blueprints for the future. One of these was succinctly summarized by Gary Rosenblatt from the Jewish Week. Think of Israel as a product undergoing an overhaul to make it more competitive in the marketplace. What's called for are fewer stories explaining the rationale for the security fence, and more attention to scientists doing stem cell research on the cutting edge, or the young computer experts who gave the world instant messaging. A few years into the program, the Israeli Consul General in New York proudly reported a paradigm shift in America. Before Brand Israel, the American public, for some unfathomable reason, had been unaware that Israel was a democratic, moral, and successful state. Now they knew. It was not only American PR and branding wizards that were recruited. The Israeli government also asked for the public to be more deeply involved. In a show of total mistrust in its professional diplomats, it recruited commercial television in Israel to seek alternative messengers for the rebranded Israel through a reality show called The Ambassadors. The winner of a 13-week elimination contest won a job with a Zionist advocacy group called Israel at Heart to supplement its diplomats with the best of Israel's youth. One such group were Ethiopian Jews from Israel, brought by Israel at Heart to speak in African American churches. Imagine bringing African Americans from Harlem to tell people in Brixton about the American dream, and you may understand the absurdity of such a move. They were replaced later by more professional selections of high school student cadres for the mission. Moreover, the Foreign Ministry asked every Israeli performing artist to include a component of Brand Israel in their shows. A typical example of such a show was the tour undertaken in 2012 in the US and the UK by the dance company Batsheva. The tour was openly described by the Israeli Foreign Ministry as part of a new Brand Israel campaign. They were the best global ambassadors of Israel, the ministry said. By 2010, the Israeli economic weekly, Globes, reported that the Foreign Ministry had allocated 100 million shekels, over $26,260,000, to branding for the coming years. This money was mainly destined to help fight the growing delegitimization on online social networks. The Foreign Ministry was very optimistic about the chances of such a campaign. Its research unit found out that social media users show sympathy and identity with content that interests them, regardless of the identity or the political affiliation of the publisher. 20. An early success had already been reported that year. Scott Pirro, a gay Jewish public relations, social media professional, announced in a press release that Israel's Ministry of Tourism, the Tel Aviv Tourism Board, and Israel's largest LGBT organization, the Aguda, were joining together to launch Tel Aviv Gay Vibe, an online tourism campaign to promote Tel Aviv as a travel destination for LGBT Europeans. Critical observers called this initiative pinkwashing, comparing the invocation of women's rights in the 19th century to justify colonization with the cynical deployment of gay rights as a tool to legitimize the continued oppression of Palestinians. 21. Nevertheless, even the publicists didn't believe in their own reports of success. A new body was asked to join to find out why success was still elusive and what else could be done. This was the Jewish agency's Rote Institute, Rote meaning visibility, as well as friendship in Hebrew. The institute claimed in 2010 that the threat to the State of Israel in the diplomatic and international area was increasing. They had good cause for concern. The UN was ready to publish a groundbreaking report about the Israeli occupation, and no amount of charm could salvage brand Israel from its conclusions. Israel changed tack and went on the offensive. The report was analyzed by the Rote Institute as a document that questions the right of Israel to exist, connecting it to the international outcry directed at Israel after its second attack on Lebanon in 2006. The international furor, according to this institute, was the product of a radical Islamist ideology originating in Iran, from which a web of delegitimization was spun with the help of Hezbollah and Hamas. The problem, the Rote Institute suggested, was a conceptual inferiority on the part of the ideological forces in Israel. Israel failed in marketing itself as a Jewish and democratic state, and hence the vicious delegitimization campaign was so successful. If this campaign continued, the Rote Institute warned that Israel would become a pariah state and there would be no solution for the Palestinian question, hence necessitating a one-state solution. When Zionist bodies warn against the danger of a one-state solution, they are not thinking of a state in which every citizen, be they Jewish or Palestinian, has equal rights. As Prime Minister Ehud Olmert articulated it in 2007, if the day comes when the two-state solution collapses, and we face a South African-style struggle for equal voting rights with Palestinians, then, as soon as that happens, the State of Israel is finished. The Rote Institute report reaffirmed this perspective. A formative event in such an eventuality, the making of an apartheid state, is the collapse of the two-state solution. But it seems that even the two-state solution wouldn't satisfy them, unless Israel was spared from any criticism at all. However, even in the event of an acceptable two-state solution, the delegitimization will continue, and would be focused probably on Israel's treatment of the Palestinian minority in its midst. So, what was to be done? It takes a network to fight a network, concluded the report, asking the government to gather the necessary forces to win the battle against delegitimization through the internet. This would be assisted by the founding of new NGOs, but more importantly than anything else, the report declared that it was necessary to rebrand Israel. Currently, Israel is branded as a violent and serial violator of international law. So, at least according to the Rote Institute, all the money and experts in the world had not yet helped to rebrand Israel as a peaceful and attractive nation. The obvious solution of being less violent towards the Palestinians seems to have passed them by entirely. Instead, the Jewish agency wanted the government to seek ways of pressuring the Western elites to broadcast a different image of Israel, and still hoped that the Jewish communities abroad could deliver the goods. Another outfit of the Jewish agency was the Jewish People Policy Institute. It declared in 2010 that it was tasked with facing one of the greatest threats to Israel's national security and ergo to Jews as a whole. Delegitimization has to be understood not only as a threat to Israel, but to particular Jewish existence everywhere. Although it consisted of demographers, historians, sociologists, and propagandists, it behaved like a military unit in this context. In a similar way, its annual State of the Nation conference at the Interdisciplinary Center Herzliya called Israel's marketing campaign a war, but not just a war. It was asymmetric warfare in the battle of ideas. Since Israel could not be defeated militarily and economically, its enemies were trying to destroy it through ideas. It was an imbalanced conflict because the enemy was all over the world and very powerful, at least according to Israel. The Rote Institute saw the assimilation of young Jewish people into Gentile communities as part and parcel of delegitimization. Young Jews were distancing themselves from Israel. This was reaffirmed by a famous article by Peter Beinart in the New York Review of Books in 2010. But Beinart suggested that the growing gulf between young Jews and the American Jewish establishment emerged from the desire not to be identified with the occupation and the criminal policies of the state. The Jewish agency obviously did not accept such a perspective. In their eyes, the disaffection stemmed from the popularity of Reform Judaism in the U.S., a branch of the faith that was accorded little respect in Israel and whose conversion of newcomers to the Jewish faith was not recognized by the rabbinical institutions in Israel. Consequently, in 2011, while the Rote Institute was asking for more aggressive lobbying, It wanted to put forward a vision of a more religiously pluralist Israel to win round young, liberally minded American Jews. But more forces were needed to recover from the conceptual inferiority the Reut Institute had identified. They wanted to invent a scholarly scaffolding to justify Israel's behavior. The ivory tower had to be put to work. Until 2010, Zionist scholars had been busy struggling against post-Zionist criticism from within Israeli academia, which had once been prominent in the 1990s. But now scholarly knowledge was to be enlisted not only against the enemies from within, but also against those in the USA and Britain. The new campaign was led by the National Religious University of Bar Ilan and was soon joined by the University of Tel Aviv. The main role of Israeli academia was to explain why Israel was still being delegitimized in 2010. Answers varied according to the academics' fields of expertise. One key group was those specializing in the history of anti-Semitism and Jewish studies. They crafted a narrative that was intended to provide a diagnosis of the problem and a prescription to treat it. This concentrated scholarly effort was meant to provide an intellectual framework connecting contemporary anti-Israel opinion with historical European anti-Semitism. This narrative was first articulated in response to the September 2000 and One World Conference Against Racism in Durban, South Africa. This UN-sponsored NGO meeting was convened to discuss racism throughout the world, including Palestine. It was depicted by the Israeli government as the formal launch of the sinister delegitimization campaign against Israel, as Arab delegates sought to pass a declaration describing Israel as a racist apartheid state. The fact that proceedings concluded 3 days before 9/11 did not escape the Brand Israel team, and the two events were directly linked as two aspects of the same assault against the free world. This connection between 9/11 and the delegitimization campaign was made very openly by Benjamin Netanyahu on various occasions. During a speech in the Knesset on June 23, 2011, he talked about an unholy alliance between radical Islam and the radical left in the West, joining forces against the free democratic world, which Israel symbolized more than any other place on the globe. From that moment onwards, any international rulings against Israel, such the one issued by the International Court of Justice in The Hague against the apartheid wall, and any actions by civil and human rights organizations, such as the International Flotilla that attempted to reach the besieged Gaza, were all stages in the well-structured plan devised in Durban. A different perspective was provided by a group of ex-generals and previous heads of security services working in academia or in semi-academic institutes that served both the universities and the intelligence community. One such outfit was the Meir Amit Intelligence and Terrorism Information Center in Tel Aviv, which identified the same web of enemies as everyone before and after it, radical Islam working together with leftist anti-Zionists and right-wing anti-Semites. The Israeli Deputy Foreign Minister, Danny Ayalon, affirmed this interpretation of the problem in a speech he gave to the Jewish Agency in October 2010. Our enemies recruit agents who work under the pretense of human rights activism to delegitimize Israel. This was broadcast as an official Israeli declaration worldwide. In a speech in front of 150 legal experts who were invited to the Israeli Foreign Ministry, he echoed the Jewish Agency's position. Terrorists and their emissaries are distorting the international law in order to rob democracies such as Israel the right to defend itself. And he added, this is a threat to peace for the whole world. In the Knesset, he called for a counterweb made of Jewish and non-Jewish NGOs and academic institutions that would join forces in the front against the delegitimization and describe the reality in the world as it really is. By 2011, the government had already invested millions in creating centers for Israeli studies in various universities around the world, sending high school graduates, selecting the most handsome and articulate among them, to market a youthful Western Israel. Special teams of tweeters, Facebookers, and bloggers began to work 24/7, responding to anything that sounded remotely anti-Israel, while lobbies, modeled on AIPAC in the USA, were founded in Europe as well. The whole campaign was conducted with military precision. General Dangot, the coordinator of Israeli policy in the occupied territories, spelled this out when he said, in specific reference to Hamas, the war on legitimization and public opinion is not easier than that fought in the battlefield. There is a culture of lies, distortion, and fabrication. It was the Harold Hartog School of Government and Policy at Tel Aviv University that commissioned the most comprehensive analysis of the issue at hand. In 2010, it produced a 90-page policy paper on this topic. The policy paper, and luminaries such as Alan Dershowitz, a frequent visitor to Tel Aviv University, were somewhat at a loss as to what countermeasures to offer that not already been tried before. The policy paper's author, Rami Hassman, proposed an interdisciplinary tool that integrated strategic management, marketing, and branding approaches with diplomatic and ideological doctrines, and, added to the mix, an old Jewish notion called tikkun olam, which posited the ethical and moral responsibility of the Jewish people to the world. It assumed that the State of Israel could improve its image by emphasizing the work it was doing in the field of humanitarian assistance and development, while, at the same time, strengthening its contribution to the developing world. He concluded, "It is my hope that this publication will be helpful to academics and policymakers alike." This paper recommended that the government of Israel market the nation through the following 3 steps. 1. Establish a National Communications Council. This council would be established in the framework of the Prime Minister's office and would be headed by the government's chief spokesperson. It would administer and oversee a network of government spokespersons, coordinating their stand on policy, security, and economic and social issues. 2. Market the nation. To do this, the Ministry of Foreign Affairs would function as the international marketing arm of the State of Israel. In this capacity, it would coordinate the marketing of Israel's supervising international press secretaries and spokespersons, contact with foreign journalists and media, and monitoring the international media. The ministry would also be responsible for all of Israel's embassies, consulates, missions, and representatives throughout the world. 3. Establish a communications division within the Israel Defense Forces IDF. This unit would coordinate an expanded IDF spokesperson's bureau, ENI. Units in the military dealing with research and consciousness design, the network of soldier spokespersons, and Israel Army Radio Galei Zahal. In working with the foreign media, the IDF Spokespersons Bureau would function as an implementing body, acting on the recommendations of the Ministry of Foreign Affairs and under the guidance of the National Communications Council. Since it was not possible to address all target markets simultaneously, priorities would have to be set. This paper prioritized marketing by country, based on a measure of the strength of the relationship between each country and the State of Israel. As is typical for Israel, structured strategic thinking was overtaken by domestic politics. Parts of the document quoted above were implemented, not as part of a clear strategy, but more as a makeshift policy here and there. A more structural and strategic effort in the war for legitimization was decided upon as a result of negotiations in the process of forming a coalition government. This is how the Israeli Ministry for Strategic Affairs was born and entrusted with the mission of forcing world public opinion to become unambiguously pro-Israel again. The Ministry for Strategic Affairs grew out of various Israeli coalition governments' domestic considerations. Many ministries are invented to provide a ministry to heads of parties as an inducement to join a coalition government, and this ministry's origin story is no different. In 2006, Avigdor Lieberman, the head of the hard-right party Yisrael Beitenu, was courted by Ehud Olmert. Lieberman wanted the Home Security Office, but he was ineligible on account of being under investigation for corruption, so they created a new ministry for him, the Ministry for Strategic Affairs. The office was disbanded in 2008. In 2009, the second Netanyahu government resurrected the ministry and appointed Moshe Ya'alon, the former chief of the General Staff. He declared that the office would be focusing on countering Palestinian incitement. In 2014, the ministry was merged with the Intelligence Ministry, only to reappear once more as an independent ministry in 2015. By this point, it had a real job on its hands. In 2015, the ministry was instructed by the government to focus on what was seen as the spearhead of the global campaign to delegitimize Israel. That is, the BDS movement, which by that time could boast impressive achievements in recruiting academic, cultural, and trade union institutions to its campaign. These successes meant that BDS began to attract the attention of the Israeli government and the lobby in the U.S. in 2015, when a decade of its activity had started to affect public opinion in the U.S. and in Britain. In response, the budget of the Ministry of Strategic Affairs was increased, the extra funding coming from a special budget determined by Benjamin Netanyahu. The source of the money remains opaque. A task force called Ha-Maracha, the campaign, was set up to undertake the battle and to provide assistance to the lobby abroad in turning the tide. The lobby against the lobby, uncovering the advocacy network from within. In this particular campaign, AIPAC was entrusted with targeting media outlets that Israel typically neglected, for instance, Al Jazeera. More specifically, the lobby was called to the battlefield after the network aired an investigative documentary called The Lobby. Although the first installment was successfully broadcast in Britain, the second series, relating to the actions of the U.S. lobby, could not be aired at all. AIPAC successfully censored it, and it can now only be watched on YouTube. In its actions, AIPAC revealed how much it could control the right to freedom of speech in the U.S. What was AIPAC so keen to cover up? Al Jazeera's reporter, James Anthony Kleinfeld, succeeded in posing as an enthusiastic supporter of Israel and was embraced by several pro-Israel advocacy organizations during the Obama and Trump eras. He was invited by outfits such as Stand With Us, the Brandeis Center, the Israel Project, the Foundation for Defense of Democracies, Israel on Campus Coalition, the Zionist Organization of America, Fuel for Truth, and the Canary Mission. Let's take a look at what these organizations are up to. All of them are still active today, beginning with Standardist SBU, also known as Israel Emergency Alliance. Roz Rothstein, a family therapist from Los Angeles, founded it in 2001. It gained visibility around the time of Trump's election in 2016, with 18 full-time officers in the U.S. and branches elsewhere. According to recent research on the group, SWU regards the West Bank as part of Israel and supports the legitimization of the illegal Israeli settlements in the West Bank. On their website, they devote much space to the West Bank and call it the West Bank, Judea and Samaria. They suggest that the argument that the West Bank belongs to Israel and should be called Judea and Samaria is as morally and legally valid as the other point of view, that it is illegally occupied territory. We might see this as akin to stating that both opposition to apartheid in South Africa and support for the regime were morally and legally valid. SWU works in various areas. They are active on American campuses, where they imitate the work of an NGO in Israel called Im Tirtzu, a government-backed outfit whose main role is to monitor lecturers in Israeli universities in case they are conveying anti-Zionist messages in their lectures and classes. SWU has a similar army of foot soldiers carrying out similar missions. They are more systematic than their Israeli counterpart, and you can graduate with a diploma as a fellow or ambassador in many of its induction programs for pro-Israel activism. On campuses across the U.S., SW tried to prevent students and faculty members from supporting the BDS movement. The various Netanyahu governments were very fond of Roz Rothstein, and the Israeli Ministry of Foreign Affairs helped fund SWU operations in the USA. Rothstein was lauded by the right-wing Jerusalem Post as one of the 50 most influential Jewish women in the world in 2016. In 2008, with the help of the Jerusalem Post, SW started to publish the Campus Post, a monthly newspaper that included articles by Jerusalem Post writers on the topics of Israeli news, society, and culture, while students and others in North America contributed articles about pro-Israel activism. However, this particular publication was short-lived. SWU is also highly litigious. It has a legal section employing 80 lawyers who weaponize legal procedures against BDS resolutions and pro-Palestinian activists on campus. It often wins, but on occasion it can be defeated. One of its most high-profile losses in the courts was its campaign against the Olympia Food Co-op in the state of Washington. This showdown, alongside two others involving Fordham University and the company Caterpillar, is useful in illustrating the extent of the lobby's legal capacity and how unrelentingly it seeks to shut down any attempts to express solidarity with Palestine. The Olympia Food Co-op began as a small store in downtown Olympia, Washington in 1977. It was part of a network of food buying clubs that began to spring up in the area, and it focused on recycled materials when building its first shop and future branches. The Co-op is run by a board of directors. In 2010, they decided to institute a boycott of Israeli goods. 5 of the Co-op members, aided by SWU, sued their colleagues, alleging that the board had acted beyond the scope of its authority and had breached its fiduciary duties. SWU initially took credit for filing the case, stating that it was a byproduct of the partnership between SWU and the Israeli Ministry of Foreign Affairs. In various decisions by a local court and an appeal court in a process that lasted for 8 years, the lawsuit was ruled as illegal. SWU ended up being ambiguous about its involvement in the case and withdrew from the campaign, perhaps as it was uncomfortable with failure. On the face of it, the Fordham University case was no different, but this time SWU managed to win. In 2016, Fordham University in New York City declined an application from the group Students for Justice in Palestine, SJP, to be recognized as an official student group, claiming that its goals ran contrary to the mission and values of the university. The SJP students filed a lawsuit which was successful in a lower New York court, arguing that Fordham was in breach of their own policies and regulations, which is forbidden in New York civil law under Article 78. The university filed an appeal in the Supreme Court of New York Appellate Division. In 2020, SWU filed an amicus brief in support of Fordham University's position. SWU founder Roz Rothstein said that Fordham is one of the first universities to recognize SJP's bigotry for what it is. In the brief, SWU argued that the courts had limited jurisdiction in terms of dictating the decisions of private universities. Additionally, SWU argued that the university's decision was consistent with Title VI of the Civil Rights Act, which legislates that no person may be subject to discrimination on basis of race, color, or national origin under programs receiving federal financial assistance. The New York State Appellate Division ruled in Fordham's favor and overturned the earlier ruling. By May 2021, the New York Court of Appeals denied the students' motion to appeal, ending the 4-year-old legal case. Between the failure in Olympia and the success in Fordham, there were some inconclusive cases, such as the struggle to save Caterpillar, the world's largest construction equipment manufacturer, from the claws of the BDS movement. Its flagship yellow bulldozer, the D9, has become the symbol of one of the most horrifying methods used by the Israeli occupation, the demolition of Palestinian homes. The Dubby, or teddy bear, D9R, was the new and improved iteration, now protected from stones thrown by desperate victims. A Caterpillar D9R driver killed the American activist Rachel Corrie in Gaza in March 2003. In 2005, the pro-Palestinian group Jewish Voice for Peace JVP introduced a resolution at a Caterpillar shareholder meeting. Among the Jewish activists, this group stands out as a grassroots organization endorsing the BDS movement and lending its support to representatives such as Ilhan Omar, who, as we saw, have faced allegations of anti-Semitism from AIPAC. It partnered in this action with 4 Roman Catholic orders of nuns. They called upon the company to investigate whether Israel used bulldozers to destroy Palestinian homes. JVP claimed that such usage violated the company's code of business conduct. SW reacted by urging its members to buy Caterpillar stocks and to write letters of support to the company. It sent its representatives to shareholders, trying to persuade them that Caterpillar had been unfairly singled out. Ever since that meeting, members of the Palestine Solidarity Movement demonstrate and attend the shareholders' meeting to introduce the topic again and again, while the D9S continue to demolish Palestinian houses to this day. As this book was being written, we saw these being used in the Jenin refugee camps in July 2023. The SW also produced information kits that played fast and loose with factual accuracy. As Ian Lustig has shown, they rehashed some of the false claims and statistics of age-old Israeli propaganda, the most important of which was the claim that a substantial Jewish majority could be sustained even if Israel annexed the West Bank. Like many of these lobbying organizations, SWU had an office in Israel. We might wonder why. It had no operational purpose in Israel. The reason was financial. This office provided a legal basis for the Israeli funding for SWU. Another purpose was recruitment. In 2009, nearly 15% of the group's budget went to the Israeli office, which trains 150 Israeli students each year in conjunction with the Ministry of Foreign Affairs to develop their advocacy skills. In January 2015, the investigative Israeli website The Seventh Eye reported that SWU would receive $254,000 from the Prime Minister's office to set up a social media ambassadors program to educate young people on how to use social media to promote Israel. However, according to SWU, the project did not materialize. STU did not disclose where the money went instead. SWU is only the tip of the iceberg when it comes to modern lobbying fronts. Another outfit investigated by the lobby was the Brandeis Center for Human Rights Under Law. This establishment was made necessary by obvious and blatant Israeli violations of international law that no charm offensive could reframe. To foil further undermining of Israel's legitimacy from this angle, the lobby needed to perform a discursive sleight of hand. A center called the Center for Human Rights Law would be a disaster, as Israel violates these laws daily. But the untrained eye would not see the difference between human rights under law, that is, domestic Israeli law, and international human rights law. The purpose of this center, established in 2012, was to portray Israel as a victim of human rights abuses. The trick was to frame any action against Israel as one against the Jewish people as whole, and hence anti-Semitic. In practice, their brief was to recruit Jewish law students to do more or less what the Stand With Us students were asked to do. Chapters were created in many universities, seeking to detect BDS initiatives and generally what would be deemed as anti-Israel activity on campus. Like Stand With Us, students were not just activists but rather part of an initiative with the catchy name of Jigsaw. Jigsaw stands for Justice Initiative Guiding Student. Activists worldwide. The world here means the U.S., like the World Series in American baseball. Its principal nemesis was the Middle East Studies Association, MESA. MESA was founded in 1965 and is a scholarly association of academics teaching and studying the Middle East. Most of the Middle Eastern departments of the world's universities are associated with MESA. In 2014, the Brandeis Center produced a report called The Morass of Middle East Studies that accused federally funded Middle East Studies departments at various colleges and universities of being biased against Israel. The organization claimed that federal funds provided to 129 international studies and foreign language centers at universities by Title VI of the Higher Education Act of 1965 had been abused and misused. The report was accompanied by a statement signed by 10 pro-Israel groups expressing concern over alleged misuse of taxpayer money and arguing that the programs disseminate anti-American and anti-Israel falsehoods. The statement also called for changes to Title VI, which should require recipients of Title VI funds to establish grievance procedures to address complaints that programs are not reflecting diverse perspectives and a wide range of views. and require the U.S. Department of Education to establish a formal complaint resolution process similar to that in use to enforce Title VI of the Civil Rights Act of 1964. Highly professional and internationally acclaimed work on the Middle East by American scholars exposed the origins, mechanisms, and targets of Israel's systematic abuse of civil rights. This academic work, which unearthed human rights violations, was accused by the Brandeis Center of being the real breach of civil rights. In this campaign, the center worked together with another outfit called Amcha, Your People, in Hebrew. Its full name is the Amcha Initiative. It is a campus group that sees itself as an anti-Semitism watchdog, but in practice, it only contends with BDS initiatives on campuses. It was founded in 2012 by a lecturer from UC Santa Cruz, Tammy Rossman Benjamin, and an emeritus professor from UCLA, Layla Beckwith. It is a small outfit compared to others in terms of its finances, but it doesn't need much, like the Canary mission of which. More will be said later. It is busy identifying the anti-Israeli lecturers on campuses. It is a very local enterprise, mainly targeting the pro-Palestine and Palestinian groups on the U.S. West Coast by equating anti-Semitism with anti-Zionism or even mild criticism of Israel. Its main claim to fame was the cancellation of a Zoom meeting with Layla Khalid in 2020, after it placed Zoom under intense pressure. Layla Khalid became famous as a member of a team that hijacked a Trans World Airlines flight in 1969 between Rome and Tel Aviv and landed it in Damascus. A photo of her holding an AK-47 became as iconic as that of Che Guevara smoking a cigar. Liberal Zionists seemed to be quite appalled by Amcha's activities. In October 2014, a group of Jewish professors wrote to the foreword, Amcha's technique of monitoring lectures, symposia, and conferences strains the basic principle of academic freedom on which the American university is built. Moreover, its definition of anti-Semitism is so undiscriminating as to be meaningless. Instead of encouraging openness through its efforts, Amcha's approach closes off all but the most narrow intellectual directions and has a chilling effect on research and teaching. Amcha's methods lend little support to Israel, whose very survival depends on free, open, and vigorous debate about its future. Amcha's tactics are designed to stifle debate on issues debated in Israel and around the world, and the presumption that students must be protected from their own universities is misguided and destructive. Efforts such as these do not promote academic integrity, but rather serve to deaden the kind of spirited academic exchange that is the lifeblood of the university. The Brandeis Center mirrored the methods outlined above, but on a grander scale. As part of its activity, it targeted a student organization at Harvard University that protested against the presence of SodaStream water machines on the campus. SodaStream is one of the biggest producers of soda worldwide and has been owned by PepsiCo since 2018. Before 2015, its principal manufacturing site was in the occupied West Bank, but after a long BDS campaign, it agreed to move inside Israeli borders. The Brandeis Center had their hands full as BDS gained momentum. One professional scholarly association after the other seriously considered boycotting Israeli academia. Brandeis was involved in trying to stop such initiatives by the Modern Language Association and the American Studies Association. Their most recent campaign was against Ben & Jerry's. In 2022, the company announced that it would not sell its ice cream in the occupied West Bank. It was difficult to find any substantial counter-argument made by the Brandeis Center to the very carefully worded Ben & Jerry's announcement that also affirmed its commitment to continuing to sell in Israel proper. It shows how disconnected the current pro-Israel bodies in the USA are from the reality on the ground when they attack companies that abide by international law. We believe it is inconsistent with our values for Ben & Jerry's ice cream to be sold in the occupied Palestinian territory (OPT). We also hear and recognize the concerns shared with us by our fans and trusted partners. We have a long-standing partnership with our licensee, who manufactures Ben & Jerry's ice cream in Israel and distributes it in the region. We have been working to change this, and so we have informed our licensee that we will not renew the license agreement when it expires at the end of next year. Although Ben & Jerry's will no longer be sold in the OPT, we will stay in Israel through a different arrangement. We will share an update on this as soon as we're ready. And on the Hill, the Brandeis Center joined other organizations in trying to promote legislation that aimed to equate anti-Semitism with criticism of Israel as the best means of arresting changes in American civil society's attitude towards Israel. It supported the Anti-Semitism Awareness Act, a controversial piece of legislation introduced to the U.S. Congress in 2016, which required the Department of Education to use its definition of anti-Semitism when reviewing, investigating, or deciding whether there has been a violation of Title VI of the Civil Rights Act of 1964. The definition stated that anti-Semitism is a certain perception of Jews which may be expressed as hatred towards the Jews. As Joe Cohn commented at the time on the FIRE website, this is a description so broad that it allows for the investigation and punishment of core political speech, such as criticism on Israeli policy. Less clandestine are the lobby's efforts on American campuses. Donations are deployed to build centers for Israel studies to provide a veneer of scholarly legitimacy to Israel's nation-building project. At the same time, the lobby uses litigation in an attempt to defund programs for Middle East studies which are insufficiently pro-Israel. Other U.S. lobbying organizations did not seek simply to change the mood of America-based corporations and campuses, but to create a global shift in opinion in favor of Israel. One such outfit is the Foundation for Defense of Democracies. Its establishment was a knee-jerk neocon reaction to 9/11, but one that from the very beginning worked in tandem with Israel's Ministry of Foreign Affairs. It began with advocating, in keeping with its tough neocon image, sanctions and aggressive policies against North Korea, Iran, Russia, and Afghanistan, but ended up focusing mainly on advocating for Israel. It waited, however, until 2019 to be properly registered as a lobby. It is coy about the sources of its funding, but interestingly, one source claims its funder is the UAE, through a reported $2.5 million gift granted in 2017. 55. The plethora of such outfits led to various attempts to create an umbrella organization. One such endeavor was the Israel on Campus Coalition, founded in 2002 by Schusterman Family Foundation, together with the veteran Jewish societies on American campuses. What this coordination effort intended to achieve was joint action against BDS and pro-Palestinian activism in colleges across America. They came to light when their mother organization, Hillel House, was challenged by an internal group called Open Hillel, which was critical of Israel and open to dialogue with campus Palestinian societies, at least temporarily. The enemy from within was now the main target for monitoring. This went far enough to worry even the Jewish newspaper Forward, which wrote that they had built a sophisticated political intelligence operation on U.S. campuses. The internet is now a critical battlefield. Leading the way is the website Canary Mission, established in 2014, and several others like Campus Monitor are spearheading the lobby's campaigns in that domain. Canary Mission works like a secret service organization, compiling files on student activists in universities, threatening to send their names to prospective employers. The Israeli government uses these lists to prevent pro-BDS American citizens from entering Israel. No one has sued Canary Mission for illegal activity, but it was severely criticized, not only by pro-Palestinian organizations but also by pro-Israel ones, as a racist project. Jewish academics in Europe and in America have compared Canary Mission's activities to those employed by authoritarian regimes and during McCarthyism in the USA. The last outfit we should mention with regard to suppressing pro-Palestine activism is the Israel Project. It was founded by Jennifer Laszlo Mizrahi and friends of hers in 2003. Mizrahi also served as the president of the project until 2012. It was somewhat unique, as at first it targeted global cyberspace and tried to cater for the Arab world as well. It used to have an extensive Arabic media section, but that was dropped in 2014. This tried to operate independently as a different organization called Al-Masdar, The Source, but that also closed in 2019. In many ways, both ambitions of being global and serving the Arab world were dropped by the time Al Jazeera looked into this particular NGO. By 2019, it had disappeared to all intents and purposes due to funding problems. But while it existed, it had offices in Israel and the USA, its own publication called The Tower, and a student program, and organized rather unique helicopter trips in Israel. The sheer cost of these possibly contributed to its downfall. All these activities are comprehensively exposed in the Al Jazeera documentary, The Lobby, USA. Al Jazeera's undercover investigation revealed further evidence of surveillance and smear campaigns conducted by the Israel on Campus Coalition. An executive of this body outlined for the undercover journalist the organization's intelligence gathering and surveillance capabilities, which the organization claimed were directed towards pro-Palestine and BDS advocates. Other executives described the organization's surveillance efforts as a method of psychological warfare. The film ultimately reveals that Israel on Campus Coalition coordinated closely with Canary Mission and the Israeli Ministry of Strategic Affairs. These revelations could have shocked and appalled the American public. Unsurprisingly, the lobby, led by AIPAC, did all it could to stop its screening in the U.S. The network announced its intention to broadcast the program in October 2017. Jewish American organizations began pressuring the Qatari government, which is responsible for funding Al Jazeera, and were able to obtain a promise that the installment on the U.S. would not be screened by the network in February 2018. Clayton Swisher, the director of the outlet's investigative journalism wing, accused the network of capitulation to outside pressure and justified his use of undercover investigators as used by many international broadcasters, including BBC and CNN, and is carefully managed through multiple layers of legal and editorial review to ensure it is performed consistently with local laws, industry regulations, and our own code of ethics. Swisher suspended himself from working with the network as an act of protest against its decision on this issue. As typical of the lobby, on the one hand, it prided itself on its ability to exert pressure on the Qatari government, while, on the other hand, it demonstrated its total lack of gratitude by trying to undermine Al Jazeera's presence in the USA. In March 2018, a bipartisan group of U.S. lawmakers, including Democratic Congressman Josh Gottheimer, Republican Congressman Lee Zeldin, and Senator Ted Cruz, urged Attorney General Jeff Sessions to investigate whether Al Jazeera should register as a foreign agent, further alleging that the network had infiltrated nonprofit organizations, as well as accusing it of broadcasting anti-Semitic, anti-Israeli, and anti-American content. But by then, civil society had its own way of coping with such pressure and censorship. In late August and early September 2018, leaked portions of the documentary series were aired by several outlets, including the Electronic Intifada, an act condemned by Al Jazeera. To sum up, all these fronts and all these campaigns were doomed to fail as brutal Israeli actions continued on the ground, fully exposed to the world by brave journalists such as Shireen Abu Akleh, who was murdered by Israeli soldiers in May 2022, and by alternative media outlets and human rights organizations, especially those active in Palestine itself. So AIPAC failed to hold back the tidal wave of pro-Palestinian activism in civil society. It continues to promote legislation against BDS on a federal basis, or in specific states, but this tactic, which worked for a while but not everywhere, often hardened the attitudes of pro-Palestinian activists. Looking at AIPAC's website in 2023 and following its main activities since November 2022, when an extreme right-wing coalition won the Israeli national elections, one gets the impression that it still believes that what matters are politics from above and not from below. Its main project is now called AIPAC-PAC Public Affairs Committee, which focuses on recruiting funds for pro-Israel candidates on Capitol Hill. It boasts of having 365 politicians on both sides of the aisle on its roster, and it has spent more than $17 million on them. Most of them, it claims, were elected in 2022. But the new government was not welcomed by the Biden administration, and time will tell how significant this will be for the overall ability of the lobby to influence American policy. As this book is being written, the American-Israeli relationship is at an unprecedented nadir because of what President Biden called the most extreme government Israel has had since he became a politician, back in the late 1960s. However, this book is not about predictions, but about detecting trends and structures. And this parallel movement of losing the sympathy of the public on the one hand, while still having clout with the political elite on the other, is not going to change anytime soon. A similar parallel trajectory can be seen in Britain in the 21st century, lobbying for Israel in 21st century Britain. A Little Dinner at Tamir's. The building on 2 Palace Green in the southern section of Kensington Palace Gardens was designed by the architect Frederick Herring to house the author William Makepeace Thackeray, constructed with the striking red bricks in what became known as the Queen Anne Revival style in Thackeray's time. It's no accident that Thackeray himself was a Queen Anne enthusiast. Today it hosts the Israeli embassy. In one of his more amusing novellas, A Little Dinner at Timmons's, Thackeray tells the story of a young couple intent on social climbing, living on neat little Lilliput Street, who organized a dinner somewhat beyond their means, in order to advance what they believed was their rightful place in society, no matter what insults they incurred and how much money they lost in preparing this ill-fated feast. The little dinner soon snowballed into a disaster and put an end to the couple's ambitions of climbing the social ladder. Over a century later, another little dinner took place in Thackeray's former home in another attempt to climb a ladder, this time a conduit for political aspirations. This particular dinner, in March 1994, cemented a personal friendship that affected the history of lobbying for Israel during the New Labor era. Unlike its fictional counterpart, this meal was a staggering success, converting Tony Blair into a fervid devotee of Israel and its policies, at a time when the wider British public was developing sincere doubts about the wisdom and morality of such an approach. Tony Blair was then Shadow Home Secretary under the Labour leader John Smith. Now Israel, at this embassy dinner, intended to do Blair an extraordinary favor in introducing him to Michael Levy, a former pop promoter turned fundraiser. Levy was involved in many causes, most of them Jewish and Israeli ones. For instance, he raised £60 million for the charity Jewish Care, over which he later presided. A former colleague of him said, "There's no one better in the country when it came to fundraising." It is estimated that he raised hundreds of millions of pounds for various causes. As early as the time of John Smith, Levy stood out as a liaison between the Labour Party and some of its wealthier North London donors who were involved in charity work in the Anglo-Jewish community and whose donations, at least according to one observer, crucially influenced the party's strong pro-Israel stance under both Smith and Blair. These included Sir Emmanuel Kay of Kay Enterprises, Sir Trevor Chin of Lex Garages, Maurice Hatter of Emo Precision Controls, and David Goldman of the Sage Software Group. For the Labor Friends of Israel (LFI) of the mid-1990s, feeling somewhat dejected about pro-Palestinian tendencies among grassroots members, this was a crucial turning point. Nick Cosgrave, the director of LFI, said that Blair brought back Labor Friends of Israel into the Labor Party in a sense, before the majority of supporters of Labor Friends felt uncomfortable with the Labor Party. In his memoirs, Levy recalled the dinner. The atmosphere was pleasantly relaxed and informal, and Blair was very laid back. I wish I could say he immediately struck me as a future party leader and prime minister. In fact, as the lamb and red wine were served, my first impression of Blair and of his wife, Cherie, was that they were bright, articulate, personable. They also struck me as extraordinarily young and unworldly, but he was nonetheless persuaded to give his backing to Blair in his future political endeavors. The dinner proved to be a very fruitful event. After John Smith's death in May, Levy donated around £7 million for the campaign and other needs of the aspiring new Labour leader. Once elected, private donations continued to be important for the new leader of the opposition, and with these he could hire spin doctors and PR experts such as Alistair Campbell, who became his press secretary, and Jonathan Powell, who became his chief of staff. This was the biggest opposition leader's office in British history, employing some 20 full-time staff on appreciable salaries. Blair's financial independence from the trade unions, Labour's traditional core funders, gave him the freedom he needed to transform Labour in his image. Levy collected donations to a blind trust known as the Labour Leaders Office Fund, raising nearly £2 million, a sum previously unimaginable for a Labour leader. He also invested his own money in this fund. Blair maintained that he was unaware of the sources of these donations despite being in almost constant contact with Levy and even meeting some of the donors. We now know that the secret donors included funders of pro-Israel groups such as Trevor Chin and Emmanuel Kay. Levy had played a crucial role in persuading donors that Labour had changed. Blair told Levy, "I am absolutely determined that we must not go into the next election financially dependent on the trade unions." Instead, Blair became financially dependent on large donors, some of whom had very strong views on Israel. According to Levy, the subject of Israel was second only to fundraising in his conversations with Tony Blair. In effect, Levy made New Labour possible. Levy has subsequently described himself as a leading international Zionist, and he has since praised Blair for his solid and committed support of the State of Israel. If Blair needed consistent funding from very wealthy individuals to circumvent the need to liaise with unions, he also didn't want to invite too many questions about the money's sources. One of the better-known figures at Labor Friends of Israel was David Abrahams, a Jewish property developer. Under an arrangement made between a solicitor acting for Abrahams and two Labour Party officials, Abrahams donated £650,000 to the party by covenanting the money to his close associates, and thereby concealing his identity. The Prime Minister, Gordon Brown, claimed these actions broke the law, although this remained disputed. This was a relationship that only grew more intimate after the watershed election of May 1997, when Blair's New Labour finally swept into power. The Blairs, 3 years after meeting Michael and Gilda Levy, were accustomed to spending many weekends at Levy's manor, swimming and playing tennis. After Blair's official appointment as Prime Minister, Levy urged the Blairs to come over as usual, as he recalled. When Tony and I finally made our way down to the tennis court, he suddenly stopped dead. He looked around, checking to make sure his security guards were not close enough to overhear him. And then he did something truly astonishing. He literally jumped up and down like a small kid who had been let out of school for the day and shouted, laughing out loud, "I really did it! Can you believe it? I'm Prime Minister! I'm Prime Minister! I'm Prime Minister!" 13. In the summer of 1997, Blair put Levy on his first peerages list, nominating him as Baron Levy of Mill Hill. 3 years later, working out of the Foreign Office building, Levy formally became the Prime Minister's personal envoy to the Middle East. Blair's interest in the Middle East, Levy recounted, really began in 1995 when the Conservative Prime Minister John Major invited him and Liberal Democrat leader Paddy Ashdown to be part of Britain's official delegation to Yitzhak Rabin's funeral. The event in Jerusalem had, at least according to Levy, turned Blair into a great believer in Israel and no less in his ability to play a leading role in obtaining peace and stability in the future. Levy recalled that during the trip, Blair kept asking me questions whenever I'd go to Israel, when I came back from Israel, what I thought of leaders, and that continued when he became Prime Minister. Levy praised Blair for entrusting him with the sensitive job of being the Middle East envoy. Blair credited him with having a professional and unbiased approach to the issue of Palestine. In fact, Levy was so trusted that his Jewish identity was never mentioned by either of us. Not at all. Not at all. Ultimately, Levy was estimated to have raised over £15 million for Blair before the cash for peerages scandal brought Levy's fundraising to an end in the summer of 2006. In a dramatic twist, Scotland Yard even arrested Levy to investigate whether he had violated the 1925 Honours Prevention of Abuses Act. However, no further legal action was taken against Levy. The embroilment of the Levy-Blair connection in the Cash for Honours affair was not primarily about influencing British policy towards Israel. Blair mainly wanted to free himself from being financially dependent on the trade unions, especially necessary given Blair's refusal to repeal Thatcher's anti-union laws. But since Levy was part of the pro-Israel lobby before and after Blair, part of the quid pro quo was support for Israel, even if Blair was likely to have supported Israel even without donations from the lobby. Although Levy attributes Blair's pro-Israel stance to his influence, he played a more significant role in forging the link between financial independence and the pursuit of pro-Israel policies in the Prime Minister's mind. Of course, Blair was already pro-Israel before visiting Israel or meeting Levy. At the start of his career as an MP in 1983, he joined LFI. He remained close to the group throughout his time in politics, regularly appearing at their events. John Mendelsohn, a former chairman of LFI and later Gordon Brown's chief election fundraiser, described Tony Blair's achievement in transforming the Labour Party's position on Israel. Blair attacked the anti-Israelism that had existed in the Labour Party. Old Labour was cowboys and Indians politics, picking underdogs to support, but the milieu has changed. Zionism is pervasive in New Labour. It is automatic that Blair will come to Labour Friends of Israel meetings. Pro-Palestinian groups, whether on the left or on the right, were still far away from the corridors of power and the decision-making centers in Britain. And yet when Blair talked about anti-Israelism, he was tackling the continued shift towards solidarity with the Palestinian struggle that began in earnest in 1982, following the Israeli invasion of Lebanon. Its manifestation was the establishment in 2004 of the Palestine Solidarity Campaign, which still exists. It was very loyal to the PLO's positions and found this even easier after the Oslo Accords were signed in 1993. It thus galvanized public support for the two-state solution, the return of the Palestinian refugees, and the end of the Israeli occupation of the West Bank and the Gaza Strip. Looking back on his pro-Israel policy, Blair had only one regret. He felt he went too far in his support of Israel, as he told Donald McIntyre in 2017. It seems he felt contrite over siding with Israel and George W. Bush regarding the sanctions imposed on the Palestinian Authority after Hamas decisively won the Palestinian Legislative Council elections in 2006. Blair's government was part of a coalition that demanded the removal of Hamas and the imposition of Palestinian Authority rule in the West Bank and Gaza, although Hamas had won the democratic elections. The international community supported the Palestinian Authority President, Mahmoud Abbas, in his refusal to cooperate with the Hamas government. When Hamas took over governance of Gaza in 2007, Britain participated in the blockade of the Strip. The siege and consequent boycott, supported by Blair, was a punitive action against the people of Gaza for electing Hamas, actions that were opposed by the Palestinian Authority. These actions allowed Israel to continue to this day with the inhuman land siege and naval blockade of the Strip, making life there almost impossible, according to the UN. In his 2017 interview, Blair pointed to the obvious and more decent alternative that Israel had rejected out of hand. In retrospect, I think we should have, right at the very beginning, tried to pull Hamas into a dialogue and shifted their positions. I think that's where I would be in retrospect. But obviously, it was very difficult. The Israelis were very opposed to it. But, we could have probably worked out a way whereby we did, which in fact we ended up doing anyway, informally. This declaration irritated the Israeli policymakers. It came at a time when the Hamas movement was receiving support for its efforts to reconcile with the Palestinian Authority in talks hosted by the Egyptian president, Abdel Fattah el-Sisi, which were welcomed by the Trump administration. But by now, Blair was not in any position to influence British policy, and he was not the first policymaker in the West who would become more critical towards Israel once they were out of office. Until that moment, Blair was, in the words of the former Israeli Prime Minister, Ehud Olmert, a true friend of the State of Israel. Tzipi Livni, who was Olmert's foreign minister, said, "Tony Blair is a very well-appreciated figure in Israel. They had good reason to be thankful." Regardless of whatever remorse Blair expressed after the fact, while he was in office, the lobby didn't have a great deal to do. Blair's identification with American policy and his buying into the clash of civilizations, fable of Samuel Huntington between a supposedly enlightened West and a backward Islamic world, made him the best ally Israel could hope for. It would not be an exaggeration to say that Blair worked in tandem with the pro-Israel lobby and that LFI was his port of call whenever he sought counsel on the Palestine issue. In his speech to LFI's annual reception at the Labour Party conference in September 2006, Blair said, "I have never actually found it hard to be a friend of Israel. I am proud to be a friend of Israel." 21. Despite this, Blair was not really an ideologically committed Zionist. His pro-Americanism was the decisive factor in his foreign policy, and he followed very closely George Bush's line of thinking concerning Israel and the Middle East. When Israeli forces invaded Nablus, Jenin, and other Palestinian towns and villages during Israel's Operation Defensive Shield in April 2002, Blair visited his closest ally Bush in Crawford, Texas, and kept nodding his head in approval when Bush declared that, "We agree that the Palestinian leadership must order an immediate and effective ceasefire and crackdown on terrorist networks, and we agree that Israel should halt incursions in the Palestinian-controlled areas and begin to withdraw without delay from those cities it has recently occupied." In response to questions from journalists, wondering why the two states did not pressure Israel to end its brutal attack, Blair suggested that he relied on President Bush, who had promised to put an end to the operations. "I believe that Israel will heed the words of President Bush," Blair said, "and will do so knowing that he speaks as a friend to Israel." The united Bush-Blair front continued during the Second Lebanon War in the summer of 2006. During the first week of August, just before he met Bush in Washington, cabinet ministers were pressing Blair to break with the policy of the American administration and publicly criticize Israel over the scale of death and destruction in Lebanon. In the party, Jack Straw, who had been dismissed from his position as Foreign Secretary in May, led the critique of Blair's passivity in the face of the destruction Israel wreaked in Lebanon. He explained that while he grieved for the innocent Israelis killed, he also grieved for 10 times as many innocent Lebanese men, women, and children killed by Israeli fire. The lobby didn't need to be mobilized to rebut Straw's concerns, as remorse for the loss of Lebanese lives was only a minority position in the British government. Whenever Tony Blair appeared on Sky News for an interview, initially he was not challenged on his Middle East policy, even when he was loyally following the American line of action. But apparently when it came to Western involvement in trying to end the Second Lebanon War, his lack of independence and total obedience to the American policy surprised his Sky interviewer, who wished to know why Britain accepted the American decision to intervene only after it transpired that Israel had clearly failed to achieve its goals in the campaign. Blair answered, "I will never apologize for Britain being a strong ally of the U.S. This meant that, in collusion with the USA, the Israeli bombardment of Lebanon continued, as did the rocket attacks in the north of Israel. The UN could not impose a ceasefire without American involvement." The former U.S. ambassador to the UN, John Bolton, told the BBC that the U.S. deliberately resisted calls for an immediate ceasefire during the Lebanon War. He said the U.S. decided to join efforts to end the conflict only when it was clear Israel's campaign wasn't working. Towards the end of his term in office, Blair pursued a policy that reflected the old principles of the peace process, a course of action that led to his leadership of the Quartet and an appointment as its envoy for peace in the Middle East after his resignation as prime minister, dwelling in a luxurious annex of the American Colony Hotel in Jerusalem on his many visits to the area. His main goal was to open a direct and permanent line of communication with the Palestinian Authority and to play a role in an abortive attempt to overturn the election results in the Gaza Strip that saw the ascent of Hamas. He won the confidence of the Palestinian Authority for a while, and they were willing to join him in a new peace conference, but Israel and the USA refused to play along, and the initiative dissipated. Like Blair, his successor Gordon Brown was pro-Israel to the bone and did not cause any dramatic shift in the policy towards Israel. When it comes to British policies towards Israel and Palestine from above, there are mainly patterns of continuity and only very few moments of deviation from previous policies, which explains why the pro-Israel lobby has been relatively hands-off in terms of elite-level politics in 21st century Britain. None of the British governments of this century have exerted any real pressure on Israel yet to retract its brutal policy. Towards the Palestinians, this only underscores the courage of George Brown and Alec Douglas Home in the previous century. In this century, British governments all adhered to the same tropes when talking about Israel: an emotional identification with the Jewish people, occasionally genuine but often feigned, the invocation of the Holocaust, admiration for the achievements of Israel. Added to that, they included the standard lines trotted out by the U.S. State Department, a commitment to the two-state solution, questioning the unification of Jerusalem, and asking for the problem of Palestinian refugees to be addressed. In principle, the Israeli state objected to these demands in the 21st century, but in practice it did not care much. The lobby's job was to express unhappiness with these positions and make sure that they remained empty words. Confrontations with the government occurred when these unpleasant statements were made a little too forcefully or too persistently, and especially when they were followed by sympathetic gestures towards the Palestinians. But the British and Israeli governments got along grandly in the meantime. A good example of this mixture of emotional commitment to Zionism and Israel while courageously demanding Israeli concessions can be seen in Gordon Brown's historic speech in July 2008 in front of the Knesset. He was the first prime minister ever to address the Knesset. First comes the commitment, in his case probably quite genuine, at least in part, given his upbringing. His father was a minister in the Church of Scotland who was involved in pro-Israel activity during Brown's early childhood and influenced him to follow suit. That part of the speech was written with the help of Martin Gilbert, an acclaimed historian of the Holocaust. Gilbert was born into the Goldberg family who emigrated from Eastern Europe to Britain, and in 2019 he told an interviewer that he was involved from a very early age in Zionist activity that even got him in trouble at school. Here is how Brown described his gratitude to Martin Gilbert for helping him with the speech. Martin and Esther were my guides and advisors when as Prime Minister I traveled to Israel, and he helped me write the first speech given by a Prime Minister to the Israel Parliament about the long struggle of Israel, both for survival and then to create a lasting peace. And when the then Prime Minister Ehud Olmert and I exchanged presents, it is a reflection of Martin's preeminence and our shared admiration for him that without either of us knowing it, I had chosen to give Olmert a copy of Martin's The Righteous, and he had chosen to give me a copy of Martin's Story of Israel. Here is part of Brown's speech in front of the Knesset. My hometown, where I grew up not long after your independence in 1948, is the small industrial town of Kirkcaldy on the eastern coast of Scotland. Kirkcaldy is 2,000 miles from Jerusalem, but for me, they are closely linked. Not in their landscapes and certainly not their weather, but in the profound impact of your early statehood years on my childhood. My father was a minister of the church who learned Hebrew and had a deep and lifelong affection for Israel. For 3 decades, he was a member of, and again chairman of, the Church of Scotland's Israel Committee. And he traveled back and forth to Israel twice every year, often more. After each trip, he would roll out the old film projector, plug it in, and load the film. More often than not, the projector would break down, but he would always get it back up and running. And I will never forget those early images of your home and my home and the stories my father would tell. He promised the Knesset that the next generation of his family would continue in the same vein. My sons are still young children. They are just 2 and 4. They have not yet made that journey to Jerusalem, made by their grandfather and then his sons. But one day soon, I look forward to bringing them here to see what their grandfather first came to see in the early years of statehood. At the same time, he was heckled by right-wing members of the Knesset when he said, candidly as a friend, that Israel should have to compromise with the Palestinians, end the settlements, and find a just solution for Jerusalem. They should share the city with the Palestinians and the refugee problem. He called the settlements a blockade to peace, a position he reiterated in a press conference later, in December that year, when he met the Palestinian Prime Minister, Salam Fayyad. Liberal Zionists, such as Jonathan Friedland, tried to persuade the Anglo-Jewish community that Brown was Israel's best friend ever, regardless of the objections of the Israeli right. He wrote in the Jewish Chronicle, in an article called The PM Who Understood Jews, I defy JC readers to find a more pro-Israel, a more unequivocally Zionist statement by any serving British politician than the speech Brown gave when he became the first UK Prime Minister to address the Knesset in July 2008. Marking the 60th anniversary of the birth of the state, Brown ditched the technocratic language and robotic delivery and waxed poetic. Speaking of the centuries of exile ended, the age-long dream realized, the ancient promise redeemed, the promise that even amidst suffering, you will find your way home to the fields and shorelines where your ancestors walked. Crucially, Brown didn't have to be the best possible friend of Israel to be a reliable ally. He just had to do nothing. Perhaps the most perceptive listeners who understood that his Knesset speech was, as the Palestinians called it, kalam fadi, hollow words, were a group of schoolchildren who, as one eagle-eyed British journalist noticed, fell asleep very early on during the Prime Minister's speech. All in all, Brown's short term in office was everything the pro-Israel lobby hoped for. Britain stood aside when Israel carried out a callous attack on the Gaza Strip in December 2008 with weapons made in Britain. The British government had licensed £24 million of British arms exports to Israel in the first half of 2006, a £6 million increase on exports licensed during the whole of 2007. Exports included components for combat aircraft, surface-to-air missiles, naval radars, electronic warfare equipment, weapon sites, and military communications technology. British engines were installed in the Israeli drones that bombarded the Gaza Strip. This at least was what Amnesty International and the UN agency in the Strip claimed at the time. If these top-down policies did result in any blunders, they involved corruption rather than any change of heart about Israel and Palestine. During Brown's term in office, the major scandal was the June 2007 Cash for Honors affair. This scandal had several names: cash for peerages, loans for honors, or loans for peerages, and exposed an unethical, maybe even illegal connection between donations to the Labour Party and the granting of peerages. Brown's own chief fundraiser, John Mendelsohn, admitted, I knew about the scandal for weeks. Mendelsohn also confessed that he was aware that David Abrahams was a controversial donor and that he was channeling hundreds of thousands of pounds to labor through a chain of middlemen. This was an unpleasant moment for the lobby and for the Anglo-Jewish community as a whole, especially when the Crown Prosecution Service asked the police to make further inquiries concerning what they dubbed Donor Gate. The prominence of Jewish donors prompted anxiety that the scandal would lead to a fresh outbreak of anti-Semitism. Not only were Mendelsohn and Abrahams Jewish, their common political platform was LFI, which is also how they were connected to Lord Levy. But in their reporting of the issue, the mainstream Jewish media resolutely kept LFI out of it and honed in on the donors as Jews. In an interview Abrahams gave to the Jewish Chronicle, he expressed his fear that Donor Gate would be seen by the British public as a Jewish conspiracy. This fear was also expressed by John Benjamin, the executive director of the Board of Deputies, interviewed by Nathan Jeffe for both Forward and Haaretz in its English edition. As an Israeli Jew, I probably cannot fully understand or empathize with the fear of anti-Semitism embedded in a community that has suffered from sporadic outbursts of anti-Semitism while facing little systematic prejudice in this century, although I acknowledge that the threat felt is real. Yet I think, knowingly or not, the Israeli and Zionist aspects of scandals such as the Cash for Honors one are not addressed as distinct issues, but are lumped together with anti-Semitism. It is much easier to cry out anti-Semitism, where Jews have the moral high ground, rather than dig deeper and see that a scandal that involves support for Israel in the 21st century is not just about Jews, but rather about the suffering of the Palestinians from Israel's brutal policies. You didn't need to be an anti-Semite to raise your eyebrows at the revelation that the men in question, Abrahams and Mendelsohn, were highly involved with labor friends of Israel. It inevitably strengthened suspicions that pro-Israel Jews donated money to the Labour Party in order to benefit Israel. This connection to Israel was highlighted by a number of British media outlets. The Daily Telegraph led with an explicit commentary on the link between Abraham's LFI and attempts to influence policy towards Israel. To make this point even more obvious, it published a photograph of Abrahams shaking hands with the former Israeli ambassador to Britain, Zvi Heifetz, with the question beneath it, who is the real donor? Abrahams claimed all along that he gave money to labor simply because he supported labor, but it seems it also had to do with his wish to help the cause of LFI. Charitably speaking, he missed the point. The issue at stake wasn't his motivation, but the somewhat bizarre clandestine methods he employed in fundraising for labor while holding a prominent position in LFI. As Yasmin Ali-Pai Brown put it at time in her column in The Independent, it was impossible to exclude LFI from the discussion about these scandals. Its raison d'etre was to champion official Israeli policy. Consequently, she alleged that Tony Blair's unconditional support for the 2006 Israel assault on Lebanon was partly the result of its influence. Ali-Pai Brown argued that the scandal could only convince Islamist fanatics that there really was a worldwide Zionist conspiracy. Of course, they didn't need a scandal to think that. But to the wider public, the presumed association between policies favorable to Israel and donations to the Labour Party going through LFI could increase anti-Semitism. LFI survived as a lobby, despite alleged involvement in the Cash for Honors affair. Neither Israel nor its lobby were too concerned with British public opinion on this. And in any case, the ire was mainly targeted at the politicians who granted peerages. They cared about the political elites, even as public trust in them was on the decline. The damage here was minor and short-lived. In 2014, Labour happily received £630,000 from a Labour friends of Israel grandee Sir David Gerrard, who made a loan of £1 million to the party prior to the 2005 general election. But the lobby was concerned about how the British electorate was responding to Israel's attacks on Gaza and the West Bank in this period. Politicians, chasing after votes, might forget their commitments to Israel. In particular, the lobby worried about constituencies with a high Muslim population, disciplining the media. The massive concrete building on 119 Farringdon Road in London hosted The Guardian from the 1960s, when it moved from Manchester, up until its later move to King's Place in 2008. In April 2006, 2 visitors entered the then-editor Alan Rusbridger's office uninvited. In fact, they barged angrily into his room. The first gentleman was Henry Grunwald, the president of the Board of Deputies, and his colleague was Gerald Maurice Ronson, a business tycoon and philanthropist. The two did not even take off their coats. Ronson addressed Rusbridger immediately, skipping the formalities, and said, "I've always said opinions are like arseholes, everyone's got one," and then added, "I am in favor of free speech, but there is a line which can't be crossed, and as far as I am concerned, you've crossed it, and you must stop this." The "this" referred to by the two gentlemen was an article by Chris McGreal, a veteran journalist who wrote a piece in which he compared Israel to apartheid South Africa. The affiliations of both gentlemen, who had no official connection to Israel, acting in a way that even Israeli diplomats would not have dared to. Tell us how far some Anglo-Jewish organizations and leading figures have gone in deserting the interests of the Anglo-Jewish community at large and focusing almost entirely on partaking in Israel's war against its critics. At the time, Grunwald represented a board of deputies that was uncannily akin to AIPAC in being more a front group for Israel rather than a representation of Anglo-Jews. This was evident as early as 2003. In that year, it reproduced an extract from a U.S. State Department report claiming that the Palestinian Relief and Development Fund, Interpol, was funding terrorist organizations. But when Interpol threatened to sue for libel, the board retracted it and apologized. Interpol is a London-based charity that raises money for Palestinian causes and is one of the largest Muslim-led charities in Europe. The board under Grunwald also failed to silence one of Israel's main critics in the UK, Ken Livingstone. In 2005, Livingstone compared a Jewish Evening Standard reporter, Oliver Feingold, to a concentration camp guard. The board filed a complaint to the Standards Board of England, calling on Livingstone to apologize. Livingstone, who had a 25-year running battle with the paper's owners, responded, "There is no law against unnecessary insensitivity or even offensiveness to journalists harassing you as you try to go home." The complaint against Livingstone was unsuccessful. By the time he burst into the editor's office, Grunwald also presided over another organization, the Jewish Leadership Council, previously known as the Jewish Community Leadership Council, founded in 2003. The council acted as an umbrella group for various Jewish community organizations, charities, and Zionist and pro-Israel advocacy groups. It included important figures such as Lord Levy, Lord Janner, and, by 2013, the treasurers of the Conservative Party, Howard Lee and Stanley Fink. In December 2006, the Leadership Council and the Board of Deputies joined forces and formed the Fair Play Campaign. Group, in reality, a pro-Israel advocacy organization that coordinated activity against anti-Israel boycotts and other anti-Zionist campaigns. Grunwald's colleague that day, Gerald Maurice Ronson, was a very affluent businessman. He inherited his father's furniture and real estate businesses, and famously, the company Heron. Ronson became notorious as one of the Guinness Four people convicted of fraud involving the trading of Heron Company shares in the 1980s. For his role, he was convicted in August 1990 and was charged with the crimes of conspiracy, false accounting, and theft. He was fined and spent 6 months in jail. His criminal record did not stop him from receiving a CBE for his wide-ranging philanthropic work in 2012. 41. They were at the Guardian's office on behalf of LFI, which had decided to take it upon themselves to organize a well-coordinated attack against McGreal's dangerous article. To this end, it sought the help of a new outfit called BICOM, Britain-Israel Communications and Research Center. BICOM was founded in 2001 by Poju Zabludowicz, inspired by the model of AIPAC in the USA. In fact, it sent representatives to participate in AIPAC's annual conferences. Zabludowicz was a Finnish-born British billionaire, art collector, arms dealer, and philanthropist. He was born into money. His father's fortune came from a strong connection to Soltam Systems, the Israeli manufacturer that is still a core part of the state's military industry. He also spent considerable time in Israel and divided his life between Israel and the UK, having settled in the UK through marriage. By all the common criteria, he was at the time one of the richest people in the UK. He owned, according to one report, 40% of downtown Las Vegas. He also owned property in illegal Jewish settlements in the West Bank and had stakes in the shopping center of the illegal settlement Ma'ale Adumim, east of Jerusalem. Zabludowicz contributed £1.4 million in 2 years to BICOM. He also donated generously to the United Jewish Appeal, which collected money for Israel from local Jews. He was also a funder of the Conservative Party. In 2005, Zabludowicz was joined at the helm of BICOM by Ruth Smeeth, who would later become a Labour MP. BICOM worked very closely with Conservative Friends of Israel CFI, and the benefactors of BICOM also helped to fund David Cameron's election campaign in 2005. BICOM used similar methods to those of LFI and CFI, including organizing visits to Israel. The difference was that BICOM focused on sending journalists and paid for their trips in the hope of getting favorable coverage. One typical trip occurred during the days of Operation Cast Lead. The journalists were introduced to military experts in Israel. One study claimed that this trip produced widespread analysis of Hamas as an Iranian proxy in newspapers such as the Sunday Times and the News of the World. In May 2011, BICOM organized the We Believe in Israel conference, attended by 1,500 delegates, to try to counteract the horror in British society in response to the ongoing Israeli siege of the Gaza Strip, which had led the CO operative group to boycott particular Israeli goods. An even bigger event under the same banner was convened in March 2015 to fend off growing criticism of Israel in the wake of the 2014 assault on the Gaza Strip, the worst attack to date. The coalition against McGreal's article was even wider than that. The campaign against him was joined by two additional outfits that were part of the lobby in the UK. The first was the Community Security Trust, CST, which had split from the Board of Deputies in 1986 and included various Anglo-Jewish associations, such as the Association of Jewish Ex-Servicemen and Women. The CST was registered as a charity in 1994 and professed to provide safety, security, and advice to the Jewish community in the UK. At the end of 2021, several Muslim organizations in Britain demanded that the Charity Commission review the CST's status on account of its alleged Islamophobic activity. Gerald Ronson, who joined Grunwald that day in the Guardian office, was the chairman of that body too. Another relatively new organization joined in from overseas, the Committee for Accuracy in Middle East Reporting in America, CAMRA, a pro-Israel media watchdog. It complained unsuccessfully against McGreal to the Press Complaints Commission, alleging that his article was based on materially false accusations. When they faced the editor of The Guardian, the two envoys of this ad hoc coalition of the lobby were not content with just fuming about McGreal's piece. They also accused The Guardian of fanning the flames of anti-Semitism. Alan Rusbridger rejected these accusations, made mainly by Ronson. I mean, I didn't want to get in a great row with Gerald Ronson. I just said I'd be interested in the evidence. I'm not sure how you make that causal connection between someone reading an article that is critical of the foreign policy of Israel and then thinking, why don't I go out and mug Jews on the streets of London? I just can't believe that happens. Rusbridger recollected how effective this browbeating campaign was in 2006. He told a news outlet that there are a lot of newspaper and broadcasting editors who have told me that they just don't think it's worth the hassle to challenge the Israeli line. They've had enough. The ferocity of these attacks can best be explained by the fact that it was getting increasingly difficult for the pro-Israel lobby to justify some of Israel's actions at the beginning of the 21st century. Until 2010, as long as Labour was in government, this task fell on the shoulders of LFI. The difficulty was not only how Israel conducted itself, but a growing grassroots antipathy among Labour and the Conservatives towards the Israeli state. LFI felt under such pressure that it cooperated with CFI, sharing the same contacts with the Israeli embassy and the same supporters, such as the businessmen Victor Blank and Trevor Chin. Of course, their operations within their respective parties remained independent. Blank was a well-known banker, and for a time the director of the Royal Bank of Scotland. Later on, he was the chairman of Great Universal Stores, which owned Argos and other iconic companies. He was deeply entangled in the banking crisis of 2008 and 2009. Later, he became vice president of the Jewish Leadership Council, founded by Grunwald. Trevor Chin was a magnate who made his fortune from garages and services such as the RAC, and was heavily involved in charity work. He chaired the Joint Israel Appeal and was also part of the Jewish Leadership Council executive. He helped to fund Keir Starmer's bid for leadership of the Labour Party in 2020. With such backing until Labour left office in 2010, LFI was leading a new phase in lobbying for Zionism in Britain more than a century after it began. They were now supporting an Israel that had moved dramatically to the right and had no regard for either Palestinian rights or their aspirations. The transition from representing an Israel willing to negotiate to providing carte blanche for its new, more extreme face and policies was not smooth. Ehud Barak's Israeli Labour Party defeat in 2001, the subsequent governments of Ariel Sharon and Ehud Olmert, and the re-election of Netanyahu in 2009 generated some unease among the general Anglo-Jewish community, and known figures in it were losing some of their confidence when it came to supporting Israel unconditionally. Every now and then, leading Jewish figures would criticize one Israeli policy or another. The most frequent criticism was directed against the expansion of Jewish colonization in the West Bank. In 2005, Simon Schama and Sir Malcolm Rifkind led an impressive list of people condemning such plans in a letter to the Israeli ambassador to the UK. Several liberal Anglo-Jewish organizations also reacted to the ongoing siege of Gaza and wanted the Board of Deputies to be less supportive of Israel's policies there. One organization, Yachad, presented a letter signed by 500 British Jews castigating the Board of Deputies for failing to criticize Israel's violence and singling out Hamas. In the first decade of the 21st century, the LFI and similar bodies were worried about what they deemed as the growing anti-Israel orientation of the mainstream media. This is why, from 2000, they targeted The Guardian and accused the paper of being anti-Zionist and even anti-Semitic. While the lobby in the UK itself was not entirely sure this was a successful campaign, and at times tried to engage in dialogue with the paper rather than attacking it instinctively, Israel's government press office deemed it very effective and satisfactory. Its director, Danny Seaman, boasted that he had forced The Guardian to transfer correspondent Suzanne Goldenberg, whom Israel disliked, to Washington. "We simply boycotted them," claimed Seaman. "The editorial boards got the message and replaced their people." 3. This quotation, and the next 10 or so references in the coming paragraphs, are based on the excellent analysis provided by the former chief political editor of The Spectator, Peter Oborne, of this particular formative moment, when the lobby was mainly clashing with the BBC and The Guardian. It appeared on Open Democracy and was written together with James Jones. Seaman was vindictive towards journalists he deemed anti-Israel, denying them entry to Israel or delaying their arrival. He was described by some of those targeted as a bully, who was at the forefront of the general harassment. His language was quite often condescending and self-righteous, as can be seen from his reply to Alan Rusbridger, who had asked Seaman to withdraw his comments about Goldenberg's alleged anti-Semitism, reminding Seaman that he was targeting a very able journalist who had received numerous awards. I will happily withdraw my comments about Ms. Goldenberg when your newspaper withdraws the biased, sometimes malicious, and often incorrect reports which were filed by her during her unpleasant stay here. Rusbridger could not resist pointing out to Seaman that his success in causing her relocation was not a punishment. Only the Israelis would see a move to Washington as a demotion. These accusations directed at Goldenberg were one of the early instances in this century of anti-Semitism being weaponized in order to castigate what was regarded as hostile reportage. Throughout the 2000s, other media outlets and journalists were targeted as well. Antony Lerman, one of the leading Jewish historians and journalists, was labeled a nasty anti-Semite on a website designed to expose anti-Semitism on The Guardian's website for an incisive critical article on the lobby and its carte blanche endorsement of Israeli policies. Lerman responded, "I think there are people who are deliberately manipulating the use of the term anti-Semitism because they do see that it's useful in defending Israel." In 2002, the New Statesman felt the wrath of the pro-Israel lobby in Britain. The lobby alleged that Peter Wilby, then the New Statesman's editor, was complicit in anti-Semitism for allowing 2 articles criticizing Israel to be included in one of its issues, which had a front cover emblazoned with the headline, "A Kosher Conspiracy." It showed the Jewish Star of David piercing a Union Jack, an admittedly provocative image that accompanied 2 insightful and well-founded critical articles on Israel. One article was by Dennis Sewell, exploring the belief that pro-Zionists have undue influence on the media's coverage of the Middle East, and the other by John Pilger, who investigated the pro-Israel lobby in his usual erudite and perceptive style. The lobby organized a demonstration near the Journal's offices under the name Action Against Anti-Semitism, demanding what they called an apology in writing. Wilby apologized for the front cover, but to his credit, he did not cave in on the 2 articles that were targeted. The apology came through an editorial in which he wrote that the New Statesman opposes the policies of the present Israeli government and that he would continue to highlight those policies and, where appropriate, to discuss the activities of lobbies in Britain and America that support them. As for the image, Wilby conceded that the Journal used images and words in such a way as to create unwittingly the impression that the New Statesman was following an anti-Semitic tradition that sees the Jews as a conspiracy piercing the heart of the nation. A year later, in 2003, it was the BBC's turn. At that time, Israel joined a small band of countries, including North Korea, Zimbabwe, and Turkmenistan, that refused the BBC free access. The Israeli government imposed visa restrictions on BBC journalists and refused access to Israeli government figures after a documentary about its nuclear weapons, entitled Israel's Secret Weapon, was shown on the BBC World Service. Seaman was again orchestrating the campaign. He compared the BBC film to the worst of Nazi propaganda. When Ariel Sharon visited London in July 2003, the Israeli press officer banned BBC journalists from attending his press conferences. Israel's nuclear capacities may not have been a secret any longer, but it did have another weapon in its arsenal, the allegation of anti-Semitism. This was targeted at the BBC's Orla Garin. The Israeli government repeatedly complained to the BBC that she was anti-Semitic and showed total identification with the goals and methods of Palestinian terror groups. She was even blamed for fomenting anti-Semitic incidents in Britain. When Garin was based in the Middle East in 2004, she filed a report about a 16-year-old Palestinian would-be suicide bomber. Garin said in the report that, "This is a picture that Israel wants the world to see," implying the Israelis were exploiting the boy for propaganda purposes. One of Israel's ministers, Natan Sharansky, joined the campaign and complained to the BBC about Garin, accusing her of such a gross double standard to the Jewish state. It is difficult to see Ms. Garin's report as anything but anti-Semitic. He continued to follow her career, so to speak, and when he learned that Garin was being awarded an MBE, he declared, "It is very sad that something as important as anti-Semitism is not taken into consideration when issuing this award, especially in Britain where the incidents of anti-Semitism are on the rise." In 2004, the pressure on the BBC from pro-Israel groups and the Israeli government was so great that the head of BBC News, Richard Sambrook, felt obliged to act. He commissioned Malcolm Balin, a former head of ITV News and senior BBC executive, to prepare a report on the BBC's Middle East coverage from 2000 to 2004. It was 20,000 words long, and the British taxpayer paid an undisclosed sum of money, rumored to be quite handsome for its composition. Through a Freedom of Information request, Open Democracy, on whose report we rely in this section, discovered that the BBC had spent over £250,000 on legal fees relating to the case. We do not know what was written in the report. Appeals to the courts in the name of the Freedom of Information Act were turned down. In October 2004, the High Court finally ruled that the BBC did not have to publish the report. Anyone associated with the lobby, directly or indirectly, was convinced that it was not published because it proved the anti-Israel bias of the BBC. Although the report was never released, the bits and pieces that both Open Democracy and the Jewish Chronicle were able to gather indicate that probably all the report did was to point out several occasions where it deemed reports were in need of more context, ironically because, at the time, according to the report, the dominant view was pro-Israel. The BBC turned into what one journalist called a hate figure for pro-Israel groups who resented what they saw as an anti-Israel bias. Ex-BBC journalists recalled that rarely a week went by without having to deal with complaints about their coverage of the Middle East. In 2007, the pro-Israel lobby turned their ire towards the BBC's Middle East editor, Jeremy Bowen, then one of the most senior journalists in the UK. The BBC Trust, the BBC's governing body at the time, accused him of 24 cases of inaccuracy and breaching the code of impartiality in an article he wrote commemorating the 40th anniversary of the June 1967 war. The inaccuracies were a challenge to the lobby's narrative. As I have tried to show from the beginning of this book, Zionist lobbying and later Israeli lobbying are, among other things, an attempt to control the narrative. Bowen used the narrative most scholars at the time were employing when writing about 1967, for instance, referring to the war as a chance to finish the unfinished business of Israel's independence war of 1948. He also shared the common scholarly assessment of Zionism as a project of territorial expansionism, writing of Zionism's innate instinct to push out the frontier. And finally, he repeated the well-known fact that the Jewish settlements were a breach of international law. The Trust's accusations did not come out of the blue. It was once more a case of the Trust caving into pressure from the pro-Israel lobby, which demanded Bowen's dismissal due to his anti-Israeli coverage. It was hardly explosive stuff. While it described Israel as a second Goliath, it blamed Nasser for stoking the fears of Israeli civilians. It simply did not conform to Israel's self-image as a plucky underdog fighting for its very life. Instead of Grunwald and Ronson, this time the mission was entrusted to Jonathan Turner and Gilead Innie. Turner would later chair an outfit called UK Lawyers for Israel. At the time, he was working for the Zionist Federation, the obsolete outfit from the early days of lobbying for Zionism, now lacking a clear purpose. Gilead Innie was a recruit from the other side of the Atlantic. People like him increasingly took up the mantle of helping the pro-Israel lobby in Britain. He was a senior research analyst at Camera. Camera produced a new methodology, a line-by-line examination of every piece, highlighting mistakes ranging from straightforward typos to conflicting interpretations, to cast doubt on the professionalism of those who criticize Israel. Bowen's article was subjected to this intensive method of discrediting an author. Enumerating 24 biases in the article, and another 4 in another publication by Bowen, they initially failed to convince the BBC's editorial complaints unit. As two journalists who looked at the inaccuracies remarked, the corrections were, at best, matters of opinion. In a majority of the cases, the complaints were found to have no merit, and where changes were made, they changed the meaning very little. 62. However, they then took their complaints to the BBC Trust, whose chair was either persuaded or perhaps even intimidated into ceding they had merit. I say intimidated, based on what Charlie Beckett, a former BBC News editor, wrote. The BBC investigated Jeremy Bowen because they were under such extraordinary pressure. It struck a chill through the actual BBC newsroom because it signaled to them that they were under assault. Be that as it may, the Trust convened a special meeting chaired by David Lidiment, who had worked in TV entertainment for the BBC and ITV over the years. He was described by Jonathan Dimbleby as someone who is admired as a TV entertainment wizard and former director of programs at ITV, but whose experience of the dilemmas posed by news and current affairs, especially in relation to the bitterly contested complexities of the Middle East, is, perforce, limited. The charade of inaccuracies seemed to fascinate the fairly clueless. Lidiment and his colleagues found that Bowen had breached 3 accuracy guidelines and an impartiality one in his online report, and 1 accuracy guideline in his radio piece. The Zionist Federation and Camera at once called for Bowen to be sacked, calling his position untenable, while adding that what they called his biased coverage of Israel had been a significant contributor to the recent rise in anti-Semitic incidents in the UK to record levels. This was a pattern the lobby now followed time and again, extending its remit to academics whose arguments were insufficiently sympathetic to Israel. The targeted writer or journalist was accused of intentional inaccuracies in the service of Israel's enemies that had inadvertently led to an increase in anti-Semitism. Nobody in the BBC Trust even attempted to unpack this completely implausible chain of causality. This was a pro-Israel interpretation that had to be accepted as the truth. Accordingly, it interested precisely no one that Bowen had published a similar article in the Jewish Chronicle only a few days earlier. That included the same contentious sentences, such as, "Israel still bears a disastrous legacy in Zionism's innate instinct to push out the frontier," as well as the Israeli generals, mainly hugely self-confident Sabras in their late 30s and early 40s, had been training to finish the unfinished business of 1948 for most of their careers. These inaccuracies apparently did not matter then. The Jewish Chronicle subsequently took the article down. Jonathan Dimbleby was outraged and wrote an incisive article on the whole affair in the Index on Censorship. Unsurprisingly, this didn't go down well with the lobby. Turner employed the same method in trying to censor Dimbleby, demanding that he should no longer host the BBC's flagship radio program, Any Questions? Dimbleby became a victim of a process he so ably described. You don't have to search far on the web to find Zionist publications, lobby groups and bloggers all over the world using distorted versions of the report to justify their ill-founded prejudice that the BBC has a deep-seated and long-standing bias against the State of Israel. Conversely, millions of Palestinians, other Arabs, and Muslims will by now have been confirmed in their, equally false, belief that the BBC is yet again running scared of Israeli propaganda. The irony was that large sections of the public and the whole network of pro-Palestinian organizations were outraged by the BBC coverage in general, especially after the Israeli assaults on the Gaza Strip began in 2008. The worst manifestation of this biased coverage was the BBC's refusal to screen an aid appeal from Britain's top charities for the children of Gaza. The BBC has a long tradition of showing humanitarian appeals, including those that were seen as politically sensitive, such as the Lebanon appeal in 1982, and helped raise tens of millions of pounds for people in need around the world. But in January 2009, Mark Thompson, Director General of the BBC, took the unprecedented decision of breaking away from other broadcasters and refusing to broadcast the Disasters Emergency Committee's appeal for Gaza, claiming it would compromise the BBC's impartiality. ITV and Channel 4 screened the Gaza appeal, but Sky joined the BBC in refusing. The BBC's decision undermined the humanitarian effort and probably resulted in the loss of millions of pounds that could have been raised. It had an undeniable impact. Brendan Gormley, chief executive of the Disasters Emergency Committee, was confident that the appeal for Gaza raised only about half of the expected total, £7.5 million. In the first 40 to 8 hours of the appeal, phone calls were down by 17,000 compared to the average. For some, this particular episode unambiguously proved how far the pro-Israel lobby's influence had reached. Ben Bradshaw, the Secretary for Culture at the time and a former BBC reporter, remarked, "I'm afraid the BBC has to stand up to the Israeli authorities occasionally. Israel has a long reputation of bullying the BBC." He added, "I'm afraid the BBC has been cowed by this relentless and persistent pressure from the Israeli government, and they should stand up against it." Michael Mates, a member of the Intelligence and Security Committee and former Northern Ireland minister, said, "The pro-Israel lobby in our body politic is the most powerful political lobby. There's nothing to touch them." He also commented, "I think their lobbying is done very discreetly, in very high places, which may be why it is so effective." The diligent Peter O'Bourne asked Charlie Beckett, the former BBC News editor, why he thought the corporation behaved in such a way, and he replied, "If there was no pro-Israeli lobby in this country, then I don't think screening the appeal would have been seen as politically problematic. I don't think it would be a serious political issue and concern for them if they didn't have that pressure from an extraordinarily active, sophisticated, and persuasive lobby sticking up for the Israeli viewpoint." Many years later, when Labour was in opposition, the British public had evidence of the pro-Israel lobby's influence put before it again in an installment of Channel 4's acclaimed program, Dispatches. It was the third time the channel had dared to challenge the loyalty of mainstream TV media in Britain to the government's policy on the Israel-Palestine question. The first occasion was in 2003, when John Pilger's Palestine Is Still the Issue was screened. This was a documentary graphically exposing Israeli abuses of Palestinians' basic civil and human rights in the occupied territories. The second bold foray into challenging the pro-Israel narrative was Peter Kuzminski's The Promise, which provided a compelling fictional portrayal of the Nakba in 1948 as ethnic cleansing. The two earlier productions were only aired outside prime time. Dispatches marked the first time such a challenge to the lobby was broadcast on primetime television. It was presented by Peter O'Bourne, who shone a light on one of the few remaining taboos in British politics and British political journalism. The press commended the channel for taking the bold if unpopular move. Aside from exposing the operations of Labor Friends of Israel and Conservative Friends of Israel, it unveiled BICOM's tenacious work to suppress criticism of Israel. As it turned out, Oborn and the show's producers had performed a greater public service than they realized. The conservatives would win power 1 year after the documentary aired, and without it, the covert role of CFI might have slipped under the radar. In 2009, the ballroom of the iconic Park Plaza Westminster Bridge Hotel in London, which overlooks the Houses of Parliament, hosted the annual convention of the Conservative Friends of Israel. The keynote speaker at the annual lunch on 18 June was the leader of the party, soon to become Prime Minister David Cameron. Until David Cameron addressed their conference, hardly anyone in the British media, let alone the wider public, knew what CFI was. This may have been a conscious decision on CFI's part. A low profile could only have done them favors in 2009. 6 months before the meeting, Israel began a 23-day assault on Gaza that ended with the death of about 1,400 Palestinians, including hundreds of children, in Operation Cast Lead. Even ardent supporters of Israel found it difficult to justify this assault and its human cost. So, conveniently, CFI left it in the hands of its counterpart LFI to carry out the unpleasant task. CFI was easy to underestimate. But even before its unexpected lurch into public consciousness, mainly as a result of the Dispatches program, it had been a powerful actor on the political scene since 1995. Back then, conservative politician Robert Rhodes James lauded it as the largest organization in Western Europe dedicated to the cause of the people of Israel. By 2009, according to Dispatches, around 80% of conservative MPs were members of CFI, leading Peter Oborn, to call it by far Britain's most powerful pro-Israel lobbying group in 2013.74. The Dispatches documentary claimed members of the group and their companies had donated over £10 million to the Conservative Party between 2001 and 2009. The group called this figure deeply flawed, saying that they have only donated £30,000 between 2004 and 2009, but that members of the group have undoubtedly made individual donations to the party. Dispatches described CFI as beyond doubt the most well-connected and probably the best funded of all Westminster lobbying groups. In the Plaza's sparkling ballroom, David Cameron appeared in front of CFI and was very warmly received. To the great relief of the attendees, Cameron did not mention Cast Lead and its destruction of the Gaza Strip. Aside from justifying Israel's right to defend itself and noting the contrast to the great delight of the attendees, between the Jewish state and Hamas, Israel strives to protect innocent life. Hamas targets innocent life. He talked very differently when he became prime minister a year later, but he pleased the audience when he said, "For the Palestinians themselves, their obligations are clear. Prove you are a reliable negotiating partner. Bring order to your own society, and renounce violence completely." The conclusion was clear. Israel and its lobby could count on David Cameron. When the Conservatives went into a coalition government, CFI was happy to flex its muscles again. CFI earned this influence as a result of the generous support it lent to Tory candidates in the elections. Among the names supported, according to a pamphlet published by James Jones and Peter Oborn entitled The Pro-Israel Lobby in Britain, were Ed Vaizey, Greg Hands, Michael Gove, Brooks Newmark, Shailesh Vara, Grant Shapps, Adam Holloway, Joanne Cash, and William Hague. Almost all of them would serve in the cabinet. Some were even taken on trips to Israel to solidify their connection to CFI. At the time, the organization was chaired by MP Stephen Crabb, a devout evangelical Christian who alternated with a Jewish MP in this position, and Lord Eric Pickles. In the pamphlet, Jones and Oborn also argue that there is also a suggestion that some members of the CFI target MPs who are critical of Israel. For instance, Karen Buck, the Labour MP for Regent's Park and Kensington North, has been an outspoken critic. Her Conservative opponent, Joanne Cash, who works for the think tank Policy Exchange, has received checks cumulatively worth at least £20,078. CFI reacted angrily to the allegations made in the Dispatches documentary. The documentary was deeply flawed in its crucial failure to draw any distinction between donations to the Conservative Party from individuals who may well broadly support the aims and objectives of CFI and donations from the CFI itself. The allegation that CFI and its supporters have contributed £10 million to the Conservative Party in the last 8 years has absolutely no basis in fact. However, CFI's focus was not on that documentary, but rather on Cameron. The Jewish Chronicle gave its readers a quick assessment of Cameron and his government from the perspective of the pro-Israel lobby. Stuart Polak, director of CFI, said, "We are delighted to see David Cameron as Prime Minister in Downing Street and William Hague as Foreign Secretary. Israel and the Jewish community can feel assured that their issues and concerns will be addressed and taken seriously by the government. I have every confidence that pledges the Conservatives made before the election on important foreign and domestic issues will be implemented." the lack of any distinction between Jewish interests in Britain and Israeli interests had never been put forward so unashamedly. After decades of cautious navigation around Jews as British citizens and Jews as potential citizens of Israel, all caution was thrown to the wind. Jews in Britain were now conflated with Israel, and if there were doubts about certain personalities, all you needed to do was to read the Jewish Chronicle for clarification, and thus the paper assured its readers that Defense Secretary Liam Fox is known to be hawkish on the Middle East and will champion Israel's cause in cabinet. The main task of the government, according to the Jewish Chronicle, was defined in the following way. On the touchstone issue of universal jurisdiction, the Tories are committed to legislative change to stop magistrates issuing warrants for visiting Israeli politicians. There is concern in some circles about the commitment of Attorney General Dominic Grieve. However, the new Justice Secretary, Ken Clark, who would be responsible for pushing through the law change, is a recent visitor to Israel with CFI and considered a safe pair of hands. The lobby hence had nothing to worry about with regard to David Cameron and his coalition government. Unfortunately, it did have a bigger problem: Israel's own brutality. Before the election, CFI could be both sanguine and complacent about the incoming government's support, but it soon transpired that even politicians who were helped by CFI or supported it found it difficult to toe the line when faced with the humanitarian catastrophe in Gaza and, to a lesser extent, with the overall systematic abuse of Palestinian rights in the West Bank. The Israeli siege of the Gaza Strip created shortages of food supplies, medicines, and materials for infrastructure, and at the same time locked in nearly 2 million people, increasing the mental pressure on a population of whom many were 1948 refugees. And thus, the lobby no longer aimed to galvanize support for Israel. It directed its energies to suppressing critics. The lobby had to work hard to keep everyone in line, regardless of the developments on the ground, even after the Tories were in power. By 2009, the Jewish lobby for Israel was resigned to the fact that there was no more liberal Zionism of any significance in Israel. Support for Israel now amounted to advocacy for the right-wing governments of Sharon, Olmert, and Netanyahu. This process of reorientation began when Netanyahu was elected for the first time after Yitzhak Rabin's assassination in 1995 by a far-right extremist who opposed the Oslo Accords. The murder shocked the Anglo-Jewish community as a whole, but did not prompt any soul-searching about what the purpose of lobbying for Israel was. No less challenging was the publication of the Goldstone Report in 2010, accusing Israel of targeting civilians intentionally. CFI's role was to ensure that the government did not endorse a UN resolution based on the report. Andrew Feldman, a fashion tycoon, a friend of Cameron from their shared time at Oxford and a senior member of CFI, was, according to some sources, present at a meeting between Cameron and William Hague, his foreign secretary, and influenced the drafting of a reassuring letter to CFI. Unless the draft resolution is redrafted to reflect the role that Hamas played in starting the conflict, we would recommend that the British government vote to reject the resolution. Britain stayed true to its word in this instance and rejected the resolution. The pressure had paid off. The next challenge was to confront the desperate move in 2011 by the Palestinian Authority to appeal to the international community to avert the total demise of the two-state solution by unilaterally declaring the establishment of a Palestinian state. Effectively, the Palestinian Authority had no real sovereignty or power anywhere in historical Palestine. From 2011, CFI and the Board of Deputies were mobilized by Israel to pressure the government not to heed the Palestinian Authority's request, and largely succeeded. In response to Palestinian civil society's frantic struggle to win over the international community, the main method used by both LFI and CFI was to intensify the frequency of politicians' trips to Israel. The MPs' trips were funded by Israel. As journalists have shown over the years, more MPs went to Israel on LFI and CFI trips than to countries in Europe, America, and Africa combined. A trip to Israel, as well as joining either LFI or CFI, was a ticket for the young and ambitious to higher positions within Britain's major parties. This holds especially true for the Labour Party chairs or vice chairs of LFI, who later obtained ministerial positions, include Jim Murphy, James Purnell, and Ivan Lewis. As before, targeting the official political elites was a successful gambit. This tendency to criticize policy in the West Bank and the Gaza Strip here and there, while still being very loyal to Israel, tallied with overall British policy towards Israel. Cameron tried to stick to that policy on his first official visit to Israel as Prime Minister in March 2014, when he addressed the Knesset and declared that he was a British Prime Minister whose belief in Israel is unbreakable and whose commitment to Israel's security will always be rock solid. He made a point of referring to the 1917 Balfour Declaration and to the proud and vital role that Britain had played in helping to secure Israel as a homeland for the Jewish people. At the same time, liberal Jews and the wider public found it hard to stomach total indifference towards the conditions of the Palestinians. For a while, some nominal sympathy with Palestinians was tolerated by the lobby's leaders. but only if it did not influence what they saw as the crucial organizations, such as the Board of Deputies. In 2014, the Board of Deputies had a spasm of liberal Zionism and sought to counteract the growing anger about Israeli policies by putting out a joint statement with the Muslim Council of Britain calling for peace, following a particularly aggressive Israeli military operation in Gaza. This was Operation Protective Edge, which took place during June and July 2014, triggered by the abduction and killing of 3 young settlers in the West Bank, but caused more by Israel's desire to undermine a reconciliation unfolding between Hamas and the Palestinian Authority, and Israel's annoyance at the continued building of Hamas's military capacity during a 2-year ceasefire that had concluded in 2012. As a result of Israeli attacks, nearly 250,000 Palestinians were displaced in the Strip, and hundreds of thousands of children, according to the UN 373,000, needed mental health support as a result of the traumatic events they experienced. 1/4 of the houses in Gaza City were damaged. As we saw earlier, although there are debates about the number of Palestinians killed, all the sources, including the Israeli one, put them at over 2,000, which included nearly 500 children. The Israeli army lost 66 soldiers and 6 civilians died in the rocket attacks from Gaza. Although 3/4 of the board approved the joint initiative, the angry backlash from the more influential right-wing members of the board was intimidating enough to persuade the board to distance itself from the Muslim Council of Britain. CFI didn't care too much about what the public thought. It focused on making sure the coalition government suffered no inconvenient pangs of conscience when they thought about Gaza. However, other lobbying groups decided to try and stop the decline of Israel's public image. They aimed to discipline the mainstream media, which was increasingly critical of the siege of Gaza and Israel's continued assaults on it. In general, the mainstream media maintained the omerta concerning Israel's activities in the region and didn't cause the lobby too much trouble. But this was the age of alternative media, alongside a civil society that became more hostile to Israel with every passing day. The main challenge came from networks such as Al Jazeera, the lobby by Al Jazeera. We have seen how the American lobby suppressed the screening of the lobby in the US. Its British counterpart was not quite so successful, and hence in 2017, Al Jazeera broadcast an investigation of a large array of organizations that informally comprised the pro-Israel lobby in Britain. This included the Jewish Labor Movement, formerly the British branch of Poale Zion, the Union of Jewish Students, CFI, and LFI. The program deployed undercover journalists to expose the activities of the lobby groups. The main hero of the piece was an employee of the Israeli embassy, Shai Masso, who conversed with every group involved about targeting pro-Palestinian politicians in Britain. He talked in the film about his desire to take down politicians such as Alan Duncan, then Minister of State in the Foreign Office. His crime was criticizing Israeli settlements in the occupied West Bank, and Crispin Blunt, a civil servant whom Masso described as being too pro-Arab. Other telling episodes showed attempts to dislodge the first black Muslim woman to be elected as president of the National Union of Students, Malia Bouattia. Masso is heard in the film trying to solidify the lobby by guiding sympathetic students into launching a youth wing of LFI, claiming he has £1 million to Joan Ryan, the chair of LFI, for trips and visits. Although Labour and the Scottish National Party demanded an inquiry into the allegation that a foreign state interfered in the politics of a local party, Boris Johnson, then Foreign Secretary, rejected all these appeals. Needless to say, the pro-Israel lobby in Britain condemned the lobby as anti-Semitic. LFI published a panicked Twitter thread in which the documentary was accused of typical anti-Semitic tropes and a series of falsehoods. However, Ofcom, the communications regulator, dismissed complaints and ruled that Al Jazeera had not been anti-Semitic, nor had it breached impartiality rules. The fact that it didn't get its way in this instance did not cause the lobby to reconsider its campaign to suppress criticism of Israel. On the contrary, it intensified its efforts, weaponizing anti-Semitism and Islamophobia. We've seen how the dual strategy Israel employed in its attempt to stop the constant deterioration of its international image worked in the US. Its nicer public-facing side focused on charming the targeted audience. The Israeli Ministry of Tourism presented an image of the most relaxed, tolerant, and fun country in the world. In this fantasy, Israel was a state that had airbrushed those inconvenient Palestinians out of its land and was awarded the Golan Heights as a gift from Syria. Posters showing the ministry's map of Greater Israel, which appeared on billboards on the London Underground, had no Golan Heights or Palestinian areas. Even The Guardian reproduced this cartographical fabrication in May 2009 and took several months to correct it on 15 July. But around 2010, the Netanyahu government reached the conclusion that the charm offensive wasn't enough to salvage Israel's reputation. He recruited teams of experts to find a solution to the problem, and many pointed the finger squarely at Britain. The proof for this was the emergence of Palestinian solidarity among broad sections of the British public, which Netanyahu accused of delegitimizing Israel. In 2011, At the annual State of the Nation conference at the Interdisciplinary Center Herzliya, delegitimization was chosen as the major theme. One speaker after another portrayed this assault as part of the ills of left-wing postmodernism, which wants to conquer the sources of cultural production to control the truth. As they put it, an op-ed in The Guardian or Le Monde will not make them Zionists. In addition, they complained that Israel will also be blamed, no matter what it does. And finally, that Israelis should not wash their dirty laundry outside and present a united Israel. The academics working for the Jewish Agency blamed the UN, Western legal systems, and Western academia for the ongoing assault. It singled out Britain as the center of the campaign to tarnish Israel's international image. One explanation provided by this team of experts for the shift in British public opinion was the increase in Britain's Muslim population. On the flip side of things, according to this report, there were still forces to reckon with that were on Israel's side, such as Tesco. I have no idea why Tesco is mentioned by these experts as an antidote to anti-Israel advocacy. The overall assessment was as follows. Britain is the capital of communication of the world. It is the center of the world's principal NGOs, but it is also a country with a fragile Jewish community. Amnesty and Oxfam are preoccupied with delegitimizing Israel. The government is more sympathetic. So what should be done? Whoever is the delegitimizer, including Israeli professors supporting the BDS campaign, should be fought like in a war. They should be targeted and fought, not engaged intellectually. All the means not used before should be employed. This is the battlefield on the Israeli right to function, defend itself. 9-1. The debate about Israel's conduct in the occupied territories was now a war about the legitimacy of Israel itself. Israel's weapon of choice was equating criticism of Israel with anti-Semitism and Islamic terrorism. It had been used throughout the history of the lobby in Britain, but was needed more than ever in 2014, when the disturbing images from Operation Protective Edge, the largest ever Israeli assault on the Gaza Strip, reached Britain. The Israeli assault triggered unprecedented protests and demonstrations in Britain against Israeli policy. Tens of thousands demonstrated in London and other cities. This time, many in the Muslim community in Britain joined forces with the various solidarity movements in the country. There were also demonstrations in front of supermarkets selling Israeli products. Even Nick Clegg, leader of the Liberal Democrats and Deputy Prime Minister in Cameron's coalition government, added his voice to the general condemnation, accusing Israel of a deliberately disproportionate form of collective punishment. 92. According to YouGov, across the population as a whole, sympathy for the Palestinians reached 30%, the highest since YouGov tracking. Began in 2003.9. 3 petitions across the country called upon municipalities to fly the Palestinian flag in solidarity with the people of Gaza. The lobby reacted by launching the campaign against anti-Semitism in 2014, while Operation Protective Edge was going on. From that moment onwards, any rebuke of Israel's actions in the Gaza Strip was immediately depicted as anti-Semitic. The campaign first targeted the Tricycle Theatre in London, which refused to host the Jewish Film Festival, an event funded by the Israeli embassy. The artistic director of the theater stated, "The festival receives funding from the Israeli embassy, and, given the current conflict in Israel and Gaza, we feel it is inappropriate to accept financial support from any government agency involved." Stephen Pollard, the editor of the Jewish Chronicle at the time, tweeted a strident objection would come to characterize the Jewish Chronicle. Response to any acts of solidarity with the Palestinians in Britain, be clear on this. Tricycle Theatre is now officially anti-Semitic. It is singling out the Jewish state for boycott. The intimidating rebuke was effective. The theater did a U-turn and invited the festival without any preconditions to take place there in years to come. Similar accusations were directed at the late Anglo-Jewish MP Sir Gerald Kaufman for comparing Israeli actions to those of the Nazis and referring to Jewish money that influenced conservative policies on Israel. Jewish money was immediately seized upon as an anti-Semitic trope, although the phrase was hardly controversial beforehand. As Tony Greenstein points out, the term Jewish money is regularly used within the Jewish community. It simply means money belonging to Jews. I counted over 600 instances of its use in the Jewish Chronicle alone by searching their archives. The Board of Deputies called on the Labour Party to discipline Kaufman, and the pressure led Jeremy Corbyn to castigate him publicly for making completely unacceptable remarks about the Jewish community. It did not help Corbyn, who then in 2015 began to be systematically accused first of not doing enough about anti-Semitism and then of being an anti-Semite himself. Kaufman's condemnation continued even after his death in 2017 and ended with quite vicious obituaries written about him in the Jewish Chronicle and elsewhere. Another victim of this campaign was a Bristol University professor, Rebecca Gould. Gould, herself Jewish, wrote an article called Defining Anti-Semitism in 2011 describing how the Holocaust intimidates people into self-censoring their views on Israel and suggested that Jewish people should stop privileging the Holocaust. It did include sentences that pro-Israel readers found hard to digest but were legitimate under any principle of freedom of opinion. Israel must find a way of not passing on the crimes the Nazis introduced into the world onto the next generation of its citizens. The campaign against anti-Semitism called on the university to fire her unless she retracted her article. At the time, this was a practically unprecedented move, and one that many liberal Jews felt was unwarranted. Even people like Kenneth Stern, an American academic who was the main author of the International Holocaust Remembrance Alliance's definition of anti-Semitism, later made infamous by disputes in labor about its adoption, declared in testimony in the U.S. Congress that the campaign's behavior was egregious and that the exercise itself was chilling and McCarthy-like. This widespread sympathy was not extended to David Miller, another Bristol University professor, whose crime was linking Zionism with Islamophobia 10 years later. But in both cases, the University of Bristol opened up an investigation. Gould quit while she was ahead and moved to Birmingham University. Miller was not so lucky. He was sacked. Before the election of Jeremy Corbyn, quite a few liberal Jews at the time felt uneasy with the way the campaign worked. Anshel Pfeffer, the Haaretz London correspondent, wrote in 2015, "The fact is, too many Jews, both political leaders in public appearances and ordinary Jews on social media, are often too quick to bring up the Holocaust in order to make a point. The sad truth is that many Jews have cheapened the memory of the Holocaust by using it in an inappropriate fashion. Holding that opinion doesn't necessarily make you an anti-Semite." He further accused the campaign of an eagerness to see the anti-Semitism in Britain, which inarguably exists, as much more widespread than it really is. While liberals on both sides of the Atlantic thought the campaign's histrionics were disconnected from reality, one member of the informal pro-Israel lobby we met earlier in the chapter, BICOM, didn't see any issue with them. In seeking to equate criticism of Israel with anti-Semitism, it allied itself with some dubious bedfellows, some of whom were present at its annual convention in 2015. The Middle East Forum took part, an America-based NGO that, according to Hilary Aked, provided financial support to prominent European Islamophobes such as the Dutch. Politician Geert Wilders and Petter Jensen, also known as Fjordman, a blogger who inspired Norway's far-right mass murderer Anders Breivik, this kind of spectacle could only discredit the lobby's case in the eyes of liberals and broader civil society. Yet if many liberal Jews were skeptical about the legitimacy of BICOM and the campaign's methods before 2015, that was soon to change. On September 12, 2015, Jeremy Corbyn was elected as leader of the Labour Party. The lobby, in both its formal and informal iterations, suddenly realized that it could no longer rely on inertia to keep the wheels of the party turning on pro-Israel tracks. Corbyn was a threat to everything the lobby had built within the party, and they needed to neutralize him. They set their sights on bringing down a politician at the very top. Facing the danger of Corbynism 2015 to 2020. Jeremy Corbyn was the dark horse candidate in the 2015 leadership race, barely scraping enough MP nominations to get on the ballot paper. Corbyn mania was a bolt out of the blue in a party that was close to moribund after a long rightward drift and 2 election defeats. His election antagonized not only the pro-Israel lobby, but also the Blairite wing of the party. They saw the aged socialist as the return of the old Labour they despised and tried to depose him from day one. Their criticisms were primarily ideological. They thought nationalization was outdated and found him insufficiently pro-European. After the Leave campaign won out in the Brexit referendum in 2016, 172 Labour MPs supported a vote of no confidence in Corbyn, prompting a leadership challenge. Humiliatingly for his parliamentary opponents, Corbyn won again, with an even larger majority. A new tack had to be tried, and MPs were only too happy to cooperate with the lobby in turning the faint murmurs about anti-Semitism into an uproar. The methodology is familiar to those of us who have been targeted by the lobby. A team was assembled to review Corbyn's past actions and words on behalf of the Palestinians and reframe them as instances of either indirectly fomenting anti-Semitism or directly contributing to its spread. As Corbyn was a longtime supporter of the Palestine Solidarity Campaign and frequently spoke at its events, they found plenty of material they could manipulate and work with. The Jewish Chronicle lost all its inhibitions and claimed that Corbyn associated with Holocaust deniers, terrorists, and some outright anti-Semites. The campaign against Corbyn peaked when the former chief rabbi, Jonathan Sachs, defined several instances in Corbyn's political career as indicative of a chronicle of anti-Semitism. The most ridiculous among them was pointing to an event Corbyn hosted featuring the late Hajo Meyer, a survivor of Auschwitz, who volunteered as an ambulance driver in the occupied West Bank after retiring from a very successful business career in the Netherlands. Hajo Meyer considered Israeli abuse of Palestinians as abuse of the memory of the Holocaust, and said so at a Holocaust Memorial Day event, which Corbyn was hosting in 2010. This hit the headlines in 2018, and several Labour MPs were quick to condemn the entire event as totally unacceptable. Alarmed by the outcry, Corbyn apologized, saying he had appeared on platforms with people whose views he rejected completely. In my view, this was a tactical error and exposed his vulnerability to these kinds of attacks by the lobby, who persisted with guilt by association tactics in relation to many more incidents in Corbyn's political career. You wouldn't have guessed it from the media coverage. But Corbyn's views on Palestine were virtually identical to those expressed by most British diplomats and senior politicians ever since 1967. Like them, he supported a two-state solution and recognized the Palestinian Authority. At the time of his election, this position made him an outlier among the Palestine Solidarity Campaign and the wider anti-Zionist movement, who endorsed a one-state solution. So why did the lobby see him as such a threat, especially as a potential future prime minister? Because they suspected, correctly, that he sincerely believed in a just two-state solution and wouldn't swallow Israel's excuses for obstructing it. In other words, he followed the lead of previous British statesmen who had the courage to stand up to the lobby's pressure. Christopher Mayhew, George Brown, and Jeremy Corbyn had much in common. They were in positions of power that could affect British policy towards Israel. They were all totally loyal to the official British policy, supporting a two-state solution to the conflict. None of them denied the right of Israel to exist. None of them had made any anti-Semitic remark in their lifetime, and they were not anti-Semitic in any sense of the word. They were all targeted as if they dramatically deviated from British policy, denied the right of Israel to exist, and were motivated by good old-fashioned anti-Semitism. The risk posed by Corbyn led the new president of the Board of Deputies, Marie-Sarah van der Zyl, to intensify the attack on Corbyn in 2018, once it was clear he could not be removed through a leadership election. By profession, van der Zyl is a lawyer specializing in employment law. Her loyalty to Israel, she explained in an interview with the Jewish Chronicle, had to do with her past. She came to Britain in the famous Kindertransport and spent some time in Israel. She was determined to defend Israel's legitimacy and its centrality to Jewish identity. Her presidency overlapped with the Trump era, and she fully endorsed Trump's policies in the region, including moving the American embassy to Jerusalem. Van der Zyl chose I founded by a Jewish businessman from France, a former director of France 24, and another from Israel in 2013 to indict Corbyn of supposed anti-Semitism. In an interview in August 2018, van der Zyl claimed repeatedly that Jeremy Corbyn had been spending more and more time with terrorists and extremists, and with people who threaten the security of Britain. She seconded one of the presenter's outbursts that supporters of Jeremy Corbyn are a cult, and said that Jeremy Corbyn had declared war on the Jews at home. According to van der Zyl, Jeremy Corbyn's hatred of Israel and Zionism runs so deep, and he cannot separate that from anti-Semitism. Van der Zyl praised the Tory party, claiming that the Tories have always shown themselves to be friends to the Jewish community. This homage to the Conservatives was wildly incongruous with their actual record on anti-Semitism and Islamophobia, which was far worse than Labour's. A proper inquiry into their institutional anti-Semitism might have begun with Boris Johnson's 2004 novel 72 Virgins, which depicted Jews as controlling the media and fixing elections, and then moved on to a leading conservative like Jacob Rees-Mogg, who harangued fellow Jewish members of his party, Sir Oliver Letwin and the then Speaker John Bercow, calling them Illuminati, who are taking the powers to themselves. 106. Michael Berkowitz, professor of modern Jewish history at University College London, explained, with his nod to Illuminati pointed at Letwin and Bercow, Rees-Mogg is knowingly trafficking in the portrayal of Jews as underhanded and sinister, while studiously avoiding the word Jew. Rees-Mogg also retweeted the comments of Alice Weidel, leader of the neo-Nazi German party, Alternative for Germany, but the Board of Deputies was in no hurry to decry his apparent anti-Semitism. When we grasp the gulf between van der Zyl's hysterical reaction to Corbyn and his real position, we are getting very close to solving the conundrum posed at the beginning of this book. Defenders of Israel are constantly beset by self-doubt about the state's legitimacy, and this fuels the campaign to justify a project and later a state that could only be founded and sustained by the constant oppression of another nation. They react strongly to Israel's critics because they know they have a point, and they can't deny it. Van der Zyl was not alone in her extreme diatribe against Corbyn. In the same year, Britain's three main Jewish newspapers jointly called a Corbynald government an existential threat to Jewish life in Britain, which actually meant an existential threat to the pro-Israel lobby in Britain. It was. And not because Corbyn didn't affirm the existence of Israel, he did so repeatedly. It was because he believed in a just peace and stood with Palestinians to enable it. The lobby scraped the very bottom of the barrel in order to damn Corbyn as an anti-Semite. One such piece of evidence was an offhand remark made by Corbyn on social media in 2012 relating to a mural he had seen. Later regretted not looking more closely, Corbyn objected to its removal on a point of principle, as a violation of freedom of speech. The mural had been created by an American street artist and depicted Jewish bankers playing Monopoly on a table made of naked, exploited workers. While its content was obviously problematic, Corbyn's comment was one of many mountains made from molehills. In 2016, already aware of the rumblings of discontent and shaken in the wake of an anti-Semitism scandal at the biggest student labor club in the country, Corbyn agreed to assemble a commission to inquire into alleged institutional anti-Semitism in the Labour Party. Moreover, two prominent Labour figures, the MP Naz Shah and the former mayor of London Ken Livingstone, had been suspended for alleged anti-Semitism. It was on the eve of the May 2016 local elections, and it was believed that the setting up of this commission would appease Corbyn's detractors in the media and within the party. In hindsight, we now know that nothing would have appeased them, short of Corbyn vacating the position of Labour leader. During the brutal Israeli assault on Gaza in 2014, Naz Shah had retweeted a provocative remark that Israel should be relocated to the USA. In the ensuing controversy, Livingstone defended her, adding unnecessarily, "When Hitler won his election in 1932, his policy then was that Jews should be moved to Israel. He was supporting Zionism before he went mad and ended up killing 6 million Jews." Hitler was not a Zionist by any stretch, but it is not a lie to point to the secret connections between Zionists, who saw his rise to power as an opportunity to increase Jewish emigration to Palestine, and Nazis, who, in 1933 at least, only aimed to remove the Jewish presence from Germany. Both Shah's retweet and Livingstone's remark were not worthy of suspension by any stretch of the imagination, even if they were provocative. The problem was that these incidents kicked off a chain reaction that the pro-Israel lobby used to pursue its own interests. Any attempt to stop the dramatic escalation in events was itself seen as anti-Semitic. The inquiry was led by the human rights lawyer and former head of Liberty, Shami Chakrabarti. Even before the committee began its investigation, several Labour Party members were suspended, and some later expelled for alleged anti-Semitism. In 2018, the lobby went back to the archive and found a clip from 2013, which they then construed as further damning evidence of Corbyn's anti-Semitism. It was from a speech he gave at the Palestinian Return Center in London, in which he recalled a dispute between the Palestinian ambassador and a group of people who approached him after a speech the ambassador gave in Parliament. These people disliked what the ambassador said, although strikingly, none of the media reportage around the controversy seems to have recorded what the ambassador said. It was clearly immaterial for the furor the lobby wanted to create. Corbyn said the Zionists who berated the ambassador had two problems. They don't want to study history, and secondly, they don't understand English irony, and that is despite living in Britain all their lives. Although he was intending to describe the group of activists who approached the ambassador after his speech, the lobby quickly leapt up to assert that Zionists was a code word for Jews in general. The BBC reported that Richard Millett, who believes he is one of the people Mr. Corbyn was referring to, said the Labour leader's comments were racist and deeply anti-Semitic. Even more absurd were reproaches of Corbyn for writing a new introduction to a reissued edition of the classic 1902 text Imperialism, a study by John A. Hobson, an invaluable source in scholarly research. The book undoubtedly contains anti-Semitic statements, but it has been a core text in understanding turn-of-the-century imperialism for decades. Corbyn was right in referring to it in the new introduction as a brilliant book. The principle on which the campaign against anti-Semitism operated was, throw enough mud and something will stick. One of their officers, Joe Glassman, boasted in a video that they had slaughtered Corbyn. Corbyn articulated the concerns of many progressive people in Britain when he expressed anxiety about the way the new European initiative to confront Holocaust denial in Europe conflated it with criticism of Israel in the famous International Holocaust Remembrance Alliance era definition that the British government tried to push every university to adopt. The IHRA is an association of 31 countries, which began as a Swedish initiative to combat ignorance about the Holocaust in the European education system. A noble project that totally failed in Sweden itself, where far-right parties with Nazi backgrounds have done extremely well in the September 2022 elections. As Anthony Lerman tells us, the IHRA text is not new. It is a reworking of an earlier working definition of anti-Semitism produced under the auspices of the European Union Monitoring Center on Racism and Xenophobia, EUMC, in 2005. The American Jewish Committee's International Affairs Director, Rabbi Andrew Baker, persuaded the EUMC director to adopt a definition that the American Jewish Committee had in mind, and the EUMC duly did so. Lerman writes that the draft definition was never subjected to proper scrutiny and was prepared exclusively by people chosen by the American Jewish Committee. The project was hijacked by Israel around 2013 to be used as a new means of defining anti-Semitism to include anti-Zionism and even moderate anti-Israel stances. The Israeli government lobbied both in the EU and in the UN for a detailed list of examples that would exemplify what anti-Semitism means, so that any criticism against Israel could be silenced through the weaponization of these examples. The method was simple. A new interpretation of what Holocaust denial constituted was given through a list of examples that featured criticism of Zionism and the State of Israel. This definition, with its list of examples, was formally adopted by the IHRA in May 2016 and adopted by the UK government in December 2016. Importantly, it was not legally binding and was not intended to be used in legal cases or to enforce breaches of organizational rules. Corbyn, like many other human rights activists in Britain, had been happy to endorse a campaign against Holocaust denial, and the Labour National Executive Committee did, prior to the ensuing scandal, adopt the definition, excluding the examples relating to criticism of Israel. Even though these amendments were largely intended to make it easier to conduct disciplinary hearings, they were exploited by Margaret Hodge, an LFI member and MP, to condemn Corbyn as an anti-Semite and call for him to step down as a leader. You could only go wrong when this was the trajectory. Chakrabarti joined the Labour Party to gain members' trust, as she put it. As she attempted to find a middle ground, she was instantly subject to accusations of prejudice by the lobby, regardless of what the report's conclusions were. The report, in fact, went much further in its attempts to compromise with the pro-Israel wing of the party and the outside lobby than Labour's grassroots members would necessarily have wanted. By this point, Labour members were largely pro-Palestine and concerned about how criticism of Israel was being handled. The report offered little guidance on how to navigate controversies like this. Among the report's recommendations was that Labour members should resist the use of Hitler, Nazi, and Holocaust metaphors, distortions, and comparisons in debates about Israel-Palestine in particular. This was a step backwards from the pioneering work of Israeli scholars in the 1990s, who wrote extensively about how the memory of the Holocaust was being abused to demonize Palestinians and justify oppressive policies towards them. Distortion and falsification should obviously be impermissible, but examining the relationship between the Holocaust and the Nakba is a very important subject in current scholarship on Israel and Palestine in many parts of the world, including in Israel itself, and should not be used as evidence of anti-Semitism. The report chose not to look at racism as a whole as a threat to the legitimacy of the party, and consequently some of its guidance verged on the absurd. It stated that the party should increase the ethnic diversity of its staff, in reference to Anglo-Jews, since in British law the Jews are an ethnic and religious minority. That may be the text of the law, but ethnic diversity as an issue in Britain is far more concerned with color and non-white minorities. Despite all the concessions made to the party's pro-Israel wing, the report nonetheless concluded that the party is not overrun by anti-Semitism, Islamophobia, or other forms of racism, that is, that it was not institutionally anti-Semitic. A month after the publication of the report in June 2016, Corbyn appointed Chakrabarti to the House of Lords and made her shadow attorney general. The lobby saw this as a signal to start discrediting the report. The pro-Israel and Blairite members seized upon this development. Senior party members Tom Watson and Wes Streeting and others questioned the credibility of the inquiry's findings. The next stage was unavoidable, as Chakrabarti's report was not enough for the lobby. A cross-party Home Affairs Select Committee initiated its own inquiry and used Watson and Streeting's criticism to conclude that the Chakrabarti inquiry was ultimately compromised by Chakrabarti's later acceptance of a peerage and position in the shadow cabinet. Corbyn's protestations against these allegations were disregarded, although he was absolutely right when he accused the Select Committee of political framing. And then came the Equality and Human Rights Commission's EHRC inquiry into anti-Semitism in labor. In a more reasonable world, or maybe years from now, if people were asked about what a leading institution for human rights would investigate in relation to Israel and Palestine, they would give the abuse of Palestinians' human rights as the answer. These reasonable people would be bewildered to learn that this respectable body saw their main job as analyzing emails, Facebook posts, and tweets to see if Labour members who were known supporters of Palestinian rights should be expelled from the party. It further devoted its precious time and energy to re-examining the Chakrabarti report. Everyone and their dog seemed to be setting up their own inquiry committees to draw damning conclusions about Labour and anti-Semitism. We can only dream of what Britain would look like today if only such fervour could have been found for making homes safe after the Grenfell fire, averting the disastrous consequences of a bad Brexit deal, or investing in healthcare provision. Running to 130 pages, the EHRC report investigated 70 complaint files in order to determine whether Labour had breached the Equality Act with regard to its treatment of Jewish members. Needless to say, there was no serious discussion of what constitutes anti-Semitism, nor did it make any attempt to differentiate between anti-Semitism and anti-Zionism and criticism of Israel. In my humble view, this is one of the most shameful reports ever produced by a commission that has practically abandoned representing the interests of the many people in Britain today whose human rights are not respected, including refugees, disabled people, and those in poverty. The main conclusion was that Labour needed to do more to regain the trust of the Jewish community. There were, of course, Jews whose trust had to be regained, namely those who were influenced by the campaign against Corbyn. But it is important to remember there are many Jews who live in Britain who are not associated with the pro-Israel lobby and did not feel alienated by Corbyn's moral stance on Palestine. The report suggested that the party needs to instill a culture that encourages members to challenge inappropriate behavior and to report anti-Semitism complaints. This provided carte blanche for a witch hunt that unfolded after that, and it claimed Corbyn as its main victim, a real coup for his right-wing opponents within the party. By the time the EHRC report was published, in October 2020, long after Corbyn had resigned as Labour leader, Corbyn had at last understood the rabbit hole into which he had been pushed. He refused to accept the report's conclusions, and was promptly suspended by the new Labour leader Keir Starmer. What followed was inevitable, a relentless smear campaign against a principled politician who had stood alongside Jews in the 1970s to physically block neo-Nazis from marching into Wood Green. The conservative John Bercow, a former Speaker for the House of Commons and an Anglo-Jew, categorically rejected any allegation of Corbyn being anti-Semitic. This report was treated as definitive, despite its issues. Any attempt to raise the findings of an earlier report by Jenny Formby, who served as the party's general secretary, entitled The Work of the Labour Party's Governance and Legal Unit in Relation to Anti-Semitism, 2014 to 2019, was dismissed. This report exonerated Corbyn from charges of being complacent on anti-Semitism, and rather indicted most of his opponents within the party staff who, according to the report, did not act on the majority of complaints until Formby became general secretary. Keir Starmer, the new leader, refused to submit it to the EHRC as evidence for their investigation. It was leaked to the press in April 2020, shortly after Starmer's victory in the leadership election. None of the copious evidence presented stopped the Labour right, and much of the mainstream media from labeling Corbyn an anti-Semite in the months that followed. It should be said that Corbyn still enjoyed support at a grassroots level. A telling case of grassroots reaction to all allegations against Corbyn can be gleaned from the case of Pete Wilsman. At a National Executive Committee meeting, he defended his support for Corbyn and suggested that a number of those in the Jewish community alleging severe and widespread anti-Semitism in the party were Trump fanatics who were making claims without any evidence at all. In 2018, even questioning the scale of anti-Semitism was taken to be anti-Semitic. Thus, he apologized for any offense caused to those present and those to whom my remarks were reported, as well as referring himself to equalities training. Wilsman was treated as a liability. Tom Watson, the deputy leader of the party, denounced him as a loudmouthed bully. Momentum, now the premier organization of the party's left, condemned his comments as deeply insensitive and inappropriate, and dropped their support of his candidacy in the forthcoming Labour National Executive Committee elections. Contrary to the lobby's expectations, Wilsman still won a seat. Labour Friends of Israel nonetheless demanded that he not take his seat, calling upon Jeremy Corbyn and Momentum to disavow him. Momentum did not endorse voting for him in the elections, causing a divide among the party left. Its only official comment on the National Executive Committee elections came from the National CO Ordinator Laura Parker. These results are a fantastic victory for ordinary grassroots members and another step forward in building a reinvigorated Democratic Labour Party that is capable of winning the next election. In any case, Wilsman had long since walked away from Momentum, believing it was not run properly. But he had clearly been put on notice, and in 2019 he was suspended from the party, following a further controversy. From Corbyn to Starmer, the lobby celebrates. The defeat of Jeremy Corbyn in the 2019 elections and his subsequent resignation were celebrated by the lobby. "The beast is slain," cried Joe Glassman, head of political and government investigations within the campaign against anti-Semitism. Glassman stated this in a rather bloodthirsty Hanukkah video, in which he compared Jeremy Corbyn to Antiochus IV, the Hellenistic king whom the Maccabees revolted against. "Maccabees, we did it," he congratulated his followers, "by word and deed, by protest and tweet, by our spies and intel." 126. As for the new leader of Labour Party, Sir Keir Starmer, the lobby could not hide its satisfaction. After Corbyn, UK Labour elects Keir Starmer, Zionist with a Jewish wife, as leader, proclaimed the headline of the Israel Times. And the piece began with, "New opposition chief immediately apologizes to Jews for anti-Semitism in ranks, vows to tear out this poison." Vows to T7. Prior to his election as Labour leader, and at the time Starmer sold himself as belonging to the party left in order to get the vote. Of the Corbyn voters, the pro-Israel papers ran into some problems when trying to find out more from Starmer about his views on Zionism. But he was clear about Israel. He had to be. His wife, Starmer reported, Victoria Alexander, came from a Jewish background, and through her, he had extended family living in Tel Aviv. My wife's family is Jewish. Her dad is Jewish. Their family came over from Poland. The extended family live in Israel, he told Jewish News in February. He had never been to Israel, but we're in regular contact with them, and we've got various visits planned, basically to take our kids for the first time. 129. I hope the absurdity of these statements does not escape the reader. A position on foreign policy is being assumed from the religious or ethnic background of senior British politicians. Just imagine if politicians in Britain started framing their attitude to other conflicts, say in Eastern Europe or Sub-Saharan Africa, with reference to their personal identities. During a campaign event organized by LFI, other party leadership candidates said they were Zionists, while Starmer was hesitant. I do support Zionism, he later told Jewish News. I absolutely support the right of Israel to exist as a homeland. My only concern is that Zionism can mean slightly different things to different people, and to some extent it has been weaponized. I wouldn't read too much into that. I said it loud and clear, and meant it, that I support Zionism without qualification. He also told the Jewish Chronicle, if the definition of Zionist is someone who believes in the state of Israel, in that sense, I'm a Zionist. In that 31. After his victory, outlets such as the Israel Times also examined Starmer's team and expressed great satisfaction, although there were a few more questionable choices, such as Lisa Nandy, then chair of the Labor Friends of Palestine and the Middle East, as his shadow foreign secretary. Angela Rayner was another mixed bag, criticizing Israeli killings of Palestinians in the Great March of Return in 2018. She also praised Norman Finkelstein's book, The Holocaust Industry, which she called a seminal work, which of course it is. However, under pressure, she retracted her recommendation. But pro-Israel organizations had a lot to be happy about. A particular cause for celebration was Starmer's chief of staff, Morgan McSweeney, who was described by We Believe in Israel director Luke Akehurst as someone who will be a pivotal figure for dealing with Labor's anti-Semitism crisis. Akehurst describes McSweeney as a solid supporter of Israel. The pro-Israel lobby has always held this view. A good person is the one who understands that supporting Israel is the best way to tackle anti-Semitism. As for We Believe in Israel, this was yet another lobby group, shadowing already existing outfits and offering nothing new in lending a hand to the Israeli Hezbollah effort. Other appointees were suspected to be closet Zionists, such as the new Shadow International Trade Secretary, Emily Thornberry. Nevertheless, Thornberry is privately believed to be a staunch supporter of Israel, has also referred to herself as a Zionist, and is an ardent opponent of the BDS movement, calling campaigners bigots. As for the Conservative Party, the lobby realized that the landslide 2019 victory had brought a new group of Conservative MPs to Parliament. CFI lost no time in enlisting them in its ranks. They were offered visits to Israel and meetings with top officials there. But there is a new face to these visits. Since 2019, they include visits to the areas controlled by the Palestinian Authority as well as Israel. In 2019, all those who were elected for the first time were taken on such a tour. But a year later, the lobby parroted the Israeli right-wing condemnation of the Palestinian Authority as an enemy of Israel. Here is how CFI summarized its activities on Facebook, 2 years into the Conservative term of office. Throughout 2021, CFI and Conservative parliamentarians in both houses have continued to reflect the agenda Israel preferred to be at the center of public concern, away from the plight of the Palestinians. This agenda including messages such as standing up for Israel's right to self-defense, condemning Iran's nuclear program, and accusing the Palestinian Authority of producing textbooks which incite hatred against Israel while calling for funding peaceful coexistence and deepening UK-Israel trade. 103 Conservative MPs and Lords made contributions in Parliament in support of CFI's campaign issues, including 45 from the 2019 intake. The 10 pledges. In their ultimately very successful campaign against Corbyn and Corbynism, the lobby had won a bigger victory. They had forged a seemingly ineradicable connection between anti-Israel sentiment and anti-Semitism in the public consciousness. The jewel in the crown of this victory was a document of 10 pledges that the Board of Deputies insisted every future candidate for the Labour leadership must adopt. Needless to say, Conservatives were exempt. They were published on the eve of the elections that brought Starmer to the post. Here are the 10 pledges the board was lobbying candidates to adopt, as they were published in the Jewish Chronicle. Among them was the promise to resolve outstanding cases of alleged anti-Semitism, to devolve the disciplinary process to an independent agent, and to ensure transparency in the complaints process. The paper summarized the remaining pledges as follows: unprevent readmittance of prominent offenders, and provide no platform for those who have been suspended or expelled for anti-Semitism. The full adoption of the IHRA definition of anti-Semitism, with all its examples and clauses and without any caveats, to deliver anti-racism education programs that have been approved by the Jewish labor movement, which would lead the training. to engage with the Jewish community via its main representative groups, and not through fringe organizations such as Jewish Voice for Labor, to replace bland generic statements on anti-Jewish racism with condemnation of specific harmful behaviors, for the labor leader to take personal responsibility for ending the anti-Semitism crisis. The IHRA definition, with all of its examples, was drafted by those with a vested interest in the new anti-Semitism that consisted of delegitimizing Israel. An institution originally intending to combat Holocaust denial in Europe now equated criticism of Israel with Holocaust denial, but most importantly, the pledges made a clear distinction between Jewish groups that were part of the pro-Israel lobby, including the Jewish labor movement, which were entrusted with educating the party about anti-Semitism, and anti-Zionist Jewish groups, such as Jewish Voice for Labor, which the pledges claimed did not represent Jewish communities. Of course, the former groups are larger in size, but that doesn't mean engagement with minority groups within the Jewish community is somehow problematic. This blatant intervention by the board in the affairs of a political party in Britain has the dangerous potential to increase anti-Semitism in the future, not fight against it. Virtually all the candidates for party leadership embraced the pledges within hours, as one critic put it, swallowing them hook, line, and sinker. The Labour Party was no longer merely cooperating with the lobby, it was its captive. Labour was not the only target or challenge facing the pro-Israel lobby in Britain at that time. The lobby had to digest a continued shift within British public opinion on the question of Palestine. It was not just a question of widespread support for Palestinian rights within British civil society. Now the leadership embraced the pledges within hours, as one critic put it, swallowing them hook, line, and sinker. The Labour Party was no longer merely cooperating with the lobby, it was its captive. Labour was not the only target or challenge facing the pro-Israel lobby in Britain at that time. The lobby had to digest a continued shift within British public opinion on the question of Palestine. It was not just a question of widespread support for Palestinian rights within British civil society. Now the lobby faced sectors of society that were prepared to be proactive in actions against Israel, such as boycotting its goods and its official representatives. The fight against BDS. The UK Jewish community is dismayed by the decision of the Church of England's General Synod to pass a motion endorsing the Ecumenical Accompaniment Program in Palestine and Israel, EAPI. The Board of Deputies made this pronouncement in 2012. The calm phrasing understating the real extent of their disappointment. The early 2010s were when the pro-Israel lobby noticed that the BDS movement was not just a whimsical and marginal expression of pro-Palestinian protest, but a powerful social movement that mobilized public opinion and offered engaged citizens a way to show their solidarity with Palestinians. The decision of the General Synod, the highest legislative body of the Church of England, to support the vital work of the Ecumenical Accompaniment Program in Palestine and Israel, EAPI, woke the lobby up to the real threat posed by BDS to their own work. The scheme brings international church members to the West Bank to experience life under occupation for 3 to 4 months and expects them to campaign on their return for a just and peaceful resolution to the Israeli-Palestinian conflict through an end to the occupation, respect for international law, and implementation of UN resolutions. The group members spend limited time, up to 1 week, inside the Green Line, the armistice line agreed after the Arab-Israeli War in 1948. The initial campaign, which aimed to prevent the Synod from passing this decision, was not successful. The lobby's zeal backfired on them. As the BDS website put it, "A few people said that all the lobbying from the Jewish side led us to vote the other way," said the RT Rebbe Nigel McCulloch, who is chair of the Council of Christians and Jews CCJ, the UK's oldest Jewish Christian interfaith group. There was over-lobbying by some members of the Jewish community. The board accused the CCJ of creating a cohort of very partisan but very motivated anti-Israel advocates who have almost no grasp of the suffering of normal Israelis. It encouraged members of the Jewish community to express their concern before the vote in a letter campaign to senior members of the church and to the church Times, while other Jewish groups, as well as Chief Rabbi Lord Sachs and Anglican Friends of Israel, all called for the motion to be rejected. The vote was taken despite the Archbishop of Canterbury at the time, Rowan Williams, stating during the debate that he did not want the church to be associated with the delegitimization of Israel and supporting the amendment removing the reference to EP, which nevertheless remained in place. The Synod passed the motion, and the church was asked to encourage parishioners to volunteer for the program and ask churches and synods to make use of the experience of returning participants. The board, realizing the campaign of the entire lobby had failed, accused the Synod of showing a complete disregard for the importance of Anglican-Jewish relations. They were especially offended by the church, collaborating with marginal groups in Israel, by which the board meant human rights organizations that unmasked the reality of the occupation. In their speeches, a number of Synod members had referred to the power of the lobby and the manipulation of Holocaust memory in its actions. The board described these kinds of arguments as deeply offensive and raising serious questions about the motivation of those behind this motion. The BDS movement was now officially enemy number one of the lobby in Britain. Now we reach a true historical irony. The birthplace of the modern Zionist lobby became, a century later, the cradle of a global Palestine solidarity movement. Britain was one of the first countries in the world in which the BDS movement gained a foothold. Its civil society responded enthusiastically to the call for BDS made by 170 Palestinian NGOs on July 9, 2005. The signatories to this call represented the three major components of the Palestinian people: the refugees in exile, Palestinians under occupation in the West Bank and Gaza Strip, and the second-class Palestinian citizens of the Israeli state. 2 years later, the first Palestinian BDS conference was held in Ramallah in November 2007. The BDS National Committee, BNC, emerged out of this conference as the Palestinian coordinating body for the BDS campaign worldwide. The BNC has members from different Palestinian organizations and unions, and is still active today. Britain immediately became one of the BDS's major areas of activity, where it has had a largely successful campaign in building solidarity and support for the Palestinian struggle. It was unable to reach the corridors of power or to influence mainstream politics and media, but it built a solid infrastructure within civil society and solidified the work of previous Palestinian activism. As such, BDS UK offers a basis for further and even more effective action in the future. Its main achievements offer us an insight into the role it could play in the years ahead. Globally, BDS constitutes the most important advocacy movement for the rights of the Palestinians inside and outside Palestine. While Zionist lobbying always, from the very inception of the movement until today, targeted the corridors of power, governments, mainstream media, and academia, the Palestinian solidarity movement was unable to pressure the various governments to hold Israel accountable for its abuse of the Palestinian civil and human rights over the years. In the UK, as elsewhere in the West, governments were largely indifferent to addressing the Palestinian plight after the 1948 war. The realization that Western governments are either passive or intimidated by Israel emboldened activism in civil society even before BDS was formalized as a campaign. After it was announced, the actions from below intensified as citizens understood the need to take action when their governments failed to represent their views on the international stage. Conscientious citizens in Britain expected their various governments to accept Britain's historical responsibility for the Palestinian plight. After all, it was the British Empire that allowed the Zionist movement to gain a foothold in Palestine, colonize the country, and eventually take it over by ethnically cleansing the indigenous people of Palestine. Without such protection, the Zionist project of settler colonialism, which was contingent on the mass displacement of the Palestinians, could not have materialized or been maintained. Throughout its 30-year rule, Britain also permitted the Zionist movement to build a state within a state and prepare militarily for the ethnic cleansing of Palestine in 1948. And when the Zionist forces, which later became the IDF, began their ethnic cleansing operations in April 1948, mainly targeting the urban centers of Palestine, British officers stood by and in some cases, for instance, in Jaffa and Haifa, helped to facilitate the collective expulsion of more than 100,000 Palestinians. Successive British governments refused to acknowledge Britain's responsibility for the Palestinian catastrophe. This lack of historical accountability was manifested most clearly when Britain, in collaboration with the Israeli government, celebrated the centenary of the Balfour Declaration on November 2, 2017. To this day, the British government has never apologized for its role in creating over 5 million Palestinian refugees. Palestine activists attempted to raise awareness of the true consequences of the Balfour Declaration, to little avail in the corridors of power. This history explains the particular intensity of BDS activity in the UK. The widespread British response to the appeal for BDS helped to resolve some of the issues that had in the past troubled the global solidarity movement with the Palestinians. Previously, disunity in the Palestinian national movement, divided between Hamas and Fatah, and the lack of a cohesive ideology and strategy hampered global efforts to show solidarity. BDS offered a course of action which any Palestine activist could organize around. BDS enabled supporters to mobilize collectively without being embroiled in internal Palestinian disputes. The democratic nature of the movement and its flexibility in allowing local activists to decide how best to implement the BDS campaign contributed immensely to its popularity and effectiveness in the UK. The greatest success of the BDS movement in the UK has been how it has won ground in civil society. Among the sections of British civil society heeding the call from Palestine were trade unions, representing thousands of workers, student unions, faith groups, and local councils. BDS demands rights enshrined in international law. On this basis, targeting companies that work with Israel or universities that have institutional connections to Israeli academia is a legitimate protest against the complicity of these establishments in Israel's repeated violations of international law in its policies against Palestinians. The BDS movement in the UK not only influenced public discussion about Israel-Palestine, but also affected the policies of businesses that had trading links with Israel. This was the result of well-chosen targets, with a particular focus on businesses that operated in the occupied territories. The precursor to BDS, and the first successful response to Palestinian civil society's call for support, came from a union called the Association of University Teachers, AT, which overwhelmingly passed a motion in favor of an academic boycott on Israel in 2005. A year later, NATFE, then the largest union for teachers in further and higher education, voted in favor of a motion recommending that its members boycott Israeli academics and institutions that did not publicly declare their opposition to the occupation and Israel's racist policies. This was an important step because the earlier support of the AUT was retracted under pressure from Israel and the pro-Zionist lobby in the UK. The same campaign was directed at NATFE, but its general secretary explained why his union did not budge under such pressure. Many emails berate threats to deny academic freedom for Israeli professors, but fail to mention that academic freedom in Palestine is a hollow joke. Even where staff and students are allowed freedom of movement to attend university, the material basis for a functioning academic life barely exists. Actually, it is not possible to be even-handed in the face of such injustice. The Palestinian people and Palestinian civil society, including the universities, need support and solidarity as never before, and I will not be bullied into silence. The early courage of these forerunners paved the way for the National Union of Teachers, NUT, the largest teachers union in Europe, passing a resolution backing the BDS movement in 2014 in the wake of the Israeli assault on Gaza. This was one of the first major milestones following the Palestinian call to action in Britain. What it did was introduce new concepts into the public debate about Palestine. This was also helped by the early events organized by students in the UK in solidarity with BDS. The students called their actions Israeli Apartheid Week, and the first unions that supported BDS utilized similar language referring to the settler colonial nature of Israel by using concepts such as apartheid, colonialism, and later on even colonization. The mainstream media continued to talk about a conflict, implying the existence of two equal sides and peace, as if all you needed were two peace camps on both sides lobbying for a just solution based on the partition of the country into two states, one stretching over more than 80% of historical Palestine with full sovereignty, the other divided into two Bantustans with very restricted sovereignty. The new language described more accurately the situation on the ground, a continued project of settler colonialism that had begun in the late 19th century and continues to this very day. Reconciliation is achieved not through empty talk about peace, but by demanding decolonization. By 2014, the NUT was not alone in expressing support for BDS. More trade unions had joined in the first years of that decade. The BDS campaign in the UK really took off when many of Britain's trade unions threw their weight behind it. Various trade unions voted unanimously for supporting BDS, such as the Transport Salaried Staffs Association, TSA, Unison, the GMB, the PCs, and the FBU, Fire Brigades Union. Also worth mentioning in this context is the Royal Institute of British Architects, which at first backed the BDS movement but a few weeks later retracted their support after pressure from the lobby, while a group of British doctors called for a boycott of the Israeli Medical Association. These exceptional demonstrations of solidarity reflected the principled support of the British trade unions for the Palestinian cause, but they also were intended as moral condemnations of Israel's actions on the ground. This particular wave of endorsement came in the wake of an Israeli assault on a peaceful flotilla that tried to break through the inhuman siege Israeli imposed on the Gaza Strip in 2010, the Mavi Marmara affair. Social movements are often reinvigorated in response to shocking events, and the death of 10 activists at the hands of Israeli commandos incited widespread horror. Parallel to advocacy within trade unions, from 2011 onwards, several companies were targeted by the BDS movement. These were mainly corporations that operated in the occupied territories, including East Jerusalem. The first effective action was directed at the Adidas sponsorship of the Jerusalem Marathon, which passed through occupied East Jerusalem. Their superstore at Covent Garden in London was the venue of a big protest, where a letter was submitted to be forwarded to the management in Europe. The protesters attracted attention from shop staff, customers, and the general public, and distributed flyers to customers both inside the shop and outside on Oxford Street, explaining that the Jerusalem Marathon was yet another attempt by Israel to whitewash its atrocious human rights record, and urging Adidas not to sponsor the 2012 Jerusalem Marathon, which was to be held on 16 March. The store was evacuated and was forced to close for a time. Adidas, however, did not withdraw from the marathon. The second was Ahava, a company that makes cosmetics products using mud and minerals from the Dead Sea, some of them produced from stolen Palestinian natural resources in the occupied West Bank territory and made in the illegal settlement of Mitzpeh Shalem. In 2010, fortnightly demonstrations took place outside their central London flagship store, following a specific call to action from the Ilan Popular Committee. Ilan was one of the first villages affected by the construction of the segregation wall and became a focal point for demonstrations against it, led by the Popular Committee. Ahava's London store was forced to move following the sustained campaign from BDS activists. The campaign also convinced the major high street retailer John Lewis to stop stocking their products. BDS could also boast other major successes. The focused campaign against the French multinational firm Veolia meant that it sold off its stakes in its Israeli projects. In that same year, 2012, Tower Hamlets Council in London excluded Veolia from local procurement contracts because of its suspected activity in the occupied territories. Swansea Council also passed a motion to exclude Veolia from public contracts, and this was followed by other local councils in Edinburgh, Portsmouth, Richmond, and West Midlands. All of them excluded Veolia from public procurement processes, following pressure from campaigners for Palestinian rights. In 2013, the University of Sheffield decided not to renew its waste collection contract with Veolia following a campaign initiated by the campus's Palestine Society and supported by the Student Union. The campaign called on the university to cut its ties with the company over its contracts with the Israeli state to provide waste and transport services for illegal Israeli settlements in the occupied West Bank. Eventually, Veolia ended its role in illegal Israeli settlements after local councils in the UK and beyond dropped it from contracts worth more than £10 billion. Another target was G4S, the British private security giant, which provided equipment and services to the Israeli prison system, Israeli police, and military checkpoints. G4S has come under considerable pressure from BDS campaigners since 2011. The first tangible success was to persuade the Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation to sell off its shares in the company, but the campaign continued in other areas as well and achieved impressive results. The campaign against G4S was not just taken up by the BDS movement. Almost all the Palestine solidarity groups participated. Led by the Palestine Solidarity Campaign and supported by the Scottish Trades Union Congress, this was a high-profile action. Two brave activists occupied the roof of the G4S headquarters in London, and when brought to justice, both defendants pleaded not guilty on the basis that the activity they were accused of obstructing was unlawful. They were referring to G4S's contract with the Israeli Prison Service, its services to Israeli settlements and military checkpoints, and the use of unlawful restraint techniques in immigration detention centers. They were acquitted on the grounds that they had not caused enough disruption to be charged with aggravated trespass. 155. A byproduct of the campaign was pressure on a gas company, Good Energy, which had contracted a G4S company to conduct door-to-door energy meter readings from 2008. The campaign persuaded it to announce that it would end its business relationship with G4S due to its collaboration with the occupation. The company itself attributed its decision to G4S's role in the death of Jimmy Mubenga, an Angolan who died on a deportation flight while being restrained by G4S guards, which sparked public outrage. In the eyes of social activists, its role in Israel's oppression of Palestine and its part in abusing refugees in Britain were two sides of the same coin. As in the U.S., Eden Springs and SodaStream were also targeted. Eden Springs produces mineral water from the occupied Golan Heights, and SodaStream used to have a factory in an industrial zone in the occupied West Bank. Pressure from students at the London School of Economics led to the revocation of the university's contract with Eden Springs, and members of 8 trade unions joined a long-running weekly picket of SodaStream's only UK shop, EcoStream in Brighton, in 2014.157. Although Eden tankers can still be seen in certain locations in the UK, SodaStream eventually moved its factory outside of the West Bank. Some older causes were added to the campaign, such as the continued struggle against the Jewish National Fund, JNF, and its activities in the UK. As we've seen, the JNF was established in 1901 and was the principal tool for the Zionist colonization of Palestine. It was an agency with which the Zionist movement bought land and profited from land purchase transactions. It was inaugurated by the Fifth Zionist Congress and remained throughout the mandatory years the spearhead of the Zionization of Palestine. From the onset of its activities, it was destined to fulfill a role that was officially granted to it, becoming the custodian of the land in Palestine in the name of the Jewish people. It did not cease to fulfill this role after the creation of the State of Israel, but with time other missions were added to this primordial task. It is crucial to review the history of the JNF if one wishes to understand its present role. This is particularly important due to the image of the JNF today as a green and ecological organization that safeguards Israel's natural landscape from being ruined by all the usual suspects: greedy contractors, government avarice, and public indifference. In 1948, it oversaw a process which transformed hundreds of destroyed Palestinian villages into Jewish settlements and recreational parks. Today, its enemies are Palestinian farmers and Bedouins who try to keep the little piece of the land they still have. Their remaining land is ostensibly needed as nature reserves, but in practice will be given to Jewish settlers. From 1901 to 2023, the JNF did not change its tactics, nor did it deviate from its role as the principal Judaizer of Israel-Palestine. With the help of a front organization called Himnuta, it now also targets the Palestinian residents of East Jerusalem as part of the expanding Judaization in Greater Jerusalem. Through greenwashing, the JNF managed to present itself as an ecological organization, rather than an arm of colonization. BDS and other organizations appeal to the Charity Commission to investigate whether the JNF racially discriminates on the ground in Israel and Palestine, thus questioning its legality in Britain. The Stop the JNF campaign made an application to the Charity Commission for the removal of JNF charities from the Register of Charities. The application gave evidence that the JNF is racist and complicit in the ethnic cleansing of Palestinians. All UK charities are supposed to be for the public benefit. The Stop the JNF application demonstrated that the purpose of the JNF is contrary to the requirement of public benefit and does not qualify the organization for charity status. Over 500 people also wrote individual complaints to the Charity Commission. The issue is still pending, and no conclusion has been reached as yet. On the ground, BDS activists joined other groups in shadowing JNF activity in the UK. The BDS groups in Scotland were, and still are, particularly active on this front. An event to be held at St Andrew's Hotel in Edinburgh, aimed at raising funds for the Friends of the IDF and the JNF, was cancelled on police advice in the face of planned protests. So far, the JNF has not been severely affected by the BDS campaign. On the other hand, BDS's call for academic institutions to be part of the campaign was more successful: the academic boycott. The BDS campaign included a call for an academic boycott, focusing on institutions and not individuals. Even this institutional focus did not prevent it from being more controversial than the boycott of corporations. It was a much more elastic campaign, shaped by local interpretations of how best to implement it. Although it has largely failed to change the policies of university administrations, student unions and sympathetic academic staff have shown their support for it. Some chose not to participate in academic events in Israel, others rejected joint academic ventures with Israeli universities, and some academic unions pressured their universities to freeze or cancel bilateral agreements with Israeli universities. University management considered the academic boycott as a violation of freedom of expression, while academic communities saw it as a harsh, but necessary, dialogue with Israeli academia, which they blamed for being complicit directly and indirectly in sustaining Israel's violations of Palestinians' human rights. The ambivalence that accompanies the debate on the academic boycott comes to light in an interview BDS activists conducted with Jeremy Corbyn when he was competing for the leadership of the Labour Party. He said that the academic boycott was a very complicated issue, while endorsing the boycott of goods from settlements in the occupied territories. He warned that the academic boycott was very complicated to implement without, for example, preventing Israeli dissidents such as Ilan Pappe coming to speak in the UK. To this example, Pappé, the committee overseeing the academic boycott in the UK, responded, "The guidelines published by Pappé, the Palestinian Academic and Cultural Boycott Campaign, do not in any way exclude someone like Pappé who does not represent a boycottable academic institution from speaking." But Corbyn did add that, if it is a university that is doing research into drones, taser weapons, or doing research into surveillance of the occupation in Gaza and elsewhere, then they should be part of the boycott. By and large, the initiative within universities was carried forward by students, and the campuses became the main venue for BDS activities in 2011. One of the first student unions to take action was that of Sheffield University. The union voted to support BDS campaigns by a large majority in a referendum held in October 2011, with specific reference to the campaign against Veolia. By passing it as official union policy, it was possible to send a much stronger message to the university that the student body, as a whole, does not want to incentivize companies like Veolia, who suffer from such an abject lack of moral compass. Following the policy's success in the October vote, we have worked with various groups to lobby and pressure the university into taking notice of the student voice. This has included an open letter signed by the Palestine Society and other campaigning groups, demonstrations on the concourse, letters from human rights groups in Palestine, Israel, and beyond, and direct lobbying from the sabbatical officers. Student actions spread all over the UK, In March 2011, Students for Justice in Palestine at Edinburgh University overwhelmingly passed 270 versus 20, a motion to boycott Israel. More specifically, it decided to boycott Israeli goods in the university students' shops and supply chains. The meeting was 10 people short of being quorate, but the point was clear. In these motions, the student unions called on their universities to do everything in its power to support the boycott, divestment, and sanctions campaign against the pariah state of Israel. BDS activity in Edinburgh included disrupting official speakers on behalf of Israel, such as the advisor to the foreign minister, Avigdor Lieberman, and the Israeli ambassador, Ron Prosor. Groups such as the UK's National Union of Students' Black Students Campaign endorsed the Palestinian call for BDS at their national conference at the University of Warwick in 2014.165. By 2017, at least 17 British student unions had passed motions in support of BDS, and the number may still grow. The campaign against arms sales. Palestine solidarity activists also wanted to throw a spanner in the works of Israel's war machine by blocking British arms sales to Israel. It seemed at first to be quite fruitful when British arms sales to Israel faced high court challenges in the wake of the Israeli assault on Gaza. In the summer of 2014, 166, a leading UK law firm claimed that the government's failure to suspend existing export licenses was illegal. The law firm Lee Day, representing the campaign against arms trade CAT, wrote to the business secretary, Vince Cable, claiming that the failure by the British government to suspend licenses for the export of military components to Israel was unlawful, as there was a risk that they might have been used in Gaza. It said that it was instructed to seek a judicial review of the government's reluctance to suspend licenses unless it agreed to stop the export of the components. It exposed the fact that the UK's controversial export policy was on a potential collision course with the EU. The move put the UK's multi-million-pound military export program in the spotlight at a time when Israel's actions in Gaza were causing international concern, and there was mounting disquiet about the role foreign states were playing in Israel's military-industrial complex. However, this campaign did not put a stop to arms sales to Israel. One of the last actions of Jeremy Corbyn before he stepped down after the 2019 general election was to declare that a Labour government would impose a two-way arms embargo on Israel. In an interview with Electronic Intifada, he reiterated his previous position that Israeli universities involved in arms research should be boycotted. His views were echoed by the action of the trade unions. Both the Labour Party and the TUC voted in favor of ending the arms trade with Israel at their annual conferences. These actions were strongly opposed by Theresa May's Conservative government. It announced that it saw no reason to heed demands for conducting a review into arms licenses granted to Israel 2 years after the 2014 assault on the Gaza Strip. As Corbyn put it, certainly the trajectory of the Conservative government is to approve of continuous arms sales. 169 the activists attempted to enlist the Foreign Office into the campaign, as it includes Israel on a list of countries of concern for human rights abuses. The UK's own export criteria, if implemented, would have banned military exports to countries which violate international humanitarian law, or when there is a clear risk of the weapons being used to assert by force a territorial claim. We can hardly think of a country that meets these conditions as perfectly as Israel does. The struggle over arms deals was taken to the streets, and campaigners blockaded factories selling arms to Israel, calling for them to be shut down. One of them, UAV Engines Limited, makes drone engines for Elbit. The protests in summer 2014 proposed an embargo on arms sales to Israel as a key demand. It is a pity that Jeremy Corbyn was the only politician with the courage to suggest making it an actual policy. Many years later, action also became more localized. In 2018, Glasgow City Council, for instance, promised supporters of Palestinian rights that it would no longer sponsor arms fairs featuring Israeli weapons manufacturers and would ensure that the city's guidelines for hosting events reflect that Glasgow is a human rights respecting city. From the very beginning, the pro-Israel lobby frames these challenges as a genuine threat to Israel's national security. The lobby knew how to convince their audience. The Conservative Party were proud supporters of the British arms trade and were resistant to anything that might put a dampener on sales. Accordingly, the lobby described the demands for a freeze on arms sales to Israel as a threat to local industry. In conservative discourse, this kind of advocacy was entirely just, waging war against those who would not allow the British military industry to profit from war. Arms dealers used more chilling language, unwilling to let go of one of their most valuable clients. It is an industry that in 2014 alone licensed weapons to Israel worth over £40 million. Between 2008 and 2015, licenses were granted for weapons exports to Israel to the value of £292 million. The backlash, weaponizing prevent, and Holocaust denial. The Conservative governments of David Cameron and Theresa May did all they could to intimidate local councils into discontinuing their support for BDS. In 2016, the May government banned any divestment action by local councils. Several local councils nonetheless withdrew their pension funds from companies associated with Israel. The government's actions did not deter the BDS campaign. The activists took their case to the Supreme Court and had an impressive win there. The court disallowed the government ban on local government pension schemes that had decided to divest from Israeli companies as part of their support for the BDS campaign. The court ruled that these were ethical and legal positions. Failing to win on legal technicalities, the lobby attempted to portray BDS as an expression of anti-Semitism. The Boris Johnson government followed their lead. The 2019 Queen's speech included a commitment to banning BDS as a form of anti-Semitism. A parallel action was the inclusion of BDS as a security threat in the PREVENT program. This program was calling upon universities to monitor and refer students deemed at risk of being radicalized. In practice, it mainly perpetuated Islamophobic assumptions about Muslim students. Although this could not be used to restrict BDS actions, by painting particular activists as promoting extremist activity, lobbying groups on campuses attempted to limit and cancel events. As far as I can tell, PREVENT created an atmosphere of intimidation, rather than being an effective tool by itself for silencing freedom of speech on Palestine. PREVENT never identified clearly what extremism means, while at least the police have a clearer definition for hate crimes. And thus, absurd events such as children's schools supporting the Palestinian struggle were referred under PREVENT. Waving the Palestinian flag was considered extreme, and students were cautioned as being extremists under PREVENT for displaying the flag or wearing the Palestinian keffiyeh. A telling example occurred in 2015, the year the Counterterrorism and Security Act came into force. A conference at the University of Southampton, with the title of International Law and the State of Israel, Legitimacy, Responsibility, and Exceptionalism, was canceled by the university under the pretext of health and safety issues, evidently prompted by pressure from the lobby. The organizers reacted to this by stating, "The university claims that it does not have enough resources to mitigate the risks, despite a clear statement from the police confirming that they are able to deal with the protest and ensure the security of the event." As Middle East Eye reported in 2019, and as I witnessed in several cases when I was invited to give a lecture on Palestine in British universities, PREVENT was used to force an independent chair to be present at any event where the speaker, including myself, was suspected of being biased against Israel. The lobby knew it couldn't quell committed activists, even with these aggressive measures, but it could still build a public consensus against BDS as a threat to Israel and ergo Jews. Established Anglo-Jewish organizations such as the Board of Deputies and the community's main newspaper, the Jewish Chronicle, propagandized against BDS as intrinsically anti-Semitic. They tried to cause support for BDS to be treated as a violation of the guidance included in the IHRA definition of anti-Semitism, a definition that had been adopted by Labour in 2018. Point 178. In October 2020, Education Secretary Gavin Williamson threatened British universities with financial sanctions if they failed to adopt the IHRA definition, despite it being doubtful if such a move was even legal. This definition has now been adopted by over 200 institutions to date. Some students have already reported disciplinary actions being started on the basis of this definition. I doubt whether any of these or similar measures will be able to stop support for the BDS movement and other activism for Palestine. The ongoing Israeli colonization of the West Bank and the incremental ethnic cleansing that accompanies it, the continued inhuman siege on the Gaza Strip and the daily violations of the rights of the Palestinians in Israel will fuel the campaign for years to come. These realities on the ground serve as a rejoinder to Israel's relentless endeavor to sanitize its image abroad, through lobbying in the halls of power and through trying to silence grassroots activists. On July 3, 2023, Michael Gove, the Secretary of State for Housing, Leveling Up and Communities, and old member of the CFI, brought Parliament a bill declaring BDS activity illegal for its second reading. He unjustifiably attacked BDS as an anti-Semitic terrorist organization that needed to be outlawed in Britain. Any public institutions supporting it would be sanctioned by the government. His rhetoric could have been copied and pasted from Israeli Hasbara. He condemned descriptors of Israel that are widely accepted among academics and human rights organizations. The most absurd part of his speech was stating that local councils cannot pursue foreign policies that are not accepted by the government. The most severe gag on freedom of speech presented as legislation in the British Parliament. Since the Second World War received 278 ayes, BDS is well on its way to becoming illegal. As alarming as this sounds, and there will be ramifications for brave academics, students, and counselors who are loyal to human rights and commonsensical justice, the BDS movement will exist as long as Israel continues to deny Palestine justice. The critical question is whether this movement will be able to bring about the imposition of government sanctions, as happened in South Africa. We should not be discouraged by the slow progress. It took decades for discussions within activist circles to translate into widespread international sanctions to end apartheid. Time will tell whether the widespread support for a proactive and just British position on Palestine eventually prompts the government to take action. Only one thing is clear. The energy poured into legitimizing Israel by the lobby will be met with protests at every turn by citizens who know the truth about Israel's conduct in Palestine. Conclusion. We started with a conundrum. Why does such a powerful state as Israel still struggle in its own eyes to be regarded as legitimate by people around the world, while governments embrace it happily? We've seen that the state's legitimacy from its inception was rarely questioned, and yet whoever questioned the state's policy on any issue, even very cautiously, was treated as if they were delegitimizing the state as a whole. This book arrives at 3 conclusions from its search for answers. The first is that the lobby's effort, from its beginnings in the mid-19th century, and in all its forms and shapes, was not primarily about challenging the Palestinian narrative. There is such an effort, and I covered it in my book, The Idea of Israel, where I attempted to explain how both academia and the cinema in Israel were recruited for that particular mission. It is an endeavor that still continues today to control the production of knowledge on Israel and Palestine. But all in all, the lobby, like the ideological movement it represented and later the state it advocated for, did not see Palestinians as an obstacle to the project of colonizing and Zionizing Palestine. From the very start of the Zionist movement, Palestinians were at first ignored and then in 1948 ethnically cleansed. They subsequently lost their homeland to Israel in 1967. You do not need to advocate against a group that was treated, like so many other victims of settler colonialism in the world, according to the logic of the elimination of the native. Australians and Canadians do not lobby against First Nations or native populations. The Palestinians were not the challenge. The challenge was how to justify what was done to them. This might change if and when the Palestinian struggle liberates Palestine, but we are not there yet. It also does not mean that Israel and its advocates are right in ignoring the Palestinians or underestimating their power in the future, as we will discuss later. But Israel does see the question of Palestine itself as a solved problem, a position they can maintain by brute force if nothing else. The trouble is getting other people to accept Israel's conclusions. Israel needs to persuade the world and itself of the moral validity of the Zionist project and consequently the state of Israel. I would go as far as to say that up to this day, the foremost groups the lobby wants to win over are those among the Jews and the Zionists who find it difficult to be fully convinced that Judaism is not a religion but a national identity, and more importantly, that this redefinition of Jewish identity justifies the settler colonial project of establishing Israel in historical Palestine. Historically, for those in the Jewish community who rejected Zionism, the moral issue was paramount. Even when Zionism was deemed as the only alternative, when Nazism took over Germany in the early 1930s and its occupation of much of Europe was imminent, the moral dilemma was not solved for people such as Bertolt Brecht. In 1933, he reacted to the idea of proclaiming a Jewish state in Palestine by reflecting, Hitler has thus fascised, faschisieren in German, not only the Germans but also the Jews. The writer Victor Klemperer wrote that Zionists are just as offensive as Nazis, in a diary entry from 1934, while experiencing at firsthand the Nazi inferno. But while these wise voices urged caution, for many Jews, Zionism's cognitive dissonance had a certain appeal. Zionism promised not only national liberation, but the potential to become a secular European vanguard that would restore the Jews to the community of the most civilized nations after Europe had expunged them. The religious idea of Or Lagoyim, light unto the nations, meaning bringing the Torah to the rest of the world, was replaced with bringing progress to the world. But Zionists themselves were doubtful they could achieve such a task. Paraphrasing the famous Groucho Marx's letter of resignation to the Friars Club, I do not want to belong to any club that would accept me as one of its members. I would say that the lobby wanted to belong to a club that would not accept it. That club consisted of people who had problems with endorsing Zionism as a moral project, and who gradually realized the price Palestinians paid for a European project of colonization. That was meant to solve the problem of anti-Semitism and satisfy a neo-Crusader evangelical Christian desire to fulfill the prophecy of the Holy Land. The lobby, throughout the years of its existence, tried to galvanize people who were the most unlikely to overlook the shaky moral foundations on which the Zionist project was built. Nor could they ignore the inherent problems of justice associated with the Palestinian catastrophe caused by the establishment of Israel in 1948, and even more so after Israel incorporated the West Bank and besieged the Gaza Strip. These were people from all over the world whose religion, ethical worldview, life experience, and many other factors made them supporters of oppressed and victimized people. Among them were quite a large number of Jews, and they were found in huge numbers in the anti-colonial movements of the Global South, in the minorities of the Global North, and among people who refused to be indifferent to injustices, not just close to home, but also abroad. They came from all walks of life, and generally political sociologists tended to define them as representing civil society or the conscientious sections of civil society or public opinion. They were activists with different levels of commitment. Occasionally, they could even be found in top-level politics. The Zionists and later large sections of Israeli Jews wanted this diverse group of people to regard Zionism and Israel as a noble cause, in fact. As the Israeli historian Yosef Gorny put it, they should have recognized that Israel was one of the few successful projects of enlightenment and modernization. In this narrative, Jews not only returned to their ancient homeland and redeemed it, they also built the paragon of a democratic and socialist or liberal state and society. From our vantage point today, we realize that over the years, an important part of Israeli Jewish society dispensed with these ambitions and instead wished to be a paragon of Jewish theocracy and messianism, a model dreamed up by Jewish fundamentalists in the past and embraced warmly by Christian fundamentalists, who, as I've shown, were the first Zionists in the modern era. This is a structural anxiety accompanying the Zionist project from the outset. It became a genuinely realizable project, not a pipe dream, once it was deemed the best, and later the only, remedy for insurmountable nationalist and religious anti-Semitism in Europe. However, what was the remedy? To build a national religious Jewish state in Palestine. Such a panacea for secular and progressive religious Jews, who were and are the majority of Zionist Jews in Israel and abroad, could have been morally problematic unless they believed that Palestine was really given to them by God, even if they were atheists. Or they needed to believe that the land was empty. Or perhaps that the Palestinians weren't victims at all, but just another group of anti-Semites, necessitating a bitter struggle for survival. They may have thought they had no other option, and probably most of them felt and still do feel that today, but that does not brush aside the troubling conflation of the disease and the cure. I do believe that the very fierce and at times vicious lobbying is because those directing and operating it know that the whole project they are protecting stands on very questionable moral ground for many people, including those they themselves see as decent and upstanding. That does not mean that they share this moral point of view. It just tells us that they understand they do not have the facts or moral arguments to rebut this basic human stance on rights and justice. It is easy to find allies, and Israel is good at it, among the extreme rights of the global north and authoritarian and dictatorial regimes in the global south. More importantly, the lobby learned on both sides of the Atlantic how little a role moral considerations play in governmental politics, even in democracies. The lobby worked on the assumption that staying in power and having a prosperous political career can surpass any other consideration in elite-level politics. You can either have ideological allies, Christian Zionists, and Jewish communities, or buy them by rewards or through intimidation. And then, of course, there are those who benefited economically from supporting the State of Israel, regardless of its policies on the ground. But until recently, there had been an obsession with receiving validation from those most reluctant to give it. I say until recently, as while there are patterns of continuity in lobbying to date, there are also some dramatic challenges that are beyond the power of a lobby to control. Lobbying the politicians and ignoring their electorates. And here I come to the second conclusion. After the Second World War, the lobby quickly understood that the colonialist vocabulary used freely by the early Zionist movement and the employment of colonialist practices on the ground contravened the emerging consensus approach to the new ethics of a decolonized world, one recovering from the dark days of fascism and Nazism. Therefore, the lobby opted to focus on elites, cultural, economic, and political, whose commitment to this new value system was only in word and not in deed. It was easier to obtain from them both legitimization and the necessary material aid to implement the Zionist project and later sustain the State of Israel. Elites can be bought, tempted, and intimidated. From 1900 onwards, on both sides of the Atlantic, the lobby targeted literati, businessmen, and politicians. This book focused on the latter group. Their method here was twofold: nurturing politicians from very early on as supporters of the cause, and undermining those who expressed moral qualms that could have led them to oppose Zionism or later criticize Israel. Until this century, their main efforts, on both sides of the Atlantic, were directed toward the political elites of the West and the global North, who, in the nature of politics, cared less about issues of justice or history when it came the global South and its future. Money, political influence, and a well-oiled propaganda machine were needed here. Ethical validation was irrelevant. The lobby is a huge network of both paid staff and volunteers who work 24/7 for this project, while not actually having a lot to do when it comes to top-level politics. They have good reason to be satisfied as far as their influence on governments over the years is concerned. Both in the USA and in Britain, presidents and prime ministers know what Israel expects and tolerates. Ever since 1948, this self-censorship and subordination to Israel's wishes has triumphed over principled dissent. Parliament and Congress behave in a similar way, as do the mainstream media and academia. But in the age of the internet and alternative media, civil society cannot be controlled anymore. The lobby feels compelled to nip any burgeoning sympathy for Palestine in the bud, whether that be in the form of a call for boycotts or in the form of humanitarian flotillas to Gaza. Knowledge production that supports the demands of Palestinians must also be suppressed. This is how advocacy for Israel will proceed. Until local, regional, and international actors have the courage to withstand these barrages of suppression through civil and legal action, it is already happening. By the 1980s, both in Britain and in the USA, the lobby's aims became much more ambitious. The target now was to control the narrative wherever and whenever the Zionist one was challenged. The lobby is obsessed with controlling the conversation on Israel and Palestine and deems any failure in such an enterprise as an existential threat to Israel. But despite its obvious failure to influence public opinion and politics from below, the lobby seems to appear in full force in places where it has already lost the battle, such as churches, community centers, city councils, and universities, because it hates to lose power. And this is my third conclusion. The lobby's main target in many cases was securing its own survival, rather than that of Israel. As we reach the second half of the previous century and arrive in the 21st century, it seems that the lobby is seeking power for the sake of power. Because the lobby, on both sides of the Atlantic, needed power to influence elites whose policies were detrimental to the future. Of Zionism and Israel, it accumulated such political muscle that preserving it became as precious as the cause it was supposed to protect. Thirst for power is a topic usually associated with the world of business and cynical politics. I am not talking about it here in absolute terms. But when you are powerful, and members of Congress are rebuked in your offices like naughty children for not fully following the guidelines given to them, fearing that their careers might be targeted, then you want to maintain that power for the sake of power, not just for the cause you need the power for. As George Orwell's O'Brien, the party leader, says in 1984, the party seeks power entirely for its own sake. We are interested solely in power, he tells the novel. His protagonist, Winston, that this is the first time in humanity that such people, who existed in the past, have been fully aware of what they are doing, and they are not ashamed of it. This bleak Orwellian view echoes that of Lord Acton, who warned that power tends to corrupt and absolute power corrupts absolutely. Of course, the lobby is not an authoritarian regime, but it acts decisively to preserve the power it does have, regardless of whether it's really in the interest of the greater cause. As we've seen, there have been multiple instances in which Israel did not ask the lobby to go after a challenger to the Zionist narrative, and yet all the might and the wrath of the lobby were employed more often than not to tame or silence solidarity with the Palestinians. Looking towards the future, Israel's viability, indeed its very existence, is based on two pillars, a material and a moral one. The former is very solid, and Israel's exemplary economic performance during the 2008 financial crisis was a testament to this solidity. It is a high-tech nation with prolific export-oriented military and civil industries. For over 10 years, it has been a member of the OECD, a signifier of both its development and its general affluence. The moral pillar, on the other hand, has been constantly eroded over the years, a process that began in earnest after the First Intifada in 1987 and intensified in the wake of the Israeli assaults on the Gaza Strip since 2006. Most of the critique was directed at the state's policies and not against its existence. However, the Israeli government viewed this criticism as an attempt to delegitimize the Jewish state. Therefore, 21st century lobbying has not been centered on defending Israel's current policies in historical Palestine, but rather directed against any imagined or real indication that the state and its ideology face international rebuke. The Israelis call it the struggle against delegitimization, the question of legality versus legitimacy. In this century, the battle for international legitimacy is focused on advocacy and argument. It can be best manifested in the question of whether Israel is an apartheid state, as claimed by Amnesty International, or a liberal democracy. The ability of the Palestinians and those who support them to persuade societies and governments alike of the validity of the apartheid argument will affect international policy towards Palestine and the Palestinians in the future. Similarly, if the pro-Israel lobby succeeds in persuading the same governments in particular that there is no basis for this argument, Israel will continue to enjoy international immunity for its policies on the ground in historical Palestine. What still preserves Israel's international legitimacy, in particular in the West, is its Judeo-Christian religious endorsement, now that the secular one cannot easily be obtained. This religious legitimacy, as I have tried to show in this book, has deep historical roots, dating back to the 18th century, when anti-Semitic non-Jews as well as philo-Semitic non-Jews supported the Zionist project mainly for religious reasons. And it turned out that the unequivocal religious faith in Zionism had been blind from the beginning to the negative impact Zionism could have on the indigenous people of Palestine. The quest for legitimacy has not ended, but the mission is frustrated by the lobby's inability to confront global civil society's moral indignation, engendered by Israel's ongoing oppression of the Palestinians. The lobby's methods have varied throughout the ages, but there are some common hallmarks: a huge and expansive effort directed at courting politicians and decision-makers, with scant attention paid to building consensus in civil society. As we have seen in the book, this effort is silencing anti-Israel sections of society rather than winning them over. This focus explains the achievements of the lobbying effort as much as it exposes its weaknesses. What induces political elites to support Israel is much less effective when it comes to influencing public opinion. Nowadays, lobbying for Zionism in the UK and the USA sets the lobbyists against civil society in both countries, which needs to be convinced by moral arguments and cannot be easily cowed or seduced. This explains the shift by the lobby to weaponizing anti-Semitism to procure public support for Israel. But this quest is not the only thread that connects the past to the present in Zionist lobbying in the UK and the USA. Zionism began as a Christian project, and thus the early lobbyists were what we would call Christian Zionists today. In the USA in particular, the Christian Zionist lobby has become as important as the Jewish lobby, and has become by far the more vociferous during the years of the Trump administration, with its Christian Zionist Vice President, Mike Pence, and the Secretary of State, Mike Pompeo, being part of the lobbying infrastructure. It might lose some of its support now that Trump's term in office has come to an end, but he or Republicans like him can regain power. The vacillation in the fortunes of the Christian lobby should send a warning to scholars trying to assess the power of that particular lobby. In their seminal work, The Israel Lobby, John Mearsheimer and Stephen Walt describe this Christian lobby as a junior partner in the overall lobbying effort in the USA. This appeared to be the case in 2007, but the picture was very different nearly a decade later during the Trump era. Power in the end made Israel a reality and lost Palestine. But power needs to be obtained, sustained, and defended. People who hold power may be influenced by their societies, by moral considerations, political ambitions, economic interests, prejudices of their own, and other factors. The project of building a state in the twilight of colonialism through colonization needed affluent, well-oiled, and committed advocacy. The Zionist movement provided such an enterprise from its very beginning, defeating Palestinian national aspirations, denying its demands, and controlling the historical narrative in the international arena. It secured a state while being absolved of the ethnic cleansing it committed in 1948 and the ongoing occupation that dates back to the 1967 war. Under that occupation and the siege on the Gaza Strip, the State of Israel violates international law daily, and yet still belongs to the community of civilized nations. But in the 21st century, cracks are beginning to appear in this solid edifice. Public opinion, conscientious politicians, and above all, a reawakened Palestinian liberation movement are demanding an end to these violations. What has become clear only recently to most of Israel's critics and advocates is that the violations will not stop. As long as Israel remains committed to basic Zionist ideology that justifies an oxymoronic regime, a democratic Jewish ethno-state. After 75 years of statehood, the nature of an ethnic Jewish state has unfolded clearly, and it has been framed by critical scholars and by human rights organizations, such as Amnesty International, among others, as an apartheid state, a term that used to be unsayable. Legitimacy can only come from the Palestinians. The gradual erosion of Israel's international legitimacy owes much to Palestinian resistance and resilience. But more important than attributing the cracks in the wall to the Palestinian struggle is the fact that, however successful or unsuccessful that struggle is, only Palestinians can solve the issue of Israel's legitimacy. Ironically, after all the efforts of the lobby, it still disregards the only group of people who really matter, if indeed legitimacy is what Israeli Jews and those who support them seek in the future, the Palestinians. Even a very feeble and in many ways defeated Palestinian leadership refuses to recognize Israel as a Jewish state or sign documents, in which it pledges not to have any future demands, even if an agreement between the two sides is concluded. There are two reasons for the refusal of the Palestinian leadership to declare the conflict over. The first is that the leadership does not recognize Israel as a Jewish state, because the Palestinians may accept Israel as a fait accompli, but it does not mean that they will justify morally and publicly the takeover of nearly 80% of their homeland by this state, the exile of millions of Palestinians, or the discrimination against Palestinian citizens of Israel. The current leadership in the West Bank and inside Israel have declared their willingness not to use any violence or armed struggle against these injustices, but refuse to view them as bygones. In their mind, these humiliations were inflicted because Israel sees itself as a Jewish state. The second reason for refusing to declare the conflict over has to do with the reality that unfolded after the Oslo Accords, which the Palestinian leadership realizes would be the basis for any future two-state solution. It means that Israel would still control more than half of the West Bank, would monitor any bridge or road between the Gaza Strip and the West Bank, and would not allow repatriation of refugees, nor would it agree to a Palestinian capital in Jerusalem proper, and it would insist on economic and security domination over the Palestinian state. In the final desperate attempt to salvage the peace process born in Oslo in 1993, Israel and the U.S. demanded that the Palestinian Authority recognize Israel as a Jewish state. In addition to that recognition, the Palestinian Authority was promised autonomous control over more than half of the West Bank and the Gaza Strip should it be able to remove Hamas. From there, if it gave up the right of return of Palestinian refugees and was content with a capital outside Jerusalem and a Judaized West Bank next to the Palestinian one. This was supposed to be the map of the future, sending a message to the world that the Palestinians accept this new setup as final and just. This, of course, will never happen. Palestinians will never lend legitimacy to this state of affairs, even as it unfolds right in front of our eyes. The Israeli state might give up this attempt to seek legitimization and become indifferent to its image as a pariah and rogue state in many sections of global civil society. After all, Western governments and their arbiters are only too happy to provide Israel with immunity, and the mainstream media and academia in the West whitewash Israel's conduct. So why do they care? Among some Israelis, including those in leading positions, and among those who support Israel from abroad, there is a genuine belief that it is crucial for the state's existence that it enjoys international legitimacy. For many others inside Israel, it is a bonus, but not a crucial condition for the survival of the state. After all, rogue states in the world in the 21st century, as long as they are allies of NATO and the West or are too strong to confront, enjoy a free ride in international politics, regardless of whether they commit war crimes or have a dismal human rights record. And thus, so far, Israel enjoys the privileges that come with being within the Western orbit of influence, and freely uses the power of its army and its security services to quell the Palestinian resistance. Israel's worry should therefore be less about a shift in Western attitudes towards Israel per se, but rather about a change in the way international politics are carried. Out in an age when a younger generation of constituencies all over the world are seeking, so far unsuccessfully, a way of injecting morality and justice into foreign policy. A growing mistrust in the political system stops many of these young visionaries from participating in the electoral process. In the case of the attempted revolution in the Arab world, many young people shunned hierarchies and organizations as means of changing political realities. It could be the case that one day attitudes towards Israel will serve as a political litmus test for identifying who belongs to this strong undercurrent in world politics. The die has already been cast in the world of human rights organizations, and in this century, they condemn Israel without hesitation as a systematic violator of basic Palestinian civil and human rights. The 2022 election and its impact. In November 2022, a majority of the Israeli electorate voted in a right-wing, extreme, and messianic government. It included the Likud, Orthodox parties, and extreme right parties, with a strong base in the West Bank settlements. Advocating transfer of Arabs, expansion of settlements, and further legislation meant to make Israel more theocratic and less democratic. Masses of people opposing these policies took to the streets on a weekly basis once it was declared by the new government that some of these ideologies would form part of what a new Minister of Justice called the legal reform, in essence a set of laws meant to give the government total control over the judicial system. The demonstrators included many people who serve as reserves in the Israeli army and many who are part of the high-tech industry who threatened not to serve in the first case, and in the second case to relocate, if not themselves, then their fortunes outside of Israel. It was not clear if this protest would succeed, as it was disrupted by a new war that broke out on October 7, 2023. I will not dwell on that war in this book. A historian's perspective can only be given after the passage of time. I will only say that I do not think it is a game changer, and thus what I describe in these conclusions, I believe, will still be relevant in the future. Even before that war, it was clear that Israel in 2023 was very far from seeking legitimacy from the Palestinians. On the contrary, since 2018, it has sought to delegitimize the Palestinian claim to Palestine, even to a small part of Palestine. Moreover, it seems to be led by a government that does not care about their state's delegitimization. The Jewish electorate who voted and prevailed in the 2022 elections does not seem to care or worry about what its governments used to call the new anti-Semitism, namely the condemnation of Israel as an apartheid state, and they are led to believe that. They are located in the best place in the world to face such a threat. Leading activists who had offered an alternative view have left the country, and the battle, as we have seen during the protests in Israel following the election of a right-wing government in Israel in November 2022, rages within Zionist ideology without challenging it. It is a rivalry, some say even a civil war, between Zionists who wish to retain the status quo in Israel and those who want to make Israel more religious and more nationalistic. I call it the battle between fantasy Israel, a state that is a binational apartheid state, which provides democratic, liberal, and pluralistic life to one national group, and denies them to the other national group, and hence is hailed by its citizens and its supporters as the only democracy in the Middle East, and the state of Judea, the settler state, now taking over Israel as a whole, wishing to build a racist and theocratic state whose enemies are not just the Palestinians, but also the secular Jews, and which is moved by impulses very similar to the ones motivating political Islamic movements in the Middle East. This comes back to the first conclusion of the book. From the moment the first Jewish settler set foot in the country, the Zionist self-image did not tally with the reality on the ground in historical Palestine. In 2023, we learned that the dissonance between the Israeli Jewish self-image and reality in Israel was not caused by the oppression of the Palestinians, as it should have been. This is why the demonstrators rebut any suggestion that they should also protest against the occupation or the oppression of the Palestinians. This is not their fight. For them, the election of a messianic and theocratic Jewish government in November 2022 trashed the fantasy of at least half of the Israeli Jews that they were living in a modern secular democracy. They took to the streets in large numbers trying to restore the fantasy Israel they imagined but which never really existed. If the state of Judea triumphs over the state of Israel, future governments chosen by the remaining electorate will substitute the more subtle lobbying with aggressive attempts to suppress any criticism with the help of local advocacy groups, using legal action and intimidation, all backed by vast amounts of funding to ensure a chasm remains between the sentiments of civil society and the attitudes of government. According to an Haaretz editorial from August 18, 2023, AIPAC decided categorically to side with the legal reform offered by the government. The problem is that such a political culture produces even more callous policies towards the Palestinians. This only intensifies the resolve of the Palestinian liberation movement to challenge Israel on the ground. This inevitable clash will erode Israel's international image even further and will strengthen the case of civil society when it brings its pressure to bear on governments to change course on the Israel-Palestine question. In this respect, the lobbying has failed, but the project it was meant to sustain is still there. It can, of course, change and become a legitimate state by ending the policies that discriminate against the indigenous people of Palestine. Seismic changes have already occurred in the traditional power base of the lobby in the world. A large number of young American Jews are turning away from Israel, and if the trend continues, it might affect American policy in the future. So far, despite the events in late 2023, Parliament and Congress still treat Israel as a loyal democratic ally, defending itself against common enemies. Congress gave a standing ovation to Israel's president in July 2023, and Parliament voted for legislation against BDS in the same month. But does it still have the support of the American Jewish community? Who would have thought that two former senior employees of AIPAC, Martin Indyk and Dan Kurtzer, who also were ambassadors to Israel at one point, would call on their government to cut military aid to Israel? Half of their political life was devoted to securing such aid. But does Israel need its former allies? Those who brought the 2022 government to power do not wish to live in a democratic secular state. A more theocratic and nationalist state is their fantasy Israel. Their rabbis and political leaders do not care about Israel's image, nor do they believe that delegitimization is a problem in a world in which America's Trump, Hungary's Orban, and India's Modi exist. God is with them, as is a huge network of right-wing nationalist governments and fascist movements throughout the world. This means they do not need a lobby. Time will tell if without it, Zionism can prevail. It might well signal the end of Zionism. The 2023 crisis may or may not transform Israel, but it has exposed something the lobbies could not have been aware of before our century. Even in our cynical world, the moral issues can suddenly become tied to material ones. Israel's high-tech industry derived much of its wealth from outside of Israel in 2023, as did many financial institutions. Wealth like this, in a very politicized society, relies on the protection of a strong and independent judicial system. The possible image of the Israeli judicial system as being under the thumb of the politicians, and not an independent power, paved the way for international and foreign courts to try soldiers and officers as potential war criminals. Suddenly, it appeared that any dent in Israel's image as a democracy could mean losing its economic growth and its legal immunity in the world. We might regret that the oppression of Palestinians has never triggered such processes, but nonetheless, this is a situation worth watching in the future. This is the hopeful and positive scenario, so it is only right I close the book with it. The desperate and disastrous scenario is playing out in front of our eyes. We don't need any power of imagination to see Israel slide into a far-right, authoritarian regime. We need to believe in humanity and the power of justice to carve a different way forward, however tough the odds are. Afterward, 7 October and the future. As this book reached its final stages, Operation Al-Aqsa Flood by Hamas shook the world. Early on October 7, 2023, Hamas and other Palestinian resistance groups breached the apartheid wall separating Israel from Gaza. For Hamas, it was initially a shock success. They captured 11 military bases. But it swiftly degenerated into a series of war crimes and atrocities carried out by Hamas and others in Jewish settlements near the border, including a horrifying massacre at Re'em Music Festival, with over 300 dead. Among the 1,200 killed that day, the majority were civilians. For a moment, and understandably so, Israel was the recipient of almost universal sympathy and support from governments worldwide. The Palace of Westminster was lit up in the colors of the Israeli flag in solidarity with the victims. According to British law, Hamas is a terrorist organization. The pro-Israel lobby hoped that the government's solidarity would result in carte blanche for Israel's retaliation. As a means of enacting collective retribution for Hamas's action, Israel carpet bombed the Gaza Strip, including densely populated civilian areas, for weeks on end, and deprived Gaza of water, electricity, fuel, and humanitarian aid. At the time of writing, the number of dead exceeds 16,000, with tens of thousands injured and more than 1 million internal refugees, after Israel ordered those living in the north of Gaza to vacate their homes and move to the south. But while Western governments, in particular the UK, the US, and Germany, refused to call for a ceasefire, emboldening Israel to strike out more violently than it otherwise might have, global civil society began protesting en masse, with turnout at demonstrations hitting hundreds of thousands. These people were not only calling for an end to Israeli operations in Gaza, but also criticizing settler violence towards Palestinians in the West Bank and the laws passed by the Israeli government against Palestinian citizens of Israel. In terms of the history of the lobby, it seems to me that the responses in the world to these events were clearly divided into two orientations. I refer to the first response as one put forward by Global Israel, and the second as that of Global Palestine. By Global Israel, I refer to a coalition that includes most governments, mainstream media, and some parts of academia in the global north, with the US and the UK at the forefront, and some governments in the global south, with the tacit support of large multinational corporations and the military and security industries. Politically, the right and the neo-right are the most vocal members of this alliance, but it enjoys the support of most of the established social democratic parties in Europe and many members of the American Democratic Party. Global Israel propagated the Israeli narrative of the events. According to this narrative, the 7 October attack is yet another chapter in the history of modern anti-Semitism, this time accomplished with brutality comparable to or even worse than the Nazis and ISIS. And it was all planned out in Tehran by the evil Iranian regime. The fact that Iran distanced itself from the Hamas operation almost immediately, concerned about being dragged into an unwanted regional war, did not trouble those who bought into this narrative wholesale. This narrative does not serve Jewish interests. Comparing the killings, as horrific as they are, of 1,200 people to the industrial genocide of 6 million people by a modern nation-state is the worst abuse of Holocaust memory one can think of, and one that would delight Holocaust deniers around the world. Hamas is undoubtedly responsible for war crimes against civilians, but to draw an equivalence between Hamas and Nazism minimizes the unparalleled horror of the Holocaust. Global Palestine took a different attitude. This is a coalition of civil society movements around the world, working in tandem with oppressed minorities, some governments in the global south, and many human rights organizations, all showing solidarity with the Palestine struggle for liberation. It includes people of all faiths and none, and from all walks of life. It is a movement that has achieved unprecedented popularity and support in recent years. Broadly, although not without contention, this coalition supports BDS, the one-state solution, and the right of return for refugees. The position of Global Palestine puts it at odds with the liberal left within Israel. In the month following 7 October, the leading left-wing newspaper in Israel, Haaretz, regularly attacked the hypocrisy of the global left for supposedly downplaying Hamas's atrocities, while rushing to criticize Israel for its blanket attacks on Gaza. In its pages, liberal Zionists objected to the characterization of Zionism as settler colonialism, arguing that this amounted to describing all Israelis as colonialists who deserve to die. They also reproached the global left for comparing Operation Al-Aqsa flood to violence committed in 20th century national liberation struggles, and maintaining that the justice of the Palestinian cause remained legitimate, regardless of the actions of Hamas. The liberal left in Israel hence struggles to make common cause with those active in global Palestine. The relative balance of power between these two global coalitions will help shape the future of Israel and Palestine. As harrowing as the end of 2023 has been in the history of Israel and Palestine, it is not likely to change anything fundamental on the ground. Palestinian refugees will continue to be denied their internationally recognized right of return, the West Bank will continue to be occupied and colonized, and whatever unfolds in Gaza, it will remain at the mercy of Israel. The Palestinian citizens in Israel who have faced violent assaults following 7 October will continue to live in an apartheid-like Jewish state. Global Israel is still the one with all the cards to decide policies on the ground. Global Palestine has been unable to alter international policies in the global north so far, so Israel continues to be able to act with impunity. But global support for Palestine now is much larger and much more organized than it used to be. In Britain, activists are picketing arms. Factories, organizing school walkouts, and protesting cultural institutions' complicity with Israel's attacks on Palestine. The lobby, as I have shown, successfully brought together separate interest groups to form a shield that could protect Israel from being held accountable for its violations of justice and humanitarian law. Now, however, there are cracks in this international shield, and they might grow in the years to come. At the end of the day, many people in the 21st century cannot continue to accept a colonization project requiring military occupation and discriminatory laws to sustain itself. There is a point at which the lobby cannot endorse this brutal reality and continue to be seen as moral in the eyes of the rest of the world. I believe and hope this point will be reached within our lifetimes. Acknowledgements. Although none of my colleagues were asked to read the manuscript, they had to bear with me and offered thoughtful feedback on large sections that were presented as lectures or in more informal conversations. The list is too long to mention all of them, so this is a big collective thank you. A special thanks to Rita Vacquas for patient and careful editing, as well as her vital corrections and commitment to bringing this manuscript to publication, and to Kathleen McCulley. I also want to thank Novin Dustar, Juliet Mabey, and the whole team at One World, with whom I have worked for over 15 years. Their faith in me motivated me to complete projects, even when I was on the verge of giving up. Finally, as always, I want to thank my family, Revital, Ido, and Yonatan, for being there for me, tolerating my impossible absences and enduring the challenges and hardships that my moral and scholarly choices have exposed them to at times. Select bibliography.